right, so we're here at the machine. I'm sitting down. My first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start on this first one, and this is the 3 pieces that I'm going to sew together. There's actually 2 of those, so I'm going to have 2 of those long pieces sewn together, and once I get that sewn, we cut them in squares. And as you can see, this is the quilt I have right up here behind me. That's the one I'm trying to make, the table runner. So I'm going to start on that first. All right, so I just got finished cutting all my squares. I actually I have 8 of the light colored. I have 5 of the darker color. And you'll actually, when you end up, you're gonna have 2 extra squares. And I guess in case you make a mistake, you've got some extras, which that's always a good thing. So I'm gonna have to go back and reference my pattern now. And the next thing is I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start working with my triangles. I gotta start sewing some of these together, and then we gotta start sewing this thing together. So stay tuned. All right, so if everything went okay, I should have what you see up here, okay? So let's check this out. Let's just see if it looks like it. The next step now is to do some quilting. All right, we're out here. We're at the Handy Quilter Infinity. Got the Pro Stitcher on it. As you can see, we actually got the table runner all pinned to it. And we're gonna do the robotic system and let it do some stippling on this thing to kind of finish this quilt. So let's get this thing started. All right, guys. Hey, just got it off the long arm. And I don't know if y'all can see it, but I'm gonna bring it a little closer so you can see the work. But that was all done on the Pro Stitcher. So my quilt is basically complete. You know, got the batting and the backing on, and all's left next to do is do the binding. So I'm gonna get it bound, and guess what? Remember we talked about the hours? Why, I'm proud to announce right now, I feel pretty good about this because the Pro Stitcher really speeded me up. So we're approximately right now 2.5 hours. So if I can get this done in 30 minutes, the binding, which Deb's telling me it might take me a little longer than that, but I'm going to be just a shy over 3 hours, I'm thinking. So I may make my goal of 4 hours, so we'll see.
Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Goodesign. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Blaine Austin here with day 2 of Hoop Fest. Hey, and I hope y'all are excited about today. I am super pumped today because we got some great products, some great presenters, and a lot of great giveaways. So I hope y'all are ready to have a 8-hour day with me. I hope you get to stick around and all day with me because this is going to be fun. And hey, today I've got Jane Klaus is going to be in the house helping me host this thing. And so she'll be in, I think, around 11 o'clock or something like that, isn't it, Kyle? That's right, 11:30. 11:30, Jane's going to be in, and she'll help me start hosting. And so excited for that. And guys, we have got such good presenters today. I'm just super excited. You're going to get to see some of the same things you saw yesterday. You're going to get to see some different things. And if you're just joining us today, this is your first day here. You missed a big day yesterday, but we can talk a little bit about what Hoop Fest is all about. So Hoop Fest, what we're trying to do, it's all about embroidery. We're trying to tell you everything there is to know about embroidery. We're kind of, showing you some educational parts, and we're also showing you some products that you can have a chance to buy at special pricing. And we're having the experts come in and actually tell you all about those products and do demonstrations. So it's a really cool concept, and we're super excited to present it to you. And the thing about the educational part of it, we went out, we started talking to our customers and asking, saying, hey, what are things that you would like to know about embroidery? And people were saying, oh, I don't know anything about hooping. I'd like to know about hooping. Some people say, I don't know, I'm so confused when it comes to stabilizer, or I don't know what needles to use. I don't know all these different things about embroidery. How do you do applique? I have trouble placing, the perfect placement of my stitches inside the hoop. And so we just took all those things. We said, look, let's create classes for that. So I went out and I made a ton of phone calls and called people and said, hey, would you be willing to come and teach and be part of this event? And everybody just overwhelmingly said, oh, we would love to. And so we feel like that we've probably got the best in the business here on our show this week to tell you all about it. And again, we're going to have 2 sessions today that's going to be educational. And, so yesterday we had 2 sessions and, that were great. And we're going to have 2 sessions a day the whole week. You're going to get to see educational stuff. Today, the first up in educational today, it's going to be Marie Zinno. She's coming in and she's an embroidery expert. It's actually 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐿 from Dime, his sister. And they used to be a team that went out called the Stitching Sisters and put on these massive big embroidery events. So she's going to be here today, and she's going to be talking about hooping techniques, which is awesome. And so she'll be up first, and then we'll have some great demonstrations all throughout the day, and then we'll have another educational class this afternoon. So we hope that y'all are ready for all this. And so if you're just joining us today, we're going to tell you a little bit about how the things run. As you know, if you've been here and if you're just tuning in, there is a contest that we did, and we actually had an embroidery contest where you could submit your project that you did, embroidery project, and you submit it with pictures. And we had a voting page on the Hoop Fest page on our website, and you could go vote. So we had the voting open for a month, and people could go in and vote on the favorite one. So we had over 40,000 votes. Unbelievable. We had 222 entries, and we're giving prizes for the top 3 places. So if whoever gets the most votes wins. And so we're going to give a prize through first and through third. And so first place, you're going to get what they call the Golden Scissors Trophy, and you're going to get a ribbon for first place. Plus, I got to read off all this stuff they're getting, guys. They're also going to win a Janome MC9850 sewing machine, which is it's a sewing and embroidery combo. They're getting a $200 Durkee gift certificate so they can buy hoops for it. They're getting the Anita Goodesign collection kit, and they're getting a 3-month spree subscription for OESD. So it's about a $3,000 package. Second place, they're getting a second place ribbon. They're getting that Janome 400E embroidery machine. They're getting the Anita Goodesign collection kit, the Durkee $200 gift certificate for hoops, and that's about a $2,050 value. And then third place, hey, we haven't left you out. You're going to get a third place ribbon. you're getting the Brother LB5000, and we're going to give you the choice, either the M or the S, which means Marvel or Star Wars. They have two different versions of that, and we're going to let you choose which one you want. And then you're getting an Anita Good Design Collection kit. You're getting a 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 scissors set, which is the GS7, and it's a 3 pairs of scissors, and they're great scissors. And that prize package is worth about $1,150. So great prize package for all 3 places. And we're super pumped about that. And we're going to announce those winners on Saturday. So I got to tell you about what you can win. All right, so everybody knows we have this big Dream Studio giveaway, and it's the Dream Studio embroidery giveaway. We're going to try to give your studio all the embroidery things that you need, and we're super pumped about it. It's a $26,000 value. We were actually supposed to be $25,000, but Kyle and I added it up. We went, hey, we ended up getting $1,000 in there somehow, didn't we, Kyle? so we ended up doing it. It was $26,000, and so hey, we said, well, let's just go with it. So I got to tell you what's all in this package, guys. This thing is incredible. You're going to get that SWF 12 needle machine, embroidery machine, and it's just not just the machine. You're getting the stand, the cap equipment, and it also comes with 5 hoops. And so you're going to be ready to embroider as soon as you get this thing. That package is about a $10,000 package. And so you're getting that. Then you're going to get a Brother 𝐓𝐸𝐞 3600D, and that D stands for Disney, sewing and embroidery machine. And in my opinion, this is one of the greatest machines that Brother ever came out with. It's a $3,500 value, but this thing does all the things that some of these higher end machines does. So we love that machine. Then you're getting the Dime Perfect Embroidery Pro software. That's a $4,200 software package to go along with it. You can do all your digitizing and things in. And then you're getting the Durkee Easy Frames for the SWF. So you're getting this whole big Durkee set that goes with that SWF 12 needle machine. And that's a $369 value. Exquisite 288 spool thread set that you're getting that. And that's a $1,437 value. And then you're getting the Anita Good Design Steve Wilson Signature Series collection, and that's a $750 value. And then you're also getting Anita Good Design, just their regular collection, and it's $500 value. You're getting the 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 scissors set. It's $144 value. A John Deere Digitizer's Dream Course, which is a $300 value to take that. You're getting to take that course. And then last but not least, you're getting that Brother Scan and Cut with the Disney. It's $899 value. So you're going to have a really nice set of things in your studio for this. And, you know, leading the way is that big 12 needle SWF machine. So, you know, great opportunity for somebody out there, and every one of you have a chance. And so here's how you can win. So if you went and voted, you know, on one of the quilt or the embroidery projects, you can get in the algorithms that way. If you added your email address on the sign up page, you can enter that way. But now during the show, if you're on Facebook, if you go and make comments, if you actually like the video and you share it, all those things help your chances to win. If you're watching from YouTube today, you go down and hit that bell notification, hit the thumbs up, and make comments or ask questions in the live chat. That'll help you. And hey, if you don't get a chance, if you're watching this right now and it's you know, a playback that you're watching at a later time, and live chat is not available on Facebook or YouTube, all you have to do is go down underneath that video, and in those comments, you can make comments and do things in there, and that'll actually put your vote in to help you win. So it's a lot of different ways. Even if you don't get to watch it live, you can still get your chance to win. And what we're going to do, Kyle and David's got a new software package now that runs all these algorithms, that pulls it from all that information in. And on Saturday, we'll pull a winner, and that winner is going to win that Dream Studio. So we're super pumped about this. So David, are you ready to go today? How's it going over there? David's got his shades on. He's ready to go. Hey, Kyle and Andrea, they're here this morning. They're raring to go again. Hey, our chatters are back there. So who we got in chat today? I see Deb, I see Marina, and I see Candace over there. So hey, good morning to y'all. and they're raring to go. They're going to be in chat this morning, trying to help answer some of the questions that we don't get on the screen to ask them, the presenters. They're going to try to help answer some of your questions as well. And then they're feeding questions to us as well to help, ask some of the presenters. So anyway, everybody's ready to go. The call center this morning is fired up and ready to go. We got Nick and his team over there in our call center at our corporate office, waiting on your calls. And then we got Laura Cook with all her customer service agents are there, helping, answer questions as well. And so give us a call, 800-401-8151. I'll repeat that, 800-401-8151. Make sure you write that number down so that way when you get ready to order something or you have a question, you can give them a call. And then we also, on our website, we have live chat. And our live chat agents are on today. They're going to be working and helping as well. So if you have questions on the website on live chat, they can help answer, some questions for you as well. So guys, man, are y'all ready to go out there? I'm super pumped this morning, guys. How about y'all? Are y'all excited today? We got some great giveaways. We got Jane Klaus coming in, and we've got some fantastic presenters. And again, we got some great products that we're going to show, and we got some great specials. So I'm super excited about the day. And, our first presenter, too, is going to be up in like 4 minutes. And we got Laura Rabczak coming in from Anita Good Design, and she's going to talk all about how you can get these design collections and the clubs and the memberships. And, if y'all don't know Anita Good Design, hey, it was, pretty much founded by Steve Wilson. And Steve Wilson basically came up with the name. His grandmother's name was Anita. And he kind of thought Anita Good Design and came up with the name. So I always thought that was so awesome how he came up with the name and named it after his grandmother. So, Lauren's going to be on this morning. We're going to go through that, and then we're going to have Anita a Good Design later on this afternoon as well. And then, but we got a great presentation lineup today, and we hope that y'all are excited about it. And hey, start in, tell us this morning, hey, where you're watching us from, and tell us what you want to see. Tell us what you liked the best yesterday if you were on here. And hey, and if you're excited, you're wanting a multi-needle machine, make sure you say, hey, I want a multi-needle. I want some questions about it. And what Kyle is going to do today throughout the day, because we know yesterday, I talked to our call center and they said, hey, our phones were ringing off the hook yesterday. We didn't get to everybody. And guys, we apologize. We only have 10 operators that are answering the phones. And so sometimes, they don't get to everybody when you call in. But what Kyle is doing, you're going to notice in the chat on YouTube and in Facebook, he's putting a link in there that says it's going to be to Google Sheets. So those Google Sheets, what that means is that it's a sheet that's in our call center that they can see on the screens that gets updated real time. So as soon as somebody goes in and puts their name in there, it updates it. So what we want you to do, go hit that link. If you can't get through on the phones, hit that link in Google Sheets, write your name, your contact information, and the machine that you're interested in. And what that'll do, that'll actually update them in the call center. And as soon as they get off the phone with somebody they're on, they're going to call outbound to you. So if you see an 800 number calling, we're not spamming you. Answer the phone. So, all right. So other than that, guys, we got anything else ready to go? Is Lauren ready? So Lauren is here. So hey, let's invite Lauren, and welcome to our show, Lauren.
Hi, thank you so much.
How are you this morning?
I am so excited to be part of Hoop Fest, doing well.
Man, we're super excited to have you here. We're super excited to have Anita Good Design. And I know, I've been working with Anita Good Design for many, many years, and y'all are always setting the bar, coming up with new things and new content. And I think that's why everybody loves your stuff.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, we work really, really hard to make a great product, and directions and step-by-step pictures, I think are one of the things that really sets us above the rest, including obviously the embroidery and the quilting designs.
You're exactly right. And hey, so what I'd love for you to do this morning, I know everybody's excited about getting started, but could you explain to everybody all your digital clubs, your yearly and your all access, and tell everybody how they can, the difference between those? And I know you're going to show some samples and things, and
Absolutely.
We're excited about getting started.
Yes, absolutely. All right. So we have our All Access Club. And this is really our #1 product that we make. All Access is a way for you to receive all of our designs that we release each month. And that's going to be a compilation of our embroidery designs, our quilting designs, and our projects. Now, everything's going to come to you in what we call our book, our All Access book. And that is this right here. Okay, now it is absolutely gorgeous. We produce this every single month. It's a new book, new designs. And then when you flip to the back, you can see all the different collections that come out each month. And this one that you're looking at, this beauty right here, is our June All Access. And I'm just going to flip through it because it really is a sight, and then I'll break it down a little bit more. But look how gorgeous these pages are. We have an entire graphics team here that works to put these books together. We have your step-by-step directions, of course. You have a picture of every single design that comes out each month in here. Oh my gosh, we give you project ideas. There's just so much information that comes in these All Access books. So let's start really from the very beginning. So as I mentioned, we release new designs every single month, and they kind of fall in those 3 categories. They're either going to be an embroidery collection, a quilting collection, or a project collection. Now, we work tirelessly here to come up with new ideas and new collections, new looks, new techniques, just to keep it fresh and exciting for you all. Now, our All Access members on the very first of every single month are going to receive our brand new designs. And I'll get into this in a little bit later, but some of you or some of our customers who sign up for All Access receive the actual physical book, or they receive a digital version of the book. Same design collections, same book. It's just, do you want it in your PDF or do you want it in a physical format? Now, we, test and run all of these designs. That's our creative team. We come up with thread colors and looks and how we want to present those projects to you. And then we have, after that process is done, we send all of that to our graphics team and our tutorial team. They write the tutorials. They take the step-by-step pictures so that you have a guide of how you're going to make those projects. Our graphics team takes these beautiful pictures. They put the book together for you. And then, of course, our wonderful team after that, customer experience, our warehouse team, is either shipping these out to you or emailing them out to you, depending on how you receive it. Now, why is All Access so popular? Well, our larger collections can run anywhere from $100. Our quilting collections and project collections can sometimes run around $70. Some of our smaller collections, $34, and a little bit less than that sometimes. But our All Access members are receiving their designs roughly right around an 80% discount every single month. So it is an incredible opportunity to sign up for your All Access for 12 months. It's a yearly subscription for 12 months, and you get to build your library of designs for 12 full months. And again, because we're constantly making new, you're never going to receive the same collection twice. It is something new and different every month for 12 months. Thanks, Miss Christie said we have great instructions. We work really, really hard. If you've never looked at our directions before, and I kind of mentioned this in the very, very beginning, we give you step-by-step in directions in pictures. Okay, let me show this here. There you go, so you can see. So we take pictures of exactly what we're doing to create our projects. So that's one way of receiving the instructions. The second way to receive our directions is to receive them in numbered steps as well. And these, let me see if I can get close enough. There you go, in numbered steps as well. These numbered steps here are going to tell you everything you need to do, and they match your machines. So it's absolutely wonderful, because we know as creative people, right, we all learn differently. We have different learning styles. Some of us are very visual, which is typical with creative people. Some of us are very visual, and we need the pictures to help us get through those projects. Now, some of us, because we're creative, our organization sometimes needs a little assistance. And these are my favorite personally. This is what I need, the numbered steps. It tells me exactly what I'm doing, what step I'm on, when I need to place my fabric, when I need to trim. So there's absolutely no confusion here. And again, this is really, really what sets us apart from other companies, other embroidery companies, is that we really are user friendly. And it does not matter if you have been embroidering, you know, this is day 1 or this is year 25. We have something for everybody. And that's why the All Access is absolutely fantastic, because, you know, you get all of your collections all in one. Now, let's talk about how to sign up for it. Let's talk about your options as well for All Access, because I know some of you are new. Some of you might be up for renewing as well. So the first thing I'm going to tell you is you're going to want to sign up. If you are ready to sign up for your All Access, or you're ready to renew, you're going to go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, okay? And you can sign up for your club with them. You can also contact us direct at AnitaGoodDesign.com. And if you're going to sign up with us, make sure you mention Hoop Fest, okay? And that's how you heard about your All Access, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So we have really 2 options. We have just that physical option where you receive your actual book. And then we have our newest, latest, and greatest option, which is really turning into our most popular, and that is the digital. So let's start with the digital All Access first, okay? Now, I hope everybody is sitting down, because this price point is going to knock your socks off. All right, your digital All Access is going to cost you $4.99 for 12 months. It is our lowest price point ever for selling this. It is absolutely incredible. And like I said, our special editions, our larger collections are $100 each. And when you add that up, I mean, that by in itself just pays for the entire club, that savings. So with your digital club, on the first of every single month, you will receive all of your designs and your PDF of the book in your Anita Good Design customer account. So when you go to AnitaGoodDesign.com, that's going to be your very first move if you've never connected with us before, is you want to create an account for yourself. And then once you do that, we automatically within that create a customer account for you. And that's where you're going to find all of your designs and your PDF. So when I'm holding this book and I'm flipping through this, you're going to receive the same exact book just in a PDF file. All right, so if you want to print, you can. If you want to print 1 page of directions, you can do that. If you put this on your iPad, okay, you can flip through it just like a magazine. We're adding these really, really cool features to our digital. We keep making it better. We're adding to it. We're growing and learning here at Anita Good Design, just like everybody else is, okay? And what we're going to do is there's going to be links that you can click on within your PDF. So if we're talking about working with organza, we might have a link that takes you to a video of one of our educators teaching you tips and tricks about organza. There is going to have the capabilities of jumping pages. So if you have your table of contents and it says this collection is on page 171, you can click that and it automatically jumps to that page for you. Just like your e-readers, you're going to have the ability to bookmark and, you know, kind of hold your page wherever you're working on. So it really, the digital, you know, 2020 forced us to really grow our digital, and we are just so excited about the capabilities and what we're adding into this. So yes, that price, I'm seeing all these people, yes, $4.99 for an entire year, 12 months of All Access for that digital. It is incredible. We have never had a 12-month membership that that cheap before. So it really is a great price point right now. Now, let me talk to you about our physical. If you're somebody who says, you know what, I want my magazine, I want to hold it, I want to flip through it, you have two options there of how you can sign up for that. So we have our kind of like what I like to say, our oldest and greatest option. That is 12 months of all access. You're going to receive the physical book. Now, with this, you will also receive the PDF file as well. So please know, if you sign up for physical, you also will get those that PDF design of the magazine. But with the physical, you're going to get 12 months of all access. It is a $1,400 fee to you that will get you all 12 months of your all access. And then with that, the reason this is kind of like our most popular, longest option is because we gift you an Anita Good Design gift card to use on our website. And with that, you can shop for any goodies that you would like on our website. You can buy any collections that have already come out in the past. We have lots of different collections, different projects, things that you can pick up there. And that gift card does not expire. So I always like to tell people, if you are wild and crazy and you want to spend all of $1,400 in one night, then you can go for it. If you are, you know, what I like to say is like cost effective and a little bit more responsible, then you can hold on to that and buy, you know, use it as you'd like to shop across the years. That's fine as well. So different options with that gift card. The only thing, truly, there are a few exclusions on the gift card, but the only big exclusion, because y'all are savvy shoppers, you cannot purchase another year of all access with that gift card. That's one of the only exclusions on there, okay? Now, the second option I told you with your physical book is if you are somebody who is ready to renew, your all access is about to end, and you just want your new books, you don't want any of the freebies, anything special, you just want your books for 12 months. With that, you are going to then sign up for $9.99, and that's your 12-month membership. And again, you can just let us know which one you would like to sign up for. You have your full year, $1,400, your renewal option at $9.99, and then of course that digital option, which is incredible for that $4.99 for the year. Now, something extra special that we are offering right now. Okay, until June 30th. So you have a couple weeks until June 30th. We're offering an additional $50 gift card, okay, if you sign up for one of these clubs, an extra $50. So incredible. So what you want to do, obviously you will, if you sign up with Sewing Machines Plus, they'll take care of you there. If you're going to, for whatever reason, sign up with AnitaGoodDesign.com at our website, or with, you know, you have some questions and you need to contact customer service and you want to sign up with us, just make sure you remind them that you heard about all access through Hoop Fest, and then we'll make sure you get that $50 gift card as well. So you do not want to wait on these deals. Now, let me give you some email addresses and our webpage in case you want to do some shopping or you have some questions. So we have an amazing team of people that work here at Anita Good Design that answer your questions, help you through, you know, make sure if you are somebody who's a little nervous about digital, and you just want somebody to walk you through it one more time, they are your team. So if you email them, you can email them at customer experience@Anita-gooddesign.com. And it's really important that you put that hyphen or that dash in between Anita and Good Design, because otherwise your emails will kick back to you. Okay. And then if you want to take a look, if you are brand new to us and you want to check out our webpage, you can go to AnitaGoodDesign.com. That will take you to our webpage that will show you everything, you know, latest and greatest. We have been in business now for, I think, 17 or 18 years. So we have tons and tons of great designs and collections, something for everybody. Miss Stevie, you have been with us since the beginning. Thank you so much. Yes, we have had all access since 2015. It is our #1 product. It is what our customers want from us. And again, you know, it really does set the bar for others because we do it the best. I have to brag on us. We work really, really hard. For those of you that don't know, Anita Good Design is a small business, and we have about 40 people that work for us. With Digital Club, can you download embroidery files through the tablet and send it to the machine? Okay, so we have a question. Can you download the embroidery file to the tablet and send it to the machine? You cannot download your files, your design files to your iPad, but you can download them to your computer and send them to your machine that way. Okay, you just have to, just kind of like you're doing now, you have to put them either on a USB or you can send them that way. Stay in the digital account for a limited time. Your book does not expire. Okay, great question, Teresa. Does the PDF book stay in your digital account for an unlimited time, or does it expire out? So it does not expire. Your PDF book and your design files are not going to expire. So they will stay in your account, okay? It will stay in your account. So please do not worry about that. Also, the other questions that we get a lot of is, do I have to download every single design at once? You do not. So if you have a certain machine and you only want that machine file, that's the only one, that is the only design you have to download, okay? The only thing that you would download all at one time is your book, because that's not broken up. So your book is one file. Your designs are all individual files, so you would find the file you want, the size you want, the design you want, and you can download just that one. So you don't have to do a ton of collections at once. And because they stay in your account, you no longer have to have all these USBs to save, your designs to, which is great. Will it work on the Kindle? The PDF will work on the Kindle, but you just cannot download your designs to the Kindle. Okay, your designs are still going to have to go on a USB, or if you can, send them virtually from your computer to your machine. Gift cards, memberships. Oh, Miss Stevie, you cannot. So gift cards, the virtual gift cards from Anita Good Design, that is one of the exclusions. So our gift cards do not work on all access memberships. They work on our products, our individual collections. They'll even work on things like your signature series you can purchase with your gift cards as well. But the all access membership, unfortunately, does not qualify for the gift cards. Okay, great questions. Everybody's asking really, really good questions. Okay, I'm going to let you all keep popping them up. I will keep answering. We talked about who to contact. Again, do not forget that if you sign up for your all access, and it could be a renewal, it could be the full year, it could be the digital, you're going to receive a extra $50 gift card for signing up for one of these. Like, how crazy is that? That's awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Now, I have one other deal I have to tell you all about. For those of you that are going to our website, AnitaGoodDesign.com, and doing some shopping, I'm going to give you a coupon code. How about that? Your coupon code is, everybody get their pen, get your paper, HoopFest 2021. All one word, HoopFest 2021. That's your coupon code. So when you go to AnitaGoodDesign.com, you're going to do all your shopping, add your goodies into your shopping cart. There's going to be a little place for you that says coupon code. You add that coupon code, and it's going to give you 50% off. Hey, 50% off. Again, that does exclude, okay, your all access. But your 50% off is going to be good on anything that you shop for, almost on anything. There's always exclusions on AnitaGoodDesign.com. So 50% off. That's your coupon code, HoopFest2021. And you know what? If you have a friend that could not join us today and they are sad, we are sad for them because we're having so much fun. You let them know about that coupon code too, because sharing is caring, right? Okay, so quickly, I think I have a couple more minutes. Let me check my time. Okay, so I have about 10 minutes. Let me show you quickly, not even 10 minutes. Time flies when we're having fun here at Anita Good Design. My all access again, Okay, this is the June All Access. It comes in color, again, whether it is your PDF or it is your in-person magazine or your physical magazine. Okay, you're gonna have all pictures. You will see a picture of every single design that comes in your All Access. So there is no surprises. The back of your magazine has every single collection that comes in each month. We have the month and the year up here too. So it's really easy for storage and finding exactly what it is that you would like. I'm gonna show you some samples. So we have fruit slices. This is a project collection, and I'm starting with this because I just think it's the cutest. And we show you how to make these individual slices. They're individual fruit slices, okay? And we show you how to connect them together. We added a zipper, and we made a fruit slice bag. Ah, how cute is that? Orange, you glad I brought my cute purse with me today? We have lots of puns here at Anita Good Design. We show you how to add your strap on here as well. So if you are going to the pool or you're going somewhere and you need your orange slice, I am all for it. So this is just one type of fruit. We have kiwis, we have limes, I think there's a watermelon. And then not only do we show you how to create these cute purses, but we also show you how to make a really cute pillow too. Actually, on the cover, you can see here, that's the pillow that we made in the orange slice. And then this is the bag. Sorry, we're backwards on this, so my pointing might be a little bit really off. Oh, thanks, you guys love the purse. Now this one is, this quilt, I cannot even just explain how gorgeous this is. It is called Savannah Sunsets. I don't know, I'm gonna cover myself up for 1 second to try and give you really a good peek, but it's all different animals. Okay, look at this. Oh, look at how pretty. I'm gonna pull it up. And this is only half the quilt. Look at these. How incredible. We show you how to place your fabric. We show you how to place it so that way you get this really cool ombre sunset effect. And you can see the way we created this is we went from our lightest color, medium color, dark color. So it really gives you that sunset effect. Look at these animals. Just beautiful. We give you sashing. We give you your connecting blocks. Let me show you over here. Oh, now so all of our All Access members received all of these collections in June. So our All Access members are making these, okay? Now, of course, we have our patriotic patches. You know, we have 4th of July coming up. So, and I'm just showing you a couple designs. Now, in patches, I think we have like 10 different designs. But how cute are these? You can add them to your hat, your bag. You all wanted, you know, matching family t-shirts when you go to your parades this year, hopefully. Okay, that is our patchwork patches. Let's see, I get so excited. I just love our designs and then seeing them finished, it's great. We have our embroidered mouse pads. So we have homemade mouse pads here, and this is the mouse pad material. We give you all the directions. We tell you how to stitch these all out. We tell you what kinds of materials you need. We have our step-by-step pictures, of course, as well. This one says, be you. How cute are these to customize these for your friends and your family? Doing all the things. Look, this matches my shirt today. I'm doing all the things today, right? We all are. We all are doing all the things. Okay, what else do we have here? We have Little Southern Sioux. These are really great designs of our Southern Sioux, our little Miss Belle over here, Southern Belle. These are great little embroidery designs. We show you how to add them to linens, how to make little placemats. I mean, these are really sophisticated and great for your dining room, but how fun, can we get June All Access if we sign up now? How fun is this if you have like a little tea party with one of your little kids or granddaughters? It'd be great. Neighbors, if you want to sign up for All Access, and I know I'm already convincing you that you need and want June, just when you sign up, you're going to have to let one of our customer experience people know that you want June. We can get that out to you. And yes, you don't want to miss June. It's incredible. And I'm going to tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm going to cheat here. If you are new to Anita Good Design and you don't know this, we celebrate Christmas in July. So July's issue, July and October are our Christmas heavy months. And Christmas in July this year, it is chef's kiss. It's incredible. You do not want to miss it. So now is the time to sign up for your all access. You for sure 100% want to get signed up. Yes, we can get you your June. Just make sure you let somebody at Anita Good Design know that's the one you want to start with. But you don't want to miss July. You do not want to miss July. It is Christmas heavy. Christmas in July begins. Woo! And you want to be a part of this club. You want to be a part of this club. I'm going to show you one or two more designs, and then unless there's any more questions, the flip-flops are cute. I'm with you. Unless there's any more questions, I'm going to, kind of kick it back because I could be here all day talking to you all. We have, what collection is this? This is our Seabirds collection. Christmas in July is the best thing ever. Yes, I agree, Miss Brittany. It's amazing. So look at how beautiful. We have some applique embroidery, and we just, we have artists that draw for us. Our artists are amazing. They draw for machine embroidery, and I mean, you can see it. These realistic animals are just beautiful, as long as they're not pooping on you, right? When you go to the beach, you're always being careful with that, right? Oh, incredible. So really, really quickly, again, let me tell you before I turn it back over, okay? But we are just so excited. So you have your all access, your 3 different options. We have the digital option, which is your newest, latest, and greatest. And that is $4.99 for the entire year, 12 months of all access, $4.99. Plus, don't forget, you're going to get that $50 extra gift card if you sign up before June 30th. Okay, this deal for Hoop Fest does end June 30th, and we are East Coast time, so 11:59 p.m. Keep that in mind, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Eastern time is important, so make sure you sign up before June 30th and get that $50 gift card. You have your physical option with the actual physical book. $1,400 in cost for your 12 months with a $1,400 gift card. Good for AnitaGoodDesign.com, excluding, don't forget, you cannot use that gift card to buy another year of all access. Again, I laugh because you all are very savvy shoppers. It makes me giggle, but we can't do that, okay? And then you have your renewal option if you don't want any free gifts and you just kind of want it cut and dry and you just want your new 12 months of magazine. That's going to be $9.99. All right, now don't forget your coupon code. Coupons. Okay, this is good for 50% off, 50% off. It is Hoop Fest 2021. All one word. Don't worry about capitals or anything like that. You're going to just add that in the coupon code section on AnitaGoodDesign.com. Here, there we go. Here is your coupon code. HoopFest 2021. This also is going to expire on June 30th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Oh my goodness, I can't even believe my time is up. How much fun did we have today? I hope everybody enjoyed learning about Anita Good Design. It really was my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Hey, Lauren.
Yes.
I'm super pumped right now just watching you get excited about Anita Good Design.
Well, thank you. Yes, we do not lack excitement here.
Hey, so I got to work a deal with you right now.
Okay.
So all the retail people have been texting me already, and they said, oh my gosh, if we do Anita Good Design live in the store, we want Lauren.
Oh, how sweet. Well,
Is that a deal?
Absolutely. I'd love to.
All right. So
my pleasure.
We're going to have some live events here in local Southern California. Lauren's going to be coming out. And so y'all, when y'all look for the events page and sign up, and we have these local events and get to see her in person. So Lauren, thank you so much for coming on this morning and being part of our Hoop Fest.
Absolutely. You all have so much fun. I know you have a great day ahead of you.
Oh, we sure do.
All
And
right.
hey, did a great job, and everybody loves Anita Good Design. And so, guys, hey, go on. You can go on our website. You can go to Anita Good Design's website. Go check out all those clubs, and make sure that y'all jump on that and take advantage of those gift cards and that special price, that discount. So, if you've been thinking about Anita Good Design, now's the time to do it. So, hey, we're moving on, guys, and hope y'all loved that presentation. But hey, our next presentation is going to be awesome as well. Hey, we got Aine McCarthy from Dime going to be here. And guess what? She's going to talk all about hooping. But I got to tell you about Aine. Aine, she first started sewing in the first grade, making doll clothes by hand. And, she grew up as a garment sewer, learning from her mother and using sewing machines as soon as she was big enough to touch the pedals. I think y'all can relate to that. And retiring from veterinarian school or veterinarian medicine, she teaches sewing classes and works part-time for her local sewing center. And we're super excited to have her part of our show. So, Aine, welcome to Hoop Fest.
Thank you, Blaine, and good morning, everyone.
Well, good morning to you. And I know that you're going to talk all about hooping this morning, and we're super excited to see what you have to offer and all the products you're going to show us.
That's great. So shall we get started?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this special Hoop Fest. And I'm going to start everyone out this morning with a little quiz, but I promise there's no math. Isn't it great to start out Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock Pacific time with a quiz? So I've got to ask you, what do all of the following have in common? I'm going to show you a few items. So what do the following have in common? Let's see what we've got here. First of all, let me hide that. Okay, we've got a terry cloth towel. We've got a cute little, they call these button bags, but they're zipper flip top cases. A ball cap, a sweatshirt, an apron. Are you getting something? How about a canvas tote bag? A quilt sandwich. That looks like luscious, very rich red velvet. Are you getting the trend here? A cuff on a shirt. Or a baby snap suit. We know them as the onesie brand. You know what all of those 10 objects are? They are all the top 10 most wanted. And it's not because they are wanted by the FBI, but still they are pretty notorious. They are all our top 10 most hard to hoop items. There they are right there. Wouldn't they look great with embroidery though? Aren't you just dying to put some embroidery on them? Well, now you can embroider them all because they all can be hooped. And I'm going to show you how with the Snap Hoop Monster. This is our 2-piece magnetic hoop from Dime. And now with the Snap Hoop Monster, you can hoop the hard to hoop items, the quilt sandwiches, the baby suits, the t-shirts, tote bags, heavy fabric like thick terry cloth or sweatshirts, velour, corduroy, canvas, the things that we were told not to hoop, even leather. You can do shirt cuffs, you can do ball caps, you can do cosmetic cases. You can even do continuous hooping where you're going to do embroidery right next to embroidery. And sometimes, some mornings, our hands are just a little bit too achy to manage those screw clamps. So these are a lifesaver. These are a game changer. So why not? Let's see how. I'm going to go to my camera right here. And the first thing I want you to see is this turquoise mat. This is the Dime hoop mat. This is a flat silicone mat with a printed grid. And this helps hold your bottom frame of your hoop, whether it be a standard or a magnetic hoop, in place while you bring your fabric and your stabilizer over. It's not sticky, it just provides enough friction so that you're not chasing that bottom hoop all over everywhere. And this is your lifesaver. This is the Snap Hoop Monster. You can see it's 3 pieces. The top is a plastic frame, and this is where the magnets are. And you can see that I've already got my centering rulers attached. And if I turn it over, you will see that there are notches on 2 corners. They're there for a reason, because they go away from the machine attachment and they provide handy little notches for you to lift up the top frame. The second part is the hoop shield. This looks like a corrugated piece of plastic, and it's very important to have that between the top and bottom frames when you store it. Not when you use it, but when you store it. In fact, it's got this little handy little carrying handle. And the bottom is the metal frame, and this is where it attaches to the machine. And so you can see on the hoop mat, when I put it here, I can give it just a little nudge and it's not going to move. So let's start hooping some of those top 10 most wanted. The first one is this nice plush terry cloth towel, and it is really nice and thick. And I'm just going to put maybe an embossed design or maybe a monogram right here. Now I could hoop this with my standard hoop, but take a look at this. Look at a lot of these towels now, they are as thick as the hoop itself. So even if you open it up all the way and you're going to hoop it the standard way, you are going to really struggle to get that in there. And then when you screw it down, you lift it up and the ring pops out. Well, that's not good. That's too much hassle and that's too much frustration. So I'm going to show you how to do it with the magnetic hoop. So I'm going to put that down, and I've got on the bottom frame marked so I can use my hoop mat to center it. I'm just going to bring my stabilizer over and then lay my towel right on top, just about like that. And then I'm going to bring the top frame over. And let me straighten this out so it looks nice. Now I'm going to bring the left-hand part of the hoop down first so that I want to make sure that this frame is flush on top of the metal. So I'm going to be able to go up and down like this to make sure that it's right in line. I can feel it right underneath, and I'm just going to drop it down and it is in place, and I can smooth it out. And now that's so much easier and so much more, less hassle, more fun. And that's what this hobby is all about. Now, there were things that we were taught not to hoop, such as fabric, such as velour and corduroy and velvet. Why? Because it leaves hoop burn. Now I'm going to show you, this is a little piece of purple duck cloth. And so duck cloth is like a canvas, only woven with a little bit thinner thread, so it's a little bit thinner. But I hoop this with my standard hoop, and look what I've got. This is hoop burn. Now you might say like, oh, you can press that out, but I'm going to show you very closely right around here and down here. These fibers, when they have to go over the outer ring and make a turn and go under the inner ring, that crushes and breaks these fibers. So even if you press the fold out, you're still going to have a ghost of a ring, of a hoop, because you've got these little white marks, and it'll look shiny because those fibers have been compressed and permanently damaged, and this fabric is ruined. So what else? Here's some other hard to hoop items. Aprons, especially for blanks. Aprons are coming back, and we love to embroider, whether it be a logo or a design for the holidays on the apron. But look at what you've got to contend with. You've got a rather confined space, and you've got this facing here, which is sewn. The seams are not trimmed, but you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 layers of fabric. Take my word for it, this is hard to hoop in a standard hoop because it's going to be loose up here and then tight here, and you're not going to have even hold on your hoop. It's so much easier to put your magnetic hoop in there once you have your design center and drop that in place, and it's going to hold it here, make a few adjustments, and it's going to hold it up here and down here with the same strength. And that is not going to go anywhere. Also with aprons, this is what I talk about, continuous embroidery. So there's a nonprofit art fair that I volunteer for, And one of the things is I made aprons with the logo for the staff. And so I have a stash of these so that when volunteers come in, if they want, I can embroider their name here. Well, I don't want to smash this complex fill that I've already embroidered in a standard hoop. So I am going to so easily just hoop that with my magnetic hoop, and then I can embroider the name up here, and this embroidery is not going to get damaged. Now, how about pretty much the poster child for hard to hoop items, and that is a quilt sandwich. And a quilt sandwich is the top, the batting, and the backing. Now, this is a small table runner because certainly I couldn't get an entire quilt under here, but I'm going to quilt this, and I'm going to start in the center. And yes, it's going to be very difficult to do this with my standard hoop. So I'm going to get my 5x7 snap hoop monster, just put that on the underneath, and I'm going to bring the top over, and I'm feeling in place, and I just drop that down, and I am hooped. And I can make small little adjustments in the snap hoop monster to make sure that my design is exactly centered where I want it. Another one of the great things about these snap hoop monsters is they are essential when quilting with your embroidery machine. And quilting with your embroidery machine is one of the things that are so much fun to do. When you've got a big quilt, imagine, when you've got a big quilt at your embroidery machine and you are ready to stitch a new section, you do not have to bring the quilt and the hoop off of the machine. All you do is you lift up the top frame, you can hang it over the head of the machine, you'll just move to a new section, rearrange your quilt, move to a new section, bring the top frame back down, drop it in place, and now you are ready to quilt this section. Another essential tool that I want to show you for these snap hoop monsters is you can see if I was doing this table runner and quilting this section, I would have this part rolled up in the throat of the machine. And everybody who has embroidered long enough has had the mishap of something falling in to the throat, to the field, and getting sewn down. Well, this hoop guard will help avoid that. So this is a metal piece that just snaps underneath the hoop, the top frame of the hoop, and it creates a barrier to prevent any excess fabric from falling into the sewing field. Now, here is another way that you are going to love this snap hoop monster, and that is embroidering a onesie. This is the onesie Gerber brand of baby snap suits, and everybody loves to put a little bit of embroidery right here, but these are probably the #1 hardest to hoop items. I'm going to show you a technique to do it that will make it easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So first of all, you're going to start with a onesie, of course, and notice that these are knits. So this is an unstable fabric. That instability has to be neutralized before we embroider it to avoid that pushing and that puckering. And we do that with a cutaway stabilizer. The best one to use is a fusible, because you can see the shine on there, that's the adhesive, a fusible mesh. This is a nylon mesh. This is the fused side, this is the other side. So and notice how big it is. It is as big as my 4x4 hoop. It has to go beyond the edges of the hoop. A lot of people make the mistake of just cutting a piece just as big as the design. No, you want this to be in the hoop. And you are going to attach it to the wrong side of the onesie. So just like this, so I'm going to turn this out. This is the front, back side. So I'm going to fuse this right here throughout the entire back. Let it cool so that the adhesive sets up, and then turn it back outside in, because you are going to mark it then with a target sticker. So through the magic of television or computers, this is the fusible no-show fused on the onesie. And then I have the target sticker marked right there. This is the front. This is the back. See the label right there. Okay, put that target sticker to mark the center of your design after you fuse this on, or else you're going to fuse the sticker on too. Okay, so here's the technique. I am going to put the stabilizer side down and turn the onesie upside down. So it is inside out, stabilizer down, upside down, so that you see the label upside down just like this. So if you've got that configuration. Now I am going to take my 4x4 hoop and I'm going to put my hoop guard at the south end, at the bottom end. How do I know? Because there's my notches right there. The notches go away from the machine attachment. So I've got the hoop guard at this end. I'm going to put it through the diaper opening of the onesie, right through like that, so that it comes right out, there it is, of the neck hole right there. Diaper end, there's the hoop guard sticking out right there. All right, let me grab the frame. So there's my frame right there. Now I'm going to bring my onesie over and drop down the left-hand side, drop down the right-hand side, and you can certainly do some adjustments to make sure that it is all smoothed out. Check the back. I'm going to pull this out just a little bit. And that's what's so good about the Snap Hoop Monster, is that you can make these small adjustments. So now you've got it like this, okay? Bring the diaper portion up, gather it up, roll it over the hoop guard, and now you are ready to embroider that entire field right there. That is so easy, and of course, you're going to make sure and take the time to make sure that you've got it straight and everything. So that is so easy to hoop a onesie. So I'm going to go back to my slides for just a minute and maybe help in, a lot of people ask, what size hoop should I get? Well, it really depends. If you are going to quilt with your embroidery machine, and why wouldn't you, then get the largest size that your machine will accommodate. You're going to be able to do fewer hoopings, you're going to be able to use larger designs, and you've got more room to position and center your design. For other uses like the garments and a lot of things that we talked about, think about the standard size hoop that you use and maybe select that one. And what a great time to get hoops today, because they're all on special. So why not get 2 of them? That's what my husband tells me when I can't decide what pair of shoes to get. He said, just get them both. So now you're going to be able to embroider all those difficult items that are on that top 10 list, everything that we talked about. So here's the hoop mat that I showed. This is the silicone mat. It's got a printed surface. It's easy to roll up and take to class, so look for that. Great price today. And here's a picture of what I was explaining under the camera, where you would, when you are doing quilting, to reposition the quilt, just lift the top frame off, hang it over the head of your machine, reposition your quilt, drop it back down, and you're ready to stitch the next section. There's a picture of the hoop guard in place, keeping that excess field out of your sewing field. You can use that hoop guard not only for quilt, but also for these big bath towels to keep that out of the way. And you saw me use that hoop guard to hoop up a onesie. Now I want to just introduce you to the best, one of my favorite hoops of all time, and that is the sticky hoop. Now this is a one-piece metal hoop. You use it by loading adhesive stabilizer on the back. It holds embroidery projects without a top frame, and I'm going to show you how that works. We've got various sticky hoop sizes for Baby Lock, for Bernina, for Janome Elna, and for Viking. All of them come with 25 pre-cut sheets of sticky tearaway stabilizer and the centering ruler. So if you've got one of those machines, then we've got a sticky hoop for you. So let's take a look at some of these, shall we? So this is, I'm going to go back to my camera. This is the sticky hoop, and it comes with 25 sheets of this stabilizer. Now, normally when we use sticky tearaway, of course, we're going to hoop the entire thing, we score it, and we peel the protective paper off. For the sticky hoop, which is here, you would just peel the entire piece off, and then you would place it on the back of the sticky hoop. And I've done that, and I just keep this protective paper on here so that stuff doesn't stick to it. So you can see here that yes, it is sticky, and it is top frameless, so that this is where it attaches to the machine. Now think of all the things that are on that top 10 list that you can now embroider. The first, an embroider buddy. And you may be familiar with these. These are these plush animals that have a hidden zipper, and they have a stuffing pod that you just take off, and isn't it cute? So now you take the stuffing pod out. This one is already embroidered, but look how easy that would be to put his tummy on there, center your design, and everything's out of the way, and you're ready to take that to the machine. If you've got slippers like these are Velcro attachment, great gifts. You can also put these right down, and you'll appreciate that. If you wanted to, putting a top frame on there, that would interfere, and you don't want that. So you can put the slipper down, you can embroider this one, tear it off, bring the next one in, and you can embroider that one. As you can see there, you can do it this way, that way. And you can do hard to hoop items like this. The cosmetic cases, like you saw with the flip top lid, you can place those right down very easily. Right there, you've got a directional target sticker so that you remember to flip your design. You could even base this in place, because this zipper on the side there will interfere and not want it set flat. So you could run a little basting stitch around your design. Here's another type of cosmetic case. This has a flip top, and it's got a hanger in it. You can also embroider that. You just press that down on the sticky hoop. Again, remember to turn your design upside down. This one I would not base, because this is kind of a vinyl plastic, and that's just going to punch a whole lot of holes in that material. Another great way to use the sticky hoop is with doing edge stitching, such as this lace. See this design, it kind of dribbles off of the edge of the design. Great for a spring holiday napkin table setting. And for this one, because I don't want tearaway on the back here, I'm going to load with this sticky hoop with water-soluble sticky, such as an adhesive sew and wash. This is a water-soluble with an adhesive surface, and you can put your design right there, and you can line it up. I used a template on our print and stick target paper to help me line up that design. Line that up, and then you stitch this lace design, and the water soluble will all dissolve away. Now, maybe there's a question of, why can't I use my bottom frame of my snap hoop monster as a sticky hoop? Well, I'm going to show you on this 4x4. The snap hoop monsters have a suede strip. If you put sticky stabilizer on the back here, then you run the risk of tearing these suede strips off. They're there for a reason. They allow the hoop to move more effortlessly over your machine bed, and they protect it from scratches. So if you put sticky stabilizer on this and tear them off, you could ruin those suede strips. The sticky hoop does not have those suede strips, but the sticky stabilizer still protects the machine bed from the metal hoop. So that's the sticky hoop. I absolutely love it. And I'm going to go back to my slides because we've got just 5 minutes left. And I'm going to bring Blaine back in to see if we've got any questions.
Well, man, that was a great presentation. And I tell you, people, you don't really realize how important hoops are, do you?
I know. And how many ways that they can be used to hoop these hard to hoop items.
And I loved when you were demonstrating the onesie with the hoop guard. That to me is just ingenious how that works. And I know that, that's a big challenge to people trying to, when they, onesies are so small, to get it hooped right. And then you're thinking, okay, how's that going to work without, embroidering through both sides? And that hoop guard, the way you demonstrated, it works perfect. And it just, demonstrates how you can do it. So great job doing that.
Thank you, Blaine. I know many times that we're trying to nest up that onesie and we end up with maybe an inch and a half area to embroider without, clipping it and taping it down. And that technique, you get a whole lot more area that is free of interference of the rest of the garment.
Oh, it's incredible. So let me remind everybody that's watching out there how they can get these products. So all those products, we have them on our website. You can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. All the products you're seeing there, the mat and all the different things, it's a call-in special. So you will have to call in to get the price, the Hoop Fest show pricing. And you can give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our agents. They're standing by on the phones. If you can't get through on the phones today, because our call volume is extremely high today, if you can't get through, Kyle has been putting links up in the chat in YouTube and Facebook. He's putting a link up to our Google Sheets page. And what that does, it's a page that gets updated real time in our call center. You can go in there, put your name, your contact number, and the product that you're inquiring about. And what they're going to do is our call center, as soon as they get off the phones, they're going to look at that list and they'll be calling you to try to help you out, answer questions, or take your order. But we have a show special on the dime products you just saw, and but you have to call in to get that special. Great pricing today on these. And again, oh man, I think she did a great job of demonstrating that and showing you all about it. And so anyway, I think we are ready to move on, and we appreciate Aine coming on there and showing us all that stuff. She did an awesome job, and thank you again for Dime for being one of our major sponsors. And so, hey guys, our next presenter, hey, we are going to talk all about an embroidery machine. And so I got to tell you about 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐞 McMinn. He's president and CEO of Stitch It International. He has 25 years in the business, and 20 of that of being a CEO. He was born and raised in the business, due to his father starting Stitch It International. And other than creating innovative embroidery machines and accessories, Kyle has the pleasure of working with his three brothers. So it's a family business. And, they're our distributor for the SWF 12 needle machine. And so welcome to the show, Kyle.
Aine, how are you?
I'm awesome, man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Hey, nice to see you again.
Good
Thanks
to
for the
see
little
you.
background.
Hey, how are things in 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐿, Missouri this morning?
They are extremely hot. Let me tell you, hot and humid today. And we're just glad for some nice weather, and glad that we get the time to get on here with you guys. So, it's funny because a lot of people talk about my history and background in the business. I actually was born into this business at about 3 to 4 years old. My dad had an actual embroidery business with, I think, 150 heads of embroidery at that time. And at about 3 and 4 years old, how I got my start in embroidery, I was pulling the backing off of the back of shirts and hats and things like that. along with my 3 brothers. So child labor a little bit, but hey, it got us going and got us a start in the embroidery world. And here I am. I'm 35 now. I've been in this business literally since the beginning. And my mom started the business back, I think it was in 1986. And so we're still family owned, operated. And we've had the pleasure of bringing on the SWF brand. And I'm sorry, our camera quality is not great, so we're having a hard time getting zoomed in on some of this stuff. But I can't wait to show you guys this machine. And one thing too, SWF has been around since around 1986 as well. They started in the commercial world. They actually did sewing machines only. And then they started doing commercial embroidery machines around 1995. They quickly came into the world of embroidery machines and the commercial side and just really made a splash. They were very nice machines. And so what they did, they came to us and said, listen, we want to get into more of the home, the hobby, small startup side. And so they created this SWF MAS 12. Which, you know, I'm very, very pleased with the quality of it. And I think what the biggest feature that we can point out on this is the fact that they come from the commercial embroidery world. It's not just something that was created from a hobbyist. This has some of the same motors, same features, same software background that the machines that are ran in the big factories like Nike, Perry Ellis, you name it. They have the SWF brand. Now we take it, we bundle all that down into a smaller package. When I say a smaller package, it literally is, you know, a good size. I think the machine itself is about 85 pounds. You know, I don't know if you can see this, but this is a flat table here, but this can be lifted off very easily. You can see I'm lifting it myself right there. It's got a couple slots that go in and sit. So it's very, very portable. You know, the good thing is very sleek design too. So let's talk about the machine a little bit. Like I said, it's 12 needle. The machine, when it ships, it comes pre-threaded. So I know that that's one of those things that a lot of people a little worried about threading it, especially when you're coming from a single needle machine and different things. But, you know, in my experience in embroidery, not a lot of designs have more than 12 colors. You know, a lot of them are typically 5 to 6 to 7 colors. And so with a 12 color, you're not going to have to change out a whole lot. And the good thing about it is it's all the way threaded down. You see, we have some tubes here, comes through your tensioner and down through. Looks intimidating, but let me tell you, it's not at all. When you go to change, you're just going to take a cone of thread off. And I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to see our cones of thread, but we will take this cone of thread off, pull a little extra, tie it on, and then you can actually pull that all the way through to the needle to change your colors if you need something that's not on there. So that is one thing that, you know, I always tell people that are new into the business or maybe coming from a single needle or a sewing machine is don't be intimidated by the machine. This thing is very easy to use. The threading and stuff is very simple. So as we come down here, we'll just talk about a few more features here. One that I like a lot, and it's kind of an unstated thing, is the light bar here. As most of you probably know, when you're down there trying to thread a needle, it's a little bit hard to see that needle. This light thing, which you can see removes out of the way, really gets down there close, and you can really get in to see the needle. A couple other features in the machine here is the machine comes standard with 5 sets of hoops, and I'm going to show you those right now. This is a round standard. We're going to start with this one. This is our 12 centimeter hoop. Very nice for running stuff on collars, sleeves, things like that. So that's number one. And when I say a set, just, you know, a set is 2. And the reason they do 2, unlike a lot of other in the commercial world, you want to have, if you're doing a job of 10, you want to have one hooped up and then you have one hooped up running. And then on the other side, you want to have another one hooped up. So as soon as you pull it off, you can put the other one on. So it saves time and all that stuff. So again, that's the 12 centimeter. So that's hoop number 1. And you get 2 of those. You bump up to a 15 centimeter. That is roughly 5.5 inches all the way around. So a little bit bigger design there. Next one is an 18 centimeter. So you can see, and I'm going to say that's roughly about 6 inches for those of you that I'm not sure why we're still doing stuff in centimeters, but we are. So here's the about 6 inch by 6 inch. We're going to bump up to, excuse me, let me set these down here. We're going to bump up to the 24 by 24. That is going to be a guess of about 9 inches by 9 inches, you know, and that's going to do your smaller jacket back. That's actually the hoop I have on here now, and I am running a jacket back of a shirt. And then we go up to the largest size, and this is one thing I think that really helps on a machine of this size. This hoop is a 9 inch by 14 inch across here. That's a very large sewing field for a compact machine. So that's going to fit most of your jacket back sizes, you know, towels with larger designs, things like that. And so again, it comes with 2 of these. So you're getting 10 full hoops on the flat tubular hoops. So on top of that, so let me pull this off. It's ease of use in sliding this on. It goes right on. So I popped it off. It just clicks in on the side here. One or the other. It's very, very easy to do. And so while we're on the thing of flat, I want to go over a few of the features on the tubular side of stuff. One is that this does have a trace feature all the way around. So when you put a hoop on and you put a design in, then you can trace it. It has a little, you can't really see it. There's a laser pointer here. And it will trace it all the way around. So we don't want to hit a hoop or something like that. In the design here, or in the computer here, you can go in and select your hoop. So for example, I'm on the 24 by 24. When I do that, I'm going to go in here on my design, I'm going to select 24 by 24 hoop. And that way my design, if for some reason I put in too big of a design, it's going to throw an error saying, hey, watch out, you're going to hit a hoop. So that's a nice feature. We don't want to break any parts of this embroidery machine. So one of the great features of this, Blaine, and I don't know if we can talk about this enough, is Wi-Fi capability. This design, it does have also the thumb drive. You can see it here. It goes right in the back. Click it in right here. But if you have a home Wi-Fi network or a business Wi-Fi network, no matter what it is, this comes with a little built-on Wi-Fi router. And what it does is it allows you to transfer designs from the computer into the computer of the machine without having to have any thumb drives or cabling or anything. You know, in the Wi-Fi world we live in, everything is Wi-Fi. And so that's a really cool feature. So what you can do is you get into the computer of the machine, and then you can see all the designs that are on your computer and just pull them over just through Wi-Fi. So you don't have to do any cabling. So I think that's one of the coolest features that they come up with. You know, it just eliminates a little bit of that hassle of trying to remember what designs are on your thumb drive, which designs are on your computer, and things like that. So, you know, one of the very, very cool features that they've packed into this thing. And, you know, a couple other things is this thing will run 1,000 stitches a minute. And I think that one of the things that you're going to know when you're coming from a commercial machine into this, you know, the standard in the commercial industry is running 1,000 stitches a minute. Very, very fast. So you can do a 3,000 stitch design in 3 minutes, you know, minus the hooping. So I think that's one of the things also that they've been able to do by coming from a commercial background into the home hobby is put in the faster motors, the faster processor, all of those things that were on their commercial machines into this. So, you know, the other thing is this has 490 million stitch memory inside this computer here. 400, you know, Blaine, 490 million stitches is, you know, that's as many designs as you can imagine before you're ever going to have to delete a design out here. And some of it too is because they've been able to add a larger screen, so we get a little more computer bandwidth back here. But on this screen, you know, looking at 10.4 inch screen, and you know, I have bad eyes, so to me, I love having a little bit bigger screen. You know, all of the little icons down here are very self-explanatory. Ease of use is something that I think, and I've been around a lot of embroidery machines, I think that this is about one of the easiest ones I've seen. Very non-intimidating, but also with the sleek design. It takes DST format. So that is something that almost all embroidery softwares take DST format. So if you have designs already, a lot of people come from a single needle or come up, your software that you currently have will have DST format in it. And the cool thing about that is you will not have to add, if you already previously have a single needle, you will not have to add another computer or another software. You can keep your current software and run it with this machine. So there's no additional computer that you have to buy. There's no additional software you have to buy, which, as you know, what softwares are, it's, that's a nice advantage on the price when you don't have to buy a couple $1,000 software to do this. So anyway, another thing too, before I go into more features, this thing has a 7-year factory warranty. And 7-year factory warranty, as far as I know, Blaine, I think that's the longest in the business. And I've been working with SWF for 10 years. I've never seen them not help with something from the factory. Their warranty is one of the best I've ever seen. In 7 years, I mean, that's huge. So a couple other things is the freehand stitch. And the freehand stitch in this computer, what it does, and I've seen a couple of people do this, and it's really cool. So you can go in, and we'll go into the freehand stitch mode, and there's a little stylus pin here. Let me get that off. See if I can pop it off here. So there's a little stylus pin. So let's say you have a grandchild, or a grandchild, or you just want to do something cool. But one of the things that you can do, you go to the freehand stylus stitch, and you could literally take a grandchild and draw their name. Let's say it's Billy. Write in Billy. This will auto digitize the word Billy in their handwriting. Then you can turn around, and because it's auto digitized, you can put it right onto a hat, a shirt, a garment. I've been into a couple boutiques, and the cool thing about that is that you can have people come in and they'll do like a walk-in deal. The grandchild will write their name on the screen, auto digitize right onto a garment of their choosing, and the money for that is great because it's a grandma wanting something that's authentic from their grandchild. Just one of the many cool features. I know it's kind of a small thing, but wanted to point that out. Also, this stylus pen can also work for, this is touchscreen here, so this can work for anything on here that's working. It also recognizes finger, but you also can have this stylus pen. So let me put that back. It's got a little holder back here. So in my many years of embroidery, one thing I know is that hats are a hassle. That's why we have the Durkee frame that you guys sell that does the flat, turns a hat into flats. So one of the best things about this machine, if you do hats or are planning to do hats with your new business, or you're expanding your business or whatever, we have a hat system patented by SWF, and it's called the Quick Change Hat System. And I'm going to demo that through. And so anybody out there that has ran hats or attempted to run hats, they're going to be blown away by this feature. I believe, Blaine, it's an optional feature that you guys can add in. So all the customers out there, let me tell you, if you're going to aspire to do hats, this is the way to go. So we're running flats here. And so what I'm going to do is so let's say I'm done with my flats. I'm going to pop this off. You see, I'm done here. Got my design all finished. I'm going to discard that. So I'm going to try to give you guys a close view. So most of you know what the tubular arms are. These are your tubular arms right here on the side, right? So these fit in your tubular arms just like a hoop. So, and then we also have a little hole here. And so why we call this the quick change, almost everybody else's hat system has to be bolted on or some screws under here. All we have to do is watch this. So we slide it right here, fit it right into the hoop, and bam, you're running hats. So the cool thing about that is I've switched from running flats to hats in a matter of 3-4 seconds. The other cool thing about that is on this hat frame, I'm going to grab one here. It's 270 degrees. So if you can see this here, I'm going to try to put it up here. You can run from here on a hat to here on a hat, 270 degrees. So a lot of you have probably seen where they embroidery from the side of the hat all around. You can do that without having to re-hoop the hat. So you would hoop the hat. It's going to slide right on here, click in, boom, and you're running hats. Now we have to flip it 270 degrees so it's turned over. But the cool thing about that is, and Blaine, you probably know, on a lot of the hoops a lot of the hats, a structured hat is the hardest hat to run. A non-structured can fit into an easy cap frame and can be laid flat, but when it's structured, you also have to deal with the structure of the hat. So when you go to put a structured hat flat, you're actually damaging the hat. One of the most common things that people are wanting right now is like a Richardson trucker style hat. It's very structured. So two things there. The motors are big enough, it'll push through it, so we can run very thick structured hats. But then you turn around and you add this onto it too, where you can get without damaging the structure of the hat, because it will fit on there. We don't have to flatten it down and do it like some other machines out there. So great feature. Sooner or later, if you are in this business, you're going to have somebody that comes up and says, hey, will you run this hat for me? You know, I don't care where you're at in the business, they're going to want something done on the hat. I know a very common thing is doing monograms on a hat, different logos, ball teams, things like that. Just depends on what you're doing, but you will run into a time where you want to do hats. So you have the option with our machine to do the quick change rather than having to buy, an extra device that's an aftermarket device. And, and you can also do that as well. You can still, this will work with the Durkee frame, and another thing is it will work with Mighty Hoops as well. For you, those of you that are familiar with magnetic Mighty Hoops, they have this size. And another great add-on feature, we sell a lot of Mighty Hoops with these things. So, that's one of in my mind, probably the best feature from a embroidery standpoint. Some of these other ones are just convenience things with the Wi-Fi and stuff like that. But that in real embroidery, which is the world I come from, we're looking at, really saving people time, really saving people money, and please being able to offer, we can offer hats to our customers and stuff. So, Blaine, are you getting any questions or anything that you'd like me to answer? As far as anything that I've went through, I know I went through that pretty quick, but I know I only get 30 minutes. So there's so many features on this thing that I had to go through it pretty quick, and there's more still, but I want to open up and see if anybody's got any questions.
I think we're good right now, Kyle, but again, you're right. This thing has so many features. It's hard to get it in 30 minutes, but I got to remind everybody right now how they can actually get this. You can go to our website, in the search bar, type in SWF, and you'll go right to that page. We have got an incredible special on this right now. This machine, you're getting the frame, the cap frame that you just showed. You're getting those 2 sets of 5 hoops. So that's going to be 10 hoops total. And you're also getting the stand to sit it on. And all that is normally $99.99. We're selling it right now, $1,000 off for $89.99 this week only. Guys, that is an incredible price, and I promise you, Kyle can attest to that. This is a great price.
That is a great price.
12 needles.
Oh my God. I didn't even know you're giving that good of a deal. That's that's almost too. So as Blaine knows, since we started selling these, we have had a problem getting them in stock because they literally have rolled off the shelves so quick. And I know that you've already told me earlier that you guys are already a little low on stock and trying to get them in and bring them in. I mean, and the thing is too, the customer service that you guys have provided on these have been great. And I think that's a test to the machine too, that, when we can ship something to somebody and it works right out of the box and we can provide them with videos and training and stuff. And we're only getting better at that.
Yes.
And, you know, it's one of those things that we're committed to this, and we really want to get into the world of the hobbyists and the startup business, because we know that those customers, we want to grow with the customers, you know. And we started, like I said, back in 1986, and it was my mom that had a single head machine. And who would have thought that 30 something years later, here we are, and we're selling commercial embroidery machines, something my mom started with, literally a single needle. I think it was a Melco at that time, because that was the only machine out there. And here we are. And that's the world we bring to people, is that, hey, it is the true American dream that you can start with a single needle, work your way up through the things. And believe me, my mom is still a huge hobbyist. She has a quilter. She has a sewing machine, embroidery machine, everything. And so when I bring a machine in, I send it to her and I say, listen, you test this thing for me. You're the one doing this. Let me know if this is a good machine. And she signed off on this thing with flying colors and said, listen, very easy to use, you know, very nice with the hat feature. She hooked it into her Wi-Fi. In fact, she wouldn't give it back to me. So it's still sitting over there in her little shop, and she's still running it. So, you know, a couple other things that we may want to just cover real quick is the stand. Like I said, it sits on there, and there's little holes right here that it fits down in. But this stand also, I got it set pretty low. But this stand has multiple features. You can go up around 10 inches taller. You know, I'm 5'9", so it's at a good height for me. But some of you tall guys out there, you know, another 10 inches, just easier to see into the needle and be able to. And one other thing too, let me add this: when the cap hoop too, you get 2 of those. So same with the hoops, you're getting 2 hat hoops, so you can have one on running, hoop the other one up, have it sitting there ready to go. So if you're doing a large job, 20, 30, 40 pieces, you know, time is of the essence. So you may want to just, you know, have the next one ready, pop it off, pop it on, and be ready to go. So that's very cool as well. Let me think of any other things that we have here. I've got a few notes back here, so if you see me looking, I want to make sure I cover everything. Oh, the auto thread detection. So just meaning that if you have a thread break, it will automatically stop. The machine will let you know it has a thread break. And it will let you know on your computer, or it will let you know here on the machine as well. So if let's say you walk away from the machine, you know, at your computer, it's going to tell you that, hey, your machine stopped and you have a thread break. So that's a cool feature as well. You don't, you know, we try to, I know in the commercial world, the whole thing is to be able to put a design on there and be able to walk away, and that it runs until it may have a thread break. And so that's another nice feature, that you could be at your computer working on your next design, different things, and it'll alert you that you have a thread break, come over, fix the thread break, get back up and running. So another little cool feature there. And, you know, I could go on and on, Blaine, on everything that's packed into this thing, but got any other questions? Maybe something you want to add to that, Blaine?
Well, you know, Kyle, I think that you've said it pretty much all. That thing is awesome. And you know what's interesting about it is, I don't know of any other machine that we sell, embroidery machine, that you're getting the double hoops. So basically every size of hoop you get, including the hat hoop, you're getting a second one. So while that one is stitching, you can be hooping your next item up. So that's right. You know, feeds right into a consumer pro that somebody wants to have their own home-based business on the speed.
Yes.
Because you're going to be hooping while one's stitching, and you can, man, it's just going to help production time. And you know, the one thing too that we talked about yesterday was the biggest difference on a lot of these machines that people don't realize. You can buy that you know, other brands have you know, multi-needle machines, but they're made for the home user. But that spool up time and the time of changing the threads doesn't even compare to this machine, because it is so much faster. So if you did the same design, same size, compared to another machine, you're going to be done so much faster with the SWF compared to anything else because of that speed.
That's right. Yeah, that 1,000 stitches a minute really adds a lot of less production time, because, you know, one thing is when you are in a small business, time is money, you know. So everything in here is geared for you to save time from the speed to the amount of needles to the amount of hoops. I mean, that's why I can't say enough how coming from a commercial environment over into the home world is such an advantage, because they understand the little small things. I know multiple brands that only sell 5 hoops with 1 hoop. And then just the time to take it off, wait, rehoop it, you're talking 4 or 5 minutes. And if you do that every 4 and 5 minutes, you're probably losing out on 3 to 4 hats or 3 to 4 shirts per hour. And we all know 3 to 4 shirts, more per hour, that could equal up to $100 per hour that you're missing out on extra stuff that you can produce. So I think that's a huge advantage, really coming from that commercial world, because they understand those large commercial embroiderers. So
you're exactly right. And Kyle, the thing is, it would be different if this machine was a $15,000 machine compared to the other ones. But this, guys, I can't stress enough. This thing is, we got it for sale, $1,000 off, $89.99. We also have 60-month 0% interest financing if you need some help to make payments. But this is a 12 needle machine. You're getting double hoops. So all 5 regular hoops, you're getting a second of one of those. You're getting 2 of each size. So you can be hooping while it's stitching, and you're also getting 2 hat hoops. So while one is stitching, you can be hooping up that second hat. That is incredible. You're also getting that stand and the cap driver. So that is a great, great package. It's normally $99.99. We've got it on sale, $1,000 off for Hoop Fest for $89.99. We'll ship it free right to your door. And again, we have 60 months, 0% interest financing. And guys, I can't stress enough, we are getting low of inventory. I think Kyle touched about it. We were talking, him and I were talking on the phone, and I told him, we just got the container in last week, and these things are blowing out as soon as we got them in. And I thought we'd have more for Hoop Fest, but we're already down, getting low on them again. So if you're interested in one of these, don't delay, act today. Get on the phone, give us a call at 800-401-8151. Speak to one of our live agents. Hey, they are very familiar with this machine. Or you can speak to one of our chat agents, live chat agents on our website, and you can just go on the website and order it right on the website. But we've got the Kyle, my Kyle, I should say. My Kyle has already got the website set up to where you can order it right now and get that special pricing. And so Kyle McMinn, man, I tell you what, we are sure appreciate you coming on the show today and telling us about that. It was very informative. And I tell you, again, I don't think 30 minutes can do it justice with all the features that are built into this machine. But you did a pretty good job of getting most of them. So I think
I had to work fast. I'm almost out of breath here, but hey, I did my best.
Hey, you did great, man. And the thing about it is, again, we're like, we got that 30 minutes. So we just touched on the little high points, but there's so many. And again, that Wi-Fi, that's what's awesome about it. It has that Wi-Fi feature. And what I'm probably most impressed with about the whole thing is it digitizes right in the machine. So, like you were talking about, if somebody wants to have their child's handprint or their name or anything, they can, their child could put their hand on the screen and they could trace around it and digitize it and sew it out right there. So that's what's really.
Since I have 3 more minutes, Blaine, that reminded me of one feature that I do want to say, which is really cool, is it actually has what they call a photo stitch capability. So you can take a picture. Let's say you took a picture of a family photo. Now it's not 3D. It is a surface stitch, but it will get a likeness, a cat, a dog, or anything like that. You can take that, put that in there. It will auto digitize it, and you can sew that out on a bag or something. So another cool feature that we just kind of ran out of time here, but it's just another really cool thing that you can do. Great for a storefront, great for a boutique where you have walk-in customers because you have that capability.
Yeah, that's what the great thing about it, Kyle, is you could take a picture with your phone, send it to the computer, and then wirelessly send it right to I guess you could send it wirelessly from your phone, couldn't you?
Well, you probably are going to have to run it through
the computer first.
The computer, yes, that's right.
And then send it straight to the machine and stitch it out immediately. So I think that's a great, great feature as well. Yeah. Thanks for bringing it up because I completely forgot about the photo stitch.
Hey, when there's so many things, it's hard to catch it all. So.
I know. All right, I'm going to remind everybody one more time. Hey, Kyle, thank you for coming by today. We appreciate it. I know you're going to be here this afternoon with us again.
Yep, that's right.
And so we'll see Kyle again, and we'll talk about some more features. But hey, guys, this is the web special right now. It's the Hoop Fest special. It is the SWF 12 needle machine. It's $89.99. It comes with the cap driver, and it comes with the stand. Hey, and it's also going to have 2 hoops for every size. So you're getting 5 hoops in 5 different sizes. You're getting 2 of each one of those, and you're also getting 2 cap hoops as well. So guys, that is an incredible price. Nobody else in the industry is doing that with the hoops. That many hoops come with it, and nobody is going to be touching this price for a 12 needle consumer pro machine. This is a commercial type machine, but it has that consumer interface that you can do everything right in there in the computer on board. You need no outside computer to make this thing work. 7-year warranty is unheard of. It's the best in the business. Guys, give us a call today, 800-401-8151, or go right to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. In that search bar, put SWF, and you'll go right to that page. So guys, what a great machine. Hey, we're moving right along. And hey, we've got an educational class coming up now. And I think I talked to you a little bit about this morning. It's Marie Zinno. And hey, Marie, I've known her for years and years. Her sister Eileen, they used to have called the Stitching Sisters. They went around and did educational events all across the nation on embroidery. But, Marie, has published 40 multi-needle machine blogs, which have received 40,000 readers each week on the Dimes website. Marie has appeared numerous times on the PBS shows, Sewing with Nancy and It's So Easy. And during Marie's 6 years as Stitching Sisters with Eileen, she has taught thousands of embroiderers across the nation. We are so pleased to have Marie on the show, and she's going to talk all about hooping. Marie, welcome.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
I am doing great. Good to see you. It's been a while.
Oh, awesome. Good. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much. Thanks for the email. I'm so glad to touch base with you again.
I know. I always tell the story. When I'm around Eileen, I always tell the story. I don't know if you remember this, but back in 2013, you did you and Eileen did this huge event with me, and I had 360 people came.
Yeah.
And I got up, it's the first time I met you, and I was thinking Stitching Sisters. And I got up and introduced y'all as the Twisted Sisters.
I know. You always called us that. That was so funny.
The Twisted Sisters, because there was a rock band called Twisted Sister. I'll never forget that. And Eileen never let me live that down for a long time. But we are so happy that you're on the show and going to tell us all about hooping.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. Yes, that was quite a large event. I remember that. I'm just glad that you can hear me, and I hope you can see my screen. Am I on there? I'm going to share my PowerPoint with you. I have can you hear me, Blaine? And are we clear? Let's see. I'm not a super StreamYard aficionado. Let's say that.
The screen, but we can see you and hear you fine. We just can't see the screen.
Okay, well, let's see now.
Share it. Can you share that screen?
How's that? Can you see that? Marie Zinno's top hooping tips?
No.
Okay.
Are you hitting the share button?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Here we go.
Something's not working right then.
All right.
Share and share screen.
Share and share screen. It worked yesterday. Let's see.
Oh, no.
How's that? Share screen. Okay.
Nothing yet.
All right. Sorry, guys. One more time. Share screen. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's for some reason it's just not coming up.
Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Technology, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
It worked great yesterday when I was testing with my sister. Sharing screen.
David, do you have any suggestions for?
Yeah.
Can you?
When she clicks on share screen, make sure that she's either clicking on window and then click the window that she wants.
So he's saying when you
Okay.
hit share screen, hit the window that you want. So it should see.
Okay. Is StreamYard sharing?
You get it? He got it. It came up.
Okay,
Clarrisa,
great.
you're ready to go.
Awesome. Thank you. Again, I apologize for that. It worked yesterday, but we're here now. So these are some of my top hooping techniques for professional looking embroidery. You know, although I did teach on the road with my stitching sister, I also had a home business for about 16 years in Canton, Ohio. And I had 3 multi-needle machines and a handful of regular sewing machines. And through that business, which started mostly through my kids' sports when they were young, you know, it evolved into lots more sports, and then Booster, you know, being with the Booster Club, and then some other small businesses. And it's really, it really progressed through the years. So through that, I've learned to really embroider professional looking, and, you know, especially when you're selling your embroidery, it has to be pristine. It has to be perfect. So my number one tip would be to, oh, and now the remote's not going to work. Okay. Number one, I'm going to have to reach up because now my remote's not working, is use the smallest hoop available for your project. You know, your smaller hoop provides the best stabilization for your embroidery. So sometimes you might have to reduce the size of your embroidery design just to make your life a little easier, because you know, sometimes if you're trying to embroider a left chest, you know, smaller size clothing, like for ladies, like extra small or small, is very difficult to embroider in the appropriate spot. So it would help you to actually reduce the size of your embroidery design so that you could use the smaller size hoop. And this is a photograph just of a simple little baby gift that I've done. You know, I do hundreds of these all the time. They're little loveys, I call them. They're like a half stuffed animal and a little blanket and a satin edge. And I usually embroider their name or name and birth date. But again, it's kind of a tight little corner area where we want to embroider the information, because you don't want the embroidery to take up the entire little lovey, all that plush fabric. So I try to use my smaller hoop in order to add either a name or a name and date and make it look, it's nice and tight in that hoop. So my tip number 2 is to learn to hoop your fabric tight like a drum. There are lots of helpful hoops. The magnetic hoops are amazing, but if you're a serious embroiderer and if you're new to embroidery, learn to properly hoop your fabric. Is it really tight like a drum? Like seriously, like turn it over, turn the hoop over, feel it, and touch the bottom of the hoop. Does the bottom part slide out? You know, is that too loose? Then you have to remove the fabric and tighten that screw, and then rehoop your item, your fabric, whatever it is. Because having a nice tight, you know, fit within your hoop is very important when it comes to embroidery. And again, once it is in the hoop, then you don't want to have, you know, we all have that urge to just pull and tug on the fabric to say, oh, get it a little bit tighter. But, you know, if you have a cutaway backing in there or stabilizer, that will end up distorting your embroidery, and it'll look kind of warped or puckered. So try to just learn to hoop your item properly and not tug and pull on your embroidery once it's inside the hoop. Again, when I said I started my embroidery business, you know, one of the number one things to embroider is left chest. So whether it's a coach's shirt or an athlete, or it's for a golf course or businesses. I mean, I did so many businesses through the years. Again, this is a nice, tight, hooped shirt, a polo shirt on the left chest, and use the appropriate tools for your placement. That's another segment, I believe, in the Hoop Fest. Someone else is going to discuss more placement in detail. But learn to hoop your items nice and tight. Here's a nice selection of polo shirts that I did for 2 different clients. One was a construction company, and the other is a delivery company called Deliver That. I think that's about 60 shirts. I wanted to just show like the tower of polos there and how well they turned out, because they were, 1, properly hooped, and 2, I used some placement tools. So they were all embroidered in the same location. if you have a number of coaches, like say you have like 4 or 5 coaches, you want to make sure that all of their logos are in the same area. You don't want one high up on the shoulder and one lower down and, closer to the stomach or too close to the placket. So learn to use some of your placement tools correctly. And talking of placement tools, I like to use templates to make my life easier. Because if you are embroidering even one thing, but if you're embroidering 60 things, you need those placement tools to make sure that everything is embroidered in the right location, and not just polo shirts. I do a lot of baby things. My first book was embroidery for babies and tots, where it's all baby themed items. So through that book, we kind of decided it would be a good idea to have a template kit for baby and children's items. So this is called the Perfect Placement Kit, and it's a template kit for those things, not just clothing, but also accessories, blankets, and baby bibs and burp cloths. So the template kit is not something that you print. They are already provided for you, and it's a clear plastic transparent template labeled for those particular items. As you can see in the picture on the right, this is a burp cloth that I embroidered, and you place that template on top, slide the Target sticker in there, which is also provided in the kit, and then you have all your you have the position located, and then you would place it in your hoop. So use a nice tool for positioning all of your embroidery. So this is another photograph of a cute baby bundle that I sold to a client. And again, I used all those templates, and notice like the cute little theme that we had going here. We had, pink and gray, we had elephants. So the client really just wanted a bunch of different things, all with the same like color scheme, but I could change up the monogram and the text if I wanted. And it just turned out to be like an adorable little gift that they were very pleased with. And here's the recipient of that gift. So precious little baby. She looks like a little China doll, doesn't she? She's just beautiful. And these are some of the items that I stitched, again, using a template kit and great software and good hooping techniques. All right, and also there's a template kit for towels and linens and other home goods. So in my business, I did a number of towel sets and team gifts, and I'm just showing you simply and quickly how you would hoop and how you would place this template on the towel, and then you would place it in your hoop with the appropriate stabilizer. Here's just a fun photograph of properly embroidered and placed logos for a tennis team that I did when I was back in Ohio. I have since moved to Florida. Blaine, I don't know if I told you that, but I'm a Floridian now, and I love it. It's great. Here's a wonderful two different items. So one is a bundle towel gift on the left with the navy blue and the gray towels. I really like to coordinate my gifts if I'm selling or giving. And if you find a theme or you find a color scheme, run with it. Most of the young people that are, if you go to a baby shower or wedding shower, they registered. So you have an idea what their look, their style, their colors are. So it's kind of helpful. And on the right is one of my towel basket bundles that I love to feature on my website. And this is also, again, you build up your towel bundle by placing it in a basket and put some like bubble wrap underneath to build up the towel so they don't sink down in the basket. And then roll them real nice. Towels look really nice when they're rolled, and then build the look of that basket. And then I tie it all together with Bridal Illusion Tool, which comes in really wide widths. And it's very reasonable. Sometimes it's cheaper than paper. So I just kind of wrap the whole basket in that, and then tie the ribbon at the top, which again is also embroidered, which could probably be, like I said, another class. Super easy. And then add their date and their names. And the people just love that little, it's such a simple thing to give or sell. People love that little detail They use that ribbon for many different things, even like if it's for the wedding, or you could put it on a wreath at the, on the door at the wedding or at the church, wherever. It's just a fun memento, little heirloom gift that I like to, sell and put on my bundle gifts. So tip number 4 is to test the embroidery design. Oh my gosh, like it sounds so simple. And I know that if you're just doing it, if you only embroider a couple times a week, unlike myself who did it, pretty much 5 or 6 days a week, I still would test my embroidery design. The photograph on the right, again, like I said, I started doing a lot of coaches things for my kids' sports. And that's like just a traditional polo shirt that was a great test shirt. I made a mistake. I don't know, thread, the needle broke or something. And so that was going to be my new test shirt. So I would consistently test other logos on this shirt just so I could see how it looked on that cotton fabric at the time, which was very popular a couple years ago. But now we're more into performance fabric. So, again, you would want to purchase or go to like Goodwill or another thrift store and purchase a number of different garments, whether it's home goods, whether it's towels or sheets, clothing. Get a variety of weights and thicknesses. And then keep that stash handy, and that's what you would practice your embroidery designs on. Because if you're going to embroider on a thick plush blanket, you want to make sure that the text or the design is going to show up. Do you need an underlay underneath that? Are you going to need some other kind of enhanced embroidery, foundation underneath? So you'll have to adjust that design if necessary in your embroidery software. So keep that stash of things that you might buy at the thrift store and keep that handy and test those garments, test those designs on what you're going to either sell or give as a gift. So again, we all make mistakes. We make plenty of them, but did you learn from it? Did you retest? Did you rehoop and then restitch and fix that mistake? And sometimes when you look at a shirt that has a whole bunch of mistakes on it, then you know to retest all those embroidery designs, especially if you're selling it. I know the gentleman that was speaking before me, he was, commercial embroiderer. So I'm sure he has a whole stash of test designs. I used to like to stitch it out on felt as well. It's another great thing to test embroidery designs. And just, it's very cheap and it's reasonable. So it's a nice fabric to test other embroidery designs on. Tip number 5. I like to use painter's tape. I know my sister Eileen's a big fan of painter's tape. She uses it for a variety of things. And I like to use it to hold my ribbon or fabric if I'm using a small piece of ribbon or fabric in the hoop. I like to just use it to hold all that in the hoop, even though it's hooped properly with the correct stabilizer. Sometimes ribbon can shift, and if it's not wired ribbon, then you really want to keep it, tight in that hoop if you're going to embroider, especially a large script text like I showed in the basket, in the towel basket. So it's a really nice tool to keep on hand for that specific use because it holds it well, and it also doesn't leave a residue like some other tapes can. So I'm a big fan of the blue painter's tape. It's just very helpful. And you probably could see my machine in the picture earlier, and maybe at the end you can see it, but I have an Enterprise, a 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐞 Enterprise, and it has the scanning feature on it. And I also like to use the blue painter's tape for when I'm scanning because it's a great bright reference point for observing your embroidery machine and seeing where the design is going to land. So I like to use the blue painter's tape as a reference guide, really, for when I'm scanning or using my camera so I can see it. A lot of times I'll do baby blankets that have white satin edge. So a white blanket with a white satin edge, it's hard to see the end of the satin. So if I put the blue painter's tape there, then I know exactly where to land my embroidery. Another tip I like, tip number 6, is to add a basting file to hold your difficult fabrics. Now, my machine has that feature included at the screen. It's super easy. It's shown right there with a pointer in the middle there. It's like a flower with a dotted line around it. And actually that would hold, this is a thick neoprene like laptop case. And that just works kind of like an extra hand. And I'm sorry the photograph isn't so great, but it was a blog. And again, it's one of the blogs that you could read later on Dime. And this basting file is used to actually hold a lightweight fabric. Instead of hooping all of these napkins individually, I used my biggest hoop and I used a tearaway stabilizer underneath in the hoop, nice and tight. And then I used the basting file on top just to hold the napkin after I used my target stickers to locate the center area for the design. So again, that basting file is super helpful. If your machine does not have it on the screen, then you can create it in software and just make a nice longer stitches for your basting file. Just keep it on your at your machine. You can use it for a number of different things. And tip number 7, I like to use my extension table that came with my multi-needle machine. Actually, when I got this machine, I didn't use it for the first like 6 months. And then I finally realized, I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Like I'm doing a lot of these heavy blankets and a lot of thick, heavy Turkish towels. And the extension table is so helpful when you're using your large hoop. It's also very helpful to give support when you're stitching in the hoop projects, because when you have a multi-needle machine, you have a whole open area. So if you're doing in the hoop and you're constantly taking the hoop on and off, like to add tape or trim or whatever, having that table in there is very helpful, and it gives a little extra support to your hoop. Here's, again, you can't see the table underneath, but here's like a really thick, heavy blanket that I would use my extension table for when I'm embroidering on a fleece blanket. So all of these tips and lots of new pictures and new projects are included in the Hoopin' Up book that I discussed. We hooped over 30 different items, and we did it on a multi-needle machine, which was mine, and we did it on a single needle machine, which was Miss Trilene. And then we discussed all the different stabilizers you would use, and some hooping tricks for doing like the napkins I showed, and baby blankets and onesies and t-shirts and tote bags. And in that book has 5 different tools and target stickers, and they're included in the back pocket of the book. They're super helpful tools that you would use for a variety of things, whether you do it for a hobby or for a business. And they're nice and easy to use. And this is like the target ruler, which I use over and over again, but you get 2 of those. This is showing you how you would do it on a stocking, on a Christmas stocking. You would, place it perfectly within that cuff from the top and the bottom and from the left and the right, and then use your target sticker and then hoop it as needed. And one more slide, because I don't want to forget, I bought this cabinet from Sewing Machines Plus last year during the quarantine, and I put it together myself, and I love it so much. And it's just a fabulous sewing machine, embroidery machine stand for me, for my space, and it has casters. So I'm thrilled. I'm a super happy customer, and I'm glad I saw it on your website last year during quarantine. And that is the end of my show.
Well, Marie, that was awesome. So we're going to open it up. If anybody has any questions out there, we'll do a little Q&A with Marie. But, hey, okay. I love that cabinet that you bought, too. That works perfectly, doesn't it? Uh-oh. Where did Marie go? Uh-oh, we lost Marie. Well, maybe she'll log back in. So anyway, we lost Marie. But anybody have any questions out there, go ahead and chime in if you have some questions for Marie, and we'll make sure that we'll get them to her, or hopefully she'll log back in where we can get her on. There she is. She's coming back on now. So,
the screen
hey, Marie,
just shut off.
We got kicked off.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, did you love that slide in my cart, that, the sewing machine stand? I love that thing. It was great.
Yeah, that thing looked awesome.
Yeah,
we have those on our website, and it's about Arrow cabinets. And so if anybody's interested in Arrow cabinet, go check that out. And but is there any questions, Kyle, come through? Kyle's looking to see if there's anybody got any questions. And
okay. Sorry about
The
the
book?
technology mishap.
The chat team's telling me something over there. What was it, Candace?
The name of the book is Hoop It Up.
Yeah, the name of the book is Hoop It Up, correct?
Hoop it up. Yeah. And how appropriate for Hoop Fest.
Exactly. And we do carry those. We're out of stock on them right now, but we do carry them on our website. So when are we getting more of those books in, Marie?
Yes, they have plenty. We checked beforehand. Yes, there's plenty. Okay.
Okay.
So you can
Perfect.
get them.
Perfect.
All right. Hey,
All right, so-
thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Sorry about the little mishap, but
Oh, you know, it happens. You know, this is a new world for everybody doing this virtual things,
Yeah.
and you know, technology. Again, it's awesome that we able to do this. But sometimes you have you know, some little hiccups and things. So hey, we got through it, and
thank you so
again,
much.
we thank you. Yeah, so much for being on, and good seeing you. It's been a while, and
too.
hopefully we'll get to do some more things in the future.
Yeah. Loving your life in California, looks like, right?
Oh, what's not to like in California? I mean, the
I
weather is
know.
awesome. You got the
I feel the
ocean, you got
same
the
way.
mountains.
Yeah.
Oh, everything.
You got it all. Well, thank you
Yep.
so much. And thank you, Sewing Machines Plus. It was great. I enjoyed it. And again, the name of the book is Hoop It Up. I keep seeing different comments over there. Yeah. Thank you so
All right,
much.
yeah, we'll try to-
Take care. Bye-bye.
We'll make sure that everybody can get that book. And so, yeah, if y'all been wanting that book, we're going to go ahead and you can probably pre-order it since they do have them back in stock. We'll get some in and be able to get them to you. And but anyway, excuse me. So thanks again to Marie for coming on and doing that. She has been in this business for a long time, and you know, her and Eileen both you know, are very just experts in embroidery. And you know, I've worked with them and love working with them, and it's so good to work with them again. So hey, we have got I'm looking, and we've got Mike Doe coming back up, and I think y'all remember him if you were here yesterday. He is with Melco, and we're going to talk all about that Melco 16 needle. And Mike was introduced to sewing by his father back in 1979. During the time in his Navy, he learned to sew upholstery because he was in charge and he managed all the boats when he was in Vietnam. And in 2002, he started with Melco, and he has worked with companies like Nike and a bunch of bigger companies, and to teach them all about the Melco embroidery machines. And we're super excited to have Mike back on the show again today. So welcome to Hoop Fest, Mike.
He's not here.
Oh, he's not here? Oh, so Mike's not here. So, well, all of that build up for nothing. All right, so y'all just be patient with us, and we'll get Mike on here in just a second. But in the meantime, we're going to take a real short commercial break until we get Mike here. And we'll go over a few things on the commercial, and then we'll come back and we'll talk all about that Melco 16 needle and how you can get it. We've got some great pricing on it. So, David, are we ready to, we can do a commercial real quick? All right, let's go to a commercial break, and we'll be right back with you.
Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Goodesign. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Everybody, we're back, and we had the little hiccup there. Mike wasn't tuned in yet, but we're going to get him back on here. But hey, I got to remind you, if you're just getting on the show, you haven't been here yet, we want to tell you how you can participate and win prizes. We're going to do giveaways each day, all 6 days of the show. We're giving stuff away, and we gave a ton of stuff away yesterday. And then we also have that Dream Embroidery Studio giveaway that we're doing on Saturday. But how you can enter to win, there's a multitude of ways that you can win. So if you're on Facebook, go down and like the video, share it to your page, and make comments. If you're watching it in a delayed sense, meaning you don't get to see it live and there's no live chat, just go down in the comments underneath the video and write comments or ask questions in there, and that'll enter you into the contest to win that Dream Studio giveaway. If you're on YouTube, go down and hit that bell notification, give us a thumbs up, and go in the instant message and do instant chat. But if it's delayed, you're not getting to see it live and you're coming later, down under that video, there's a place that you can go in and write comments or ask questions, and that'll enter you in the video. So all those algorithms will help you win, and everybody has a great chance to do it. And if you want to go to our website, you can go to the HoopFest page. There's still a place on there that you can put your email address in there, and that'll also enter you to win. So there's a ton of people entering. We hope you have participate and get in there to get your chance to win, because it's a $26,000 embroidery package we're giving away. So we're super excited. So hey, we have Mike Doe here. I already did his introduction in bio. So Mike, welcome back to HoopFest Day 2.
Thank you, Blaine. Hey, I am excited about all these giveaways, man. I know I can't enter, but it sounds like some great opportunities for people to get some cool stuff.
Oh, it is, man. We're giving so much stuff away. I think the total amount we're giving away for the show is, I think it was like $78,000. It's crazy.
Wow. Wow. Well, if you're listening and you're watching, get entered on the stuff that Blaine's talking about. Sounds like some cool stuff. So.
Oh, it does. Well, hey, we had a lot of excitement about the Melco yesterday, that 16 needle, and we're super excited to have you back today. And let's talk, more about the 16 needle and all the wonderful features it has, so people can get excited about it.
Sure. Thank you, Blaine. So Mike Doe here at Melco. We're going to talk about the Bravo X. The Bravo X is a 16 needle machine. One thing that you'll notice different about the Melco machine is we have no tension knobs on this machine. We use a system called ActiFeed. So the system, the machine is actually taking and controlling the amount of thread that's fed down to the material. And in doing so, we can get a lot of things accomplished. One is we can have a very consistent quality embroidery coming out of the machine. The other is I don't have to worry about learning how to use those knobs, or, oh, did I loosen it up to do 3D puff, and now do I need to tighten it down to do regular embroidery? All that is controlled through the system, and we'll touch on that here in a minute. But the other neat thing is you'll notice that the threads are actually up front, so I can, 5'11" guy, a little bit bigger than I probably should be thanks to COVID, but I can reach back to these back cones, and the thread actually goes right back down the tube of the cone of thread. So as I pull that up, you'll see like a little metal tube there. It actually goes down and then comes out the front of the machine. It's very cool. Depending on which package, there's 3 different packages of Bravos. There's a package A, that's going to give you a maximum speed of 1,000 stitches a minute. Package B also is at that 1,000 stitches a minute. And then package C, you'll actually max out at 1,100 stitches a minute. And in most cases, like we talked about yesterday, if you were on, you'll be able to produce product in some cases 2 or 3 times faster than what you did on your home multi-needle machine before. So really neat that it goes that fast. And it actually likes to go that fast. That's speeds that it wants to run at, not its maximum speed. So very cool stuff. One thing that we didn't talk about yesterday that I'd like to talk about today, let me take my product off the hoop for a minute, and let me change the screen for a second. We're going to zoom in, and one of the new things, if you've ever looked at the Bravo before, is the lower arm. So the lower arm now, and I've actually got a technical crew with me today, so the camera's moving all by itself. No, it's Nate Moore. And And so the lower arm has actually got a flat spot where the needle plate and the presser foot are going to meet. So a little bit better surface area that the presser foot has its job to hold that material in place, as well as the needle plate itself has the trimmer built into it. So you'll notice that there's a little, I don't know if you can see it on screen. Yeah, I think you can. There's a piece of thread and a little spring up here. The bobbin thread actually gets pushed into that and held in place so that as the machine starts back up, it will lock in with the upper thread really fast. So we can actually speed up the process of getting ramped up to that 1,000 or 1,100 stitches a minute. So really cool lower arm stuff. Yesterday we started a project with the backpack, and didn't get a chance to show you guys it. We kind of ran out of time, so I want to make sure that I have it today. So let's see if I can do this. Yes, there it is. So we have a sling bag that we put this cardinal design on, and we did it with the Mighty Hoop, and we did it without backing. So you'll notice that I went straight on to the product. Now, one thing that I would suggest is if there's any chance that you think you might want to take this embroidery out at a future date, it's always good to put a piece of tearaway on there so that you can use like the Peggy stitch eraser to take those stitches back out. But if the product is stable, meaning that I can't stretch it in one way or another or always, I don't need that stabilizer to be put on it. So let's go ahead and put a product on. And so I'm going to put this sling bag on, and I'm going to change my screen over so that you guys can see Melco OS. So give me 1 second to do that. There we go. And so in Melco OS, you'll notice on our machine, we don't have a panel like a screen panel for us to visually look at. We use a Windows computer, and we do that for a reason. I see many posts on social media, hey, my control panel has gone bad. Where can I get one? And everybody's like, dun, dun, dun. You have to call the distributor or the manufacturer to try to find one of those and hope that they still have that going and hope that the price isn't as much as it would be to just buy a new machine. So what we did is we wanted it to be an easy experience for the user. So we use a Windows-based PC to interface with the machine, kind of like you would with a paper printer at home. So this is what's called Bravo OS, and it's really simple. There's a screen to be able to load a design. So we'll select our design, and that design will come up. And then we have the ability over here on the right, we would have the ability to select the hoop size. In this case, we're using the 5.5 square Mighty Hoop. We can set our speed. I'm running in a package C right now. And then we have the ability to go in and set our color sequence. So it makes it real simple to set up that color sequence and get it running. This is very nice that you'll see the machine list over on the left side. That list, if I had another, if I had a second machine, a second Bravo C package machine, I could see that in this list, and I could select that machine and do its settings and load a design separately to that machine. So it's one computer interface for multiple machines, and then each machine is independent of itself in the software. So very cool. Just real quick overview of that. The last thing at the bottom you'll see is this ActiFeed. And so we just need to tell the machine approximately how thick the fabric is that we're about to sew on. And there's a really good cheater here. It's called ActiFeed Presets. And so you can go into the ActiFeed Presets and you can find a material that's like what we're sewing on. So this sling bag that I'm sewing on is very similar to kind of a poplin, a cat poplin. So I would select the poplin down here at 8. And I can just do add. Oh, add would allow me to add my own product. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong button. Okay, and that will change my feeds to that. So once I have that set up, I'm ready to go. Now, I showed this yesterday, but I want to show it again today. We're going to take in on this zoom, and there is a red optical laser that will show you via a trace the border of the design. So Yep, it showed up great today again. That's awesome. So you can see that red laser. I'll do it one more time. And it will give you the outside of that design. Now, one thing that's cool that I didn't show yesterday, I'd like to show today, is I'm going to take and move the design over a little bit. And you'll notice that that dotted line inside the hoop in our OS turns solid. What that means is if I try to do a trace, it's actually going to pop up and give me a hoop limitation saying that, hey, part of the design is outside of the safe zone of that hoop. So instead of other machines that I've worked with in the past, they'll sew up to the point, and sometimes they'll sew right, try to sew right through the hoop and you'll get a hoop hit, or they'll sew to that point and say, oh, by the way, you're outside of hoop limitations and you just ruined a garment or ruined a product. So Melco actually is showing you, that you're outside of that hoop limitation. So let me move it back a little bit. All right, and there we are. And then let me come back over to the screen. We did our trace, so we're ready to sew. So I'm going to begin the sew. We'll let it sew for about 30 seconds, and I'll be right back with you guys. Back with you, and once again, the finished product looks like, and let me bring the screen over, looks like this. I showed it a little bit earlier in a Zoom, but you can see that. It looks great. I can take my hoop off and zip this back shut. Nice thing is the lower arm is pretty small, so you can get into some pretty tight areas. And I've got a really nice bag. Let me use the zoomed one, and so you can see that that cardinal looks beautiful. And so yeah, the product is there now with your packages. Package A of the Bravo X comes with Design Shop Sizer, and so Sizer is going to allow you to open up a lot of different formats like DST, EXP, CND. So these different file formats from different manufacturers allow you to open it up, allow you to resize, and we say try not to do more than about 5 or 10% resizing, and allow you to colorize that design. So instead of it coming in generic colors, kind of like our cardinal, right? It shows up in these beautiful colors that we're going to sew it in. You can colorize that design. The next version of the software, and let me just change my preview for a minute here. The next version of the software, which Package B comes with, Design Shop V11 lettering. And so in lettering, I have the ability, I can still open up different designs. And let me just get to the desktop here real quick. And we'll open up that cardinal. And so in here, I've got just a ton of different alphabets that I can select from. Now, what's cool is they're categorized for you. So if you know a category, like maybe I'm looking for a script font or a serif font, I can go in and pick the category to get to that. Or if I know the name of the font or part of the name of the font, I can go in and type it. So like Times New Roman, I can select it, and then I can type in maybe Cardinals. And okay, and then in here, I can take and resize it and maybe center it. If I want, I can go in and change the line type to maybe arc. And so I can do that if I need to. I can change this around and make it underneath. There's a whole lot of different options that I can do with this lettering. And I think there's over like 170 different alphabets, as well as any true type fonts that you have installed on your Windows computer are going to show up and be usable. So definitely a really cool design software. Let's jump over one more. Let's go to package C, and package C is going to get you Design Shop vector level. So let me change that here. Give me 1 second. And let's, we have to close software down and then reopen it real quick. And here we go. And so in here, we have the ability to grab a vector file. And so this is the one I used yesterday. This actually is already digitized for me. Let's find a vector designs. Give me 1 second. It also comes with a ton of stock art. And so you've got a whole bunch of different categories. Yesterday I did mascots. Maybe today we do music. And we'll do vector. And then in here, we have the ability to grab some kind of art. And maybe we'll do this guitar. And so in this, we can take it with the click of a button. We can tell it, what type of material that we're going to sew it on. So maybe it's heavyweight knits. And that's going to change the densities and the underlays for it. And then we can take and convert it into stitches. And so it is actually processing this design. It's a fairly large design at 7.4 by 9.8. But now I can turn the vector off and I can show you the stitches in that design. And now we've got a design that, let me turn the speed up on the resew. Now you can start to see that design come to life in front of you. So this shows you exactly how it's going to stitch out. And so I can fast forward through that. And yeah, that's kind of the cool tools with Vector. Now, Package C also comes with all the lettering stuff and the sizing options that we talked about that Package A had. So as you go down the packages, Package A sizing, Package B sizing and lettering, and then Package C, you get the sizing, the lettering, and the ability to convert vector images to stitches. You get the ability to do manual digitizing input points. There's a lot of different options there. So Blaine, I actually got done in the right amount of time. I think it's time for questions. Is that correct? And maybe I lost Blaine. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if there's some questions. Does this work on Mac? Anthony just asked. Anthony, you can install Windows, virtual Windows on your Mac and install the software. As I am a Mac user myself, yesterday I had my Mac actually set up, but I don't have it with me today. So you can install Windows. It won't work natively on a Mac, but it will work via the virtual Windows. And let's see if we have any other questions or comments. Are the updates free? Barbara Brown is asking. So if the updates in the terms of like we have a maintenance update for Design Shop V11 come out, yes, that would be a free update to you. If we come out with Design Shop V12, that typically, unless you've purchased in the last 6 months from the time that we launched that software, that typically is a chargeable upgrade. Good question, Barbara. Let's see if we've got any other ones. Great demo. Thank you, Tequila Scott. Great name. Does it require any special bobbins or needles? Also, does it automatically set thread tension? So Patty Phillips asked that question. Patty, it uses an L-style bobbin. We like to use the pre-wound bobbins from like Coates. I really like the ones from Madeira. Neb's is one of my favorite too. If you're using a color and color thing, you can wind an L-style bobbin and put on there. The needles typically are going to be the DBXK5 needles. We prefer the Gross-Beckert, but we also use the organs. And you know, regular size it comes on it is a 75 needle. Smaller, finer text will drop down to a 60 or 65. Hopefully that answers your question, Patty. If needle or thread breaks, heaven forbid, yep, does it back up in the design to compensate for the break? So it does, actually. Let me jump over. That's a great question, Florence. Let me jump back over to here and let's go into the OS. And if we go to tools and settings, we'll see down here when the machine actually has a upper thread break, it's going to back up 10 stitches by default. And in the bobbin, it's actually going to back up 17 stitches. So to answer your question, that's how that works. So let me get the questions back up in front of me here. Let's see. There's a ton of questions here. Let me try to find. Thanks for the demo. You're very welcome, Carmen. And let's try that. There we go. Love the demo, package A, B, and C. Oh no, guesswork to retrieval. I'm not sure what that means. 4-inch round hoop sets. So it looks like Deb is giving you information on what size hoops comes with it. Let's see if we've got anything else up here. Yeah, session. Yeah, no, that's late, but better late than never. Yeah, so we're always constantly adding new hoops as we get them in. So great question. How many hoops come with the machine? Marissa, I will let Sewing Machines Plus answer that question. Not being the dealer, I deal with just strictly with the equipment and the performance of the equipment. So good question, but I'm sure that Sewing Machines Plus can jump on and answer that question for you. And let's see here if I see any other questions. Lots of comments on amazing. Thank you. You guys are more than welcome. Tomorrow, I believe tomorrow you get Nate and Scott. So Nate will be on tomorrow, and then I think Scott's on Thursday, and Nate on Friday, and then Scott back on Saturday. And these guys are who I learned from. So you're really in for a treat with these guys. They're phenomenal. So Blaine, I don't know if you're out there. I think you were supposed to jump back on with me, buddy. But other questions? Oh, there he is. Hey. Oh, and I lost sound. I'm not hearing you, Blaine. Maybe I have to have it over on that screen.
So I was talking and nobody could hear me.
Now I can hear you. It's wonderful to hear you, Blaine.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, I'm sitting here talking and I was on mute the whole time. So anyway, sorry about that, guys. Anyway, what I was talking about, I think one of the questions they asked was how many hoops came with the Melco. There's actually 4 hoops that come with the Melco. And then there's somebody asked about training. And what I was saying about training was that we used to fly everybody out here. Brad is our trainer, and we would fly everybody out here, but they would have to get a hotel room and get their schedule to work. And so now what we've started doing is we do a Zoom class, and where we limit how many people can be in the class so they can interact with Brad. And that way they're in their home studio on their own machines, and it works out wonderfully doing it that way. So we've started doing that. It's been very successful. So we continue to do that. And what we do is once you go through the first training class, we wait just, I think, about a week, and then we come to the second training class. So the things that you learn in the first one, you can try to practice and do. And that way, if you have questions on the second class, you'll be able to ask those to Brad when you're doing that. So it's worked out extremely well, and that's been going good. And I know he's doing he's booked up constantly with classes, and so just on the Melco, because we sell so many of the Melcos, we have to book him out. Pretty much, he's booked out almost a whole year with us. So. But anyway, we hope that'll answer anybody's questions. Kyle, anybody else got any questions for that?
Yeah, so Patricia, yes, package A and B is going to do the front of a cap, kind of like this duck here that I've got. And then if you get package C, you'll have the ability to go from the flag all the way around to this design shop logo on the side. So you basically be able to go ear to ear 270 degrees on a cap with package C. So once again, Package A and B, it's the front of the caps. And then package C is 270 degrees. Good question.
And the training, somebody had a question out there, is the training free? I wanted to let y'all know that the training is absolutely free. You get all that for free just by buying the machine. And got to remind everybody, Mike, how they can get this thing. So guys, again, we have 3 packages available. We have an A, B, and C package. The A package starts at $99.99. And guys, we have a great special on Melco's right now for the Hoop Fest special, but it is a call-in special. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. Nick and his team are standing by waiting on your call. If you can't get through the phones, we know they're busy today. If you can't get through, Kyle is putting up in the chat on YouTube and Facebook, he's putting those Google Sheet links. Go and hit that link. It'll take you to a Google Sheets. Fill out your name, your contact phone number where somebody can call you at, and put the product that you're interested in, and they will give you a call as soon as they get off the phone. You are a priority to us today, and we're going to get to you as quick as we can. But again, we have 60-month 0% interest financing available for the Melco, and so great package. And again, I can't stress enough, it starts at $99.99. That's that A package. You have a B package, and the C package is the top of the line, and it has everything that you need to do that Mike was talking about if you want to do those caps from ear to ear. And also we have that Hoop Fest special right now that we're actually giving a great pricing on the Melco, but you have to call in to get that special. So Mike, great job again today. And I know that we had a little schedule change, so we kind of may have threw a curveball to people, because I know that you weren't supposed to be on this morning, but I think that we had to move some things around and you came on. So we're glad you're here again. And I'm not sure, are you presenting later on in the week?
Actually, Scott Stingle will be taken on Saturday. I forgot that my daughter is getting married, and kind of got myself in hot water at home on that. So luckily,
hey,
Scott,
that's not a good thing to forget, Mike.
yeah. You're supposed to remember your wife's birthday, anniversary, and then probably kids' weddings are probably up there too.
That's probably up there. That probably ranks in the top 5, doesn't it? Well, hey, Mike, congratulations on your daughter getting married, and we're so happy you got to join us yesterday and today. So anyway, good luck with all that, and thank you again, and hopefully we'll get to work with you again soon.
Yeah, awesome. Make sure that you reach out to Sewing Machines Plus. They're great people. Thank you very much.
All right, buddy. All right, guys. Hey, the Melco, got to remind you one more time about that. Make sure if you're interested in that Melco, it's a call-in special today. Get that special pricing. That A package starts at $99.99, and then we have a B package and a C package. It's customized for what you need. We have a great call-in special. Don't forget to call in. And also, we have that 60-month 0% interest financing available with Synchrony that we can actually help to get those monthly payments down for you so you can pay that thing out. And what a great machine. And Mike did a super job at explaining it. But hey, anyway, don't forget to call. If you can't get through the phones, Kyle's putting that Google Links sheet up in there, and just hit that link to that Google sheet, fill out your name, your contact number, and what you're interested in, and they will be giving you a call. All right, guys. Well, I think it's time to go to our next presenter. And hey, we got coming up next is Clarrisa Gossett. She's from R&K, which they're the Floriani distributor, and she's going to talk all about thread today. And Clarrisa, hey, she lives out in Gilbert, Arizona, and she's a Floriani National Education Coordinator and for R&K Distributing. And she discovered the joy of sewing as a young child, and she is a licensed Martha Pullen instructor and has created various projects for Martha Pullen Company. Her joy and passion for sewing has been driving force with her desire to do the same for consumers through education. So we're so happy that Clarrisa's on the show this morning. So welcome to Hoop Fest, Clarrisa.
Thank you, Blaine. Thank you so much for inviting me. This is so fun.
It is. It is so much fun. And we have such a variety of presenters and products. It just makes it awesome. And I know you're going to talk all about thread today, and we're super excited to hear all the things you got to say about the product.
All righty. Well, thanks for having me. Like I said, I watched some of yesterday's presentations, and wow, there's so much to know and learn. So here we go. So as you can see over my shoulder, actually this shoulder, I'm a threadaholic. I love, love, love thread. I have just a few cones of thread. Okay. And I've loved playing with colors ever since I was a young child. So today we're going to up the thread game. So on the wall, I have my 40 weight Floriani embroidery thread, and they are all on our new Floriani thread racks. So these new Floriani thread racks hold 60 cones of thread on each rack. So if you want to be a threadaholic like me and have all the colors, you'll need 6 of those racks. There are 360 gorgeous colors of Floriani thread. And yes, thank you, Patricia. I love my Floriani thread too. It's amazing. Well, we're going to up the thread game today because, you know, we can never have enough thread. So today I'm going to talk about 12 weight thread. And the weight of thread is determined by actually weighing the thread. So on a 40 weight spool of thread, which the standard embroidery thread is, I will take, let's say, this is kind of a ratio reference kind of thing. I take 40 yards of that 40 weight thread, put it on a scale, and I'm not exactly sure how much it weighs, but let's pretend it weighs 5 ounces. If I take 12 yards of 12 weight thread, put it on a scale, it would also weigh 5 ounces. So in thread land, the bigger the number, the thinner the thread. The smaller the number, the thicker the thread. So 12 weight thread is about 3 times thicker than your standard 40 weight embroidery thread. Your standard sewing thread on your machine is a 50 weight. All right. So today I'm going to be giving out lots of facts and figures and all that information. So I don't want to confuse you. So what I've done, I'm going to try and share my screen here. I've created, let's see, a document. See if I can get it to work. Share screen. Hold on. And yes, this was my question yesterday. Well, okay, so yes, so yesterday I played with this as well, trying to share my screen. All right, so David, are you on and can you help me here? I knew yesterday it worked, or Monday it worked. Hold on just one second. I've got an idea. Well, anyway, the information.
Hey, Clarissa, I think that
Yes.
you had it there for a second and then it went off. So maybe try doing it again. Just hit your share button and then you can pick what screen you're wanting to share.
Okay, share my screen. All right, and then I select StreamYard or entire screen.
StreamYard.
All right,
Yep.
And I go allow. All right, so then I find the screen. Is that what oh, I gotcha. Here we go. I got it now. Ta-da! All right, so can you see that? Are we good? Okay, so this is a Word document. What I've done here is I've given you links for the documents for today's class. Okay, so the documents have all the facts and figures about all the thread information you'll need for using your 12 weight thread. This link has 2 documents. This is one, and this is one document. So you can either take a photo of this on your screen or watch this video later and go to
Clarissa?
those. Yes.
I think now you've got up. Now you have to pick the document you're wanting to share. So we're still not seeing your document.
Okay, I did pick my document. Okay, hold on. All right, I am going to share. Share screen. I'm going to go to StreamYard. And I go allow, and then I go down and pick the document, right? Are you seeing
You're
that?
wrong. When you say share, don't hit StreamYard. Just hit the document you want to you share at that time.
Okay.
So yeah, don't hit StreamYard.
Okay, so we'll do this again. Sorry, thought I had it down. Okay, so I'm going to select, but it's not listed here in my, when I go to select. Do I select entire screen?
Entire screen.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Now try this. Are we good?
Now you got it. Perfect.
Yay! I'll get it perfect by my next class. Okay. All right. So this is the document with the links. So take a photo of this with your camera or a screenshot with your computer, or watch this video later as it's being recorded, and you can go to these links and download the documents for today's class. All right. So yay. Got this. All right. So it's a little different than Zoom, which I'm used to. So how many colors of 12-weight thread? There are 30 gorgeous colors. Let me show you how pretty they are. Like dangling a carrot, right? Okay, so there's 15. Whoops, there we go, 15. And if you'll notice on the spools, it says for the color number 12-0083. Okay, so this is color 0083, and it has a 12 that indicates it's a 12-weight thread. Okay, and color 083 is the same color as my 40-weight thread. Okay, so they correspond with each other. All right, so there's 15 colors, and here's 15 additional colors. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Thanks for your help, Blaine. All right, and I will tell you, I store my specialty threads in one of R&K's thread boxes. Okay, so these thread boxes keep these nice and fresh, okay? And they keep them sorted from my 40-weight thread, okay? So the storage boxes are available to purchase, okay? And so it's a great way. I keep my metallic threads in there, my variegated threads in my specialty thread boxes. All right, so what can I do with 12-weight thread? So let me show you some samples of befores and afters. So like I said, 12-weight thread is 3 times thicker than your standard embroidery thread. So when you're embroidering with it, I'm going to give you, after we have a little break, I'm going to give you some tips and hints on how to adjust your embroidery designs to stitch with it. So here's a great before and after. And so you can see up here, that's my standard 40-weight thread. And down here, look how gorgeous that 12-weight thread is. Okay, so much bolder, okay, more dimension. It didn't bury into the foam on this dish drying mat. Okay, so 12-weight thread, great for embroidery. Here's another before and after. Whoops, I dropped it. Let me grab it here. So here is your standard 40-weight thread. And here is 12-weight thread. So let me see if I can put them both up together. You can see the difference there. Okay, so look how much prettier this one is. Actually, no, this one. I've got to get the right one there. Okay. So a little bolder. So I can embroider with 12-weight thread. I can use it in my serger. I can hand stitch with it, and I can do decorative machine stitching with it. So I don't know if you've tried doing, some of those pretty stitches in your machine. Those decorative stitches, sometimes, they're a little wimpy or maybe disappointing when you go to stitch them out and you go, oh, that's not quite the look I was going for, but look how gorgeous they are with 12-weight thread. Okay. So one of the tips and hints for using 12-weight thread is you need to use a 90-14 top stitch needle. So a top stitch needle has a bigger eye, so the thread can move through that needle much easier. And I love the Floriani chrome needles. So the Floriani chrome needles have a chrome outside instead of being coated in nickel like your standard needles. They're coated in chrome, so they stay cool, they run cooler so you don't get as much friction, so less shredding and breaking of your thread. They also stay sharp longer. So a 9014 chrome embroidery needle is fantastic for using 12 weight thread. Now that is if you are serging. No, actually, let me talk about this. So if you're machine stitching, okay, if you are serging, you'll use a 9014 top stitch needle. But when you're embroidering, you'll need to use the 9014 embroidery needle, okay, because embroidery needles are designed for embroidery. And yes, you can run this on a 10 needle, but some other tips and hints are, number one, don't use your automatic threader. Unfortunately, because, well, it may not work, for one, because the automatic needle threader has a little tiny hook to grab that thread, and trying to grab that thread is hard if it's thicker thread. So you're going to have to use the old, spit and stick method to thread the needle. Okay, so put yourself a little Post-it note on your machine. Don't use the needle threader, all right, because it might get frustrating. And also, I don't use the automatic cutter on my sewing machine because it sometimes cuts, sometimes doesn't. Okay, but otherwise, you're just going to stitch along. The other thing you need to consider when doing using 12 weight thread is density, and we're going to talk about density in a minute. I'm going to show you in software how you can adjust the density on your embroidery designs for the 12 weight thread. All right, so I'm going to show you a couple of fun serger samples. So this thread, for many years I've had a serger, and I make a seam and do all those boring things with my serger. But let's say I want to do some pretty things with my serger, and of course sergers don't have decorative stitches like a sewing machine, but I can put fun thread in my loopers. Okay, so as part of one of the giveaways, we're giving away our serger kit. And that serger kit comes with all 30 colors of our 12 weight thread, plus some other implements that you can use for your serger. So some serger samples. So a rolled hem. So a rolled hem is that little pretty edge that's on a napkin or all those pretty hems. Okay, so there's a rolled edge on my serger using 12 weight thread. And I rolled the hem on denim. So this is heavier fabric. It works perfect with 12 weight thread. Okay, because that 12 weight thread fills in nicely and covers that edge. All right. How about doing the edge of Minky or cuddle, as Shannon Fabrics calls it? Okay, so in my upper looper and my lower looper, I have 12 weight thread. So I just thread my loopers with the 12 weight thread and get a pretty decorative edge on that blanket. All righty. So Blaine, does anybody have any questions up to this point? So if you've not, yes, actually you can use it on an air thread serger.
Hey, I've got some questions.
Sure, Blaine.
All right, so what I was going to ask, I know that, do y'all have like a color chart that you can match the colors up that go with all those new threads?
Yes, good question, Blaine. So our standard color chart, let's see, where did I put mine? It's hanging around here somewhere, has all 360 colors. Okay, so all 360 colors are on the thread chart. Now, when we reinvent that thread chart, we'll probably indicate on the thread chart which are the 12 weight colors. But like I said, the numbers correspond between the thread weights. So your standard Floriani thread chart that, by the way, you can't live without. So if you're going to play with thread, you need a thread chart. Okay, and those are available for sale as well. Let me see if I can grab mine. I had it sitting here. Hold on just one second. Oh, there it is. Ta-da! Look how, and if you're having a bad day, just look at the thread chart. It makes you happy. Look how pretty that is. Okay, so these color numbers are the same as the 12 weight thread. Okay, what size needle would you use with 12 weight? That would be a 90-14 top stitch needle if you're machine stitching, or if you're, well, if you can put this in your needle on your serger too. There's special techniques that you can do with a 2 thread, and you can put this in your needle of your serger. So for your serger or your machine, you're going to use a 90-14 top stitch needle. For your embroidery machine, you'll use a standard embroidery needle, 90-14. Oh, and I had the question earlier, can you use this in your air thread serger? Absolutely. Now, it's a little tricky to get in to thread it. So there are tips and hints if you go YouTube it on how to get decorative thread through the loopers on an air thread serger. Can you use it on any fabric or heavy fabrics? Any fabric. And the tip for using it on any fabric is to stabilize. Okay, so if you're doing decorative stitching, you'll want to fuse, and I like Floriani Heat and Stay, fuse that to the back of my fabric, do my stitching, and then tear away the Heat and Stay. It's a fusible tear away. Thoughts on titanium? Titanium are, you know, it was all we had for durability not so many years ago, but they're the steel is a hardened steel, and so when they break, they shatter. So I like the chrome a little better than the titanium. They stay sharp just like the titanium, and they're sturdy like titanium, but they don't shatter when they break. Okay, what bobbin weights? Same 12 weight? Okay, so good question. Fantastic question. So in my bobbin, depending on what I'm doing, when I did all that decorative stitching on that sample, I used one of our Quilter Select pre-wound bobbins, and those are 80 weight, and it worked fine. Of course, you can put standard sewing thread in the bobbin. You can also put 12 weight thread in your bobbin, but it is heavier thread, so your bobbin may pinch the thread a little too tight. So if you want to play with 12 weight thread in your bobbin, you'll need to get a separate bobbin case and adjust the tension a little bit. How do you keep the when you put it away? Oh, they all have a little clip on the bottom. Okay, so this little clip on the bottom holds the thread. And it's actually just a little ring that comes off. So sometimes this thicker thread's hard to get in that ring. So I'll lift the ring up, put my thread in, and then clip the ring back down. There we go. Okay. Cool. No, I didn't do any machine adjustments on my single needle or 10 needle embroidery machine. What I did adjust was the density of my embroidery design. And let me show you how I do that. So let's see if I can share my screen correctly this time. Share screen. Here we go. Entire screen. Lots of buttons to push. All right. So are you seeing that on your screen? Are we good there? All right. So embroidery designs. So on one of the documents that I gave you the link for are settings that you'll want to adjust in your software for 12 weight thread. Now, of course, if you're doing just quilting or doing just red work, very, what's the word? Not dense, but open and airy. That's the word. Open and airy designs. You can use 12 weight thread. Okay. But some adjustments if you're going to do a filled in design, and I'm using Floriani Total Control U, which is the software you'll only buy once because updates are free. And by the way, if you currently own Floriani Total Control U, there was an update Friday or Saturday where we got new things. So check it out. I'm going to load a design real quick here. I'm going to go to May 2010. All right, so let's play with this butterfly. Let's say we want to stitch this in 12 weight thread. So here's the recommendations. Any fill patterns, such as this, you'll want to change the density, and these are all written in that document, to 0.7 or higher. Okay, and density land, the larger the number, the less threads you have. All right, so that's ready to stitch with my 12 weight thread. Any satin stitches, same thing. 0.7 or higher. And then the last thing you'll want to adjust in your design are any running stitches. Now, of course, running stitches don't have density, but you'll want to increase the stitch length on any of the running stitches. Okay, and all of these are running stitches. So let's select them all by using Shift on my keyboard. And I like to change my stitch length to about 3.5, 3.5 or longer. So now my running stitches are longer, my fill patterns aren't as dense, and my satin stitches have less density as well. All right, so I would just save this and stitch it out. All right, so those settings are on that document. Let's talk about lettering with 12 weight thread. All right, lettering with 12 weight thread is gorgeous. Love, love, love. Let me see if I can stop the share and show you this. All right, so let me grab my sample here. All right, so Trevor, our software guru in Floriani land, did a presentation yesterday, and he talked to Blaine about how he was going to a party and he was going to make a towel. And he digitized the Hoop Fest logo. So here's the towel. So this is the logo that Trevor digitized yesterday for Hoop Fest on a towel. And I'm going to be mailing this to you, Blaine. Okay. Well, there we go. So I took it a step further. I decided I was going to put the Floriani logo on your towel as well, Blaine. So here's the Floriani logo on the other side of the towel. There we go. And if you can zoom in a little bit here, I used 12 weight thread on Floriani. And look how nice and bold and gorgeous that looks. All right. So you're going to get a towel, Blaine, with both logos on it. So how did I adjust the lettering for 12 weight thread? Let me share my screen and show you that. Thank you, Diana. Kind of fun it was. All right. All right, are we seeing this screen now? Are we good? All right, so lettering is fun. Lots and lots of things to play with lettering. I always like to use this tool in my software called Font Play. So in Floriani Total Control U, you can select Font Play and do Custom. And type in what you want to spell. Let's say Floriani. Say okay. And let's change that to a pretty color. Oh, let's see. Let's do Floriani blue. That would be here. And import and see it in 3D. All right, so what I typed, I can now preview in any of the fonts that are in Total Control U. So I like it doing this because I need to know what size these fonts are good stitched out. Okay, so when you're using 12 weight thread, you want to use a font that's at least 1.5 inches or taller. And if you'll notice, when I select all curled up, I get a recommended size down here for that font. So the recommended size, the largest I can go is 1.9 inches. So this font would work. I ended up, let's see, let's play with Anniversary. So Anniversary can go up to 1.97 inches. I like it, so I'm going to import it. And here we go. We're going to select it. And over here in my properties box is everything happening with that font. And remember, when doing lettering with 12 weight thread, you'll want it to be at least 1.5 inches or taller. So I'm going to say 2 inches for this. And let's zoom back out. And let's see, I don't want quite as much space in between my letters, so we're going to do 2 for spacing. And there we go. Beautiful. Now, last of all, I need to consider the density of this lettering. So when I'm stitching with 12 weight thread, remember the density on a fill pattern was 0.7 or higher. So over here in the properties box, you're going to go to this little purple star, click fill, and change the density to 0.7 or bigger, or actually, yeah, bigger number, less density. And there we go. So now my lettering is ready to stitch out with 12 weight thread. And it is gorgeous stitched out with 12 weight thread. All righty. Okay, fun stuff. 12 weight thread. Some other things I can do with 12 weight thread. I can quilt with it. Lots of ways to quilt. We can hand quilt. We can machine quilt. Oh, look how cute this one turned out in 12 weight thread. See how it just kind of pops off the bib? All right, so these were all quilted in the hoop. Look how pretty that turned out. So those are my stitches, my crazy quilt stitches that I use 12 weight thread. Oh, by the way, if you have a 10 needle, which I do, I just changed my last 3 needles in my 10 needle to 90-14 needles. So they just stay there all the time, because in a 10 needle, it's not easy to change your needles. So that's what I did. And this was a feature in my 10 needle, or I think Baby Lock has it, Brother has it, where you can quilt around an embroidery design. And that's my 12 weight thread right there. All righty. Okay, so any questions? Lots to know.
Hey, Clarissa, I'm excited about that towel.
I know. You're going to get a towel.
That was awesome. I love the
And
logos on
we
there.
can't just have one logo on it. We got to have 2.
Hey, I'm all for that. Well, hey, Clarissa, I know that 𝐓𝐢𝐤𝐦𝐞 thread is exciting for everybody, and also, you know, the total control. So let me tell everybody how they can get this and what the price is on it. Okay, so guys, this is a call-in special, and the 𝐓𝐢𝐤𝐦𝐞 12 weight polyester thread. We do have a show special. We can't advertise the price on air, so you have to call to get that special. And also, you know, she was using the total control there. You can get the total control as well. We have a show special on it, but it is a call-in special as well. So if y'all decide you want to get some of that 𝐓𝐢𝐤𝐦𝐞 products from yesterday and today, you have to give us a call and do a call-in special for it. So anyway, and I think David's got it right up there. There's the total control, and then you have the 12 weight polyester thread up there as well. So anyway, great job. We want to thank again Clarissa for coming on the show, and thank you for that towel, Clarissa. That was awesome. I love that logos on it. And thanks for R&K and 𝐓𝐢𝐤𝐦𝐞 for sponsoring our Hoop Fest. We sure do appreciate them, and we couldn't do this without our sponsors, guys. So, but hey, guys, up next, man, I am super excited that we're bringing somebody on. It's going to help me host the event today, and Jane Klaus is in the house. And Jane, I got to tell you a little bit about Jane. Jane is just awesome to work with, and we're so excited that she was part of it. She's such a busy person and has such a busy schedule. We're very fortunate to be able to get her in here a little bit today. But Jane, she is a 2-time Emmy-winning television personality. Currently, she's the host of Creative Living on the Cox Media Your View Network, and the host of Living Healthy at Chicago's WGN TV. She is also can be heard as a featured guest on host on the 720 WGN radio. She is a do-it-yourself maker, and she has contagious enthusiasm. And she has been featured on networks as Fox, ABC. She's been on the NBC Today show, and she is a brother ambassador and host of a show that they're doing it's called Side Hustle. And so welcome to the show, Jane Clouse.
Here we are, Jane Clouse in the house. Hey, Blaine. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Hey, you like that catchphrase? Jane's in the house. Jane Clouse in the house.
In the house. I love it. And the other thing I love for all of us sewers out here is when people say, "How do I say your last name?" I'm like, Clouse, like blouse. You make your blouse like Clouse. There you go.
Exactly. Well, you and I have worked together. We've had the Blaine and Jane brother showcase that we've done before. And we're going to do that again. Everybody loved that show when you came on and we did that showcase. So it's going to be some more Blaine and Jane shows in the future. But hey, we're so excited to have you on today. I'm telling you what.
I mean, Blaine, I am so excited. I know you alluded to your intro that I'm a busy person. I just came off of 2 interviews for my show, Living Healthy Chicago. Hi to all of my Chicago fans, or friends, I should say. And I said on the air, I said, we're talking about a guy playing basketball, but I said, he's taking it to the hoop. Literally, he didn't know that I was taking it to the Hoop Fest.
Hey, exactly. That's awesome. So you know what? Today you're going to host, and you've got a great guest coming up next. And I'm telling you, I'm just going to let you run with it and go ahead and get your guest going, and y'all can talk all about this new persona, the persona embroidery machine that she's going to be showing.
That sounds great, Blaine. Go take a breather, Blaine. Thank you so much for having me. Hi, everybody. I'm super excited to be here. I know he says I'm a TV host, but literally, I'm a hooper. I'm a sewist. I'm an embroiderer. I am one of you. So I'm thrilled to be here with you. And our next guest, I absolutely love her. I love learning from her. She got her first sewing machine at age 11, and she never looked back. She's continued to stitch ever since. She's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to sewing and embroidery, and she gets very thrilled and excited to see when a student learns a new skill on the sewing machine or the embroidery machine. Please put your hands together. I mean, there's no better person to learn from than a brother educator, Coleen Swettman. Hi, Coleen.
Hi. Wow, what an introduction. I hope I can live up to that. That's exciting.
Coleen, I have a question for you. The first sewing machine at age 11 with the idea, I'm sorry, your brother got it for you from a door-to-door salesman with the idea that you would hem his shirts. Did the hemming happen?
Absolutely, to the day he died.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. He died 2 years ago, and up until then, I was hemming those shirts.
Good for you, because, I got a husband, a brother, and I had family and friends. They just bring their stuff over. They're like, can you fix this? And I'm like, put it on the pile. Put it on the pile, because I would rather do something else than hem. But you're better than I am, Coleen.
Well, it was the prioritizing thing. As a matter of fact, when he stopped being a policeman and he wanted to have monogrammed shirts, guess who monogrammed every single shirt he wore?
Sister Coleen did it.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. That's fantastic, Coleen. I'm always thrilled to have you on the show and be able to talk to you and learn from you. I should probably get your phone number so I can just call you up and learn all of these things, just on the phone. But anyway, let's get to it, because you have one of my favorite machines, and that is the Brother PRS 100 single needle embroidery machine. Can we dive in?
Oh, this baby is so wonderful. It has so much going for it because it's compact. It's easy to take to shows. You'll see it at shows quite a bit. And it is embroidery, and it has the free arm on it. So the free arm is killer. And I'll show you a close-up of the free arm later. But what the free arm means is that you can do things that if you were going to do them on your home machine, you'd either have to take them apart or learn some bad vocabulary words because they just don't work very nicely. And on this, it's just a snap to do it. So today, we're going to kind of focus on caps. Not that you can't do all 100 million other things, but that's going to be our focus. And I want to show you some new cap tools. But on the way, let's look at this hoop. See this little tiny thing? This is wonderful little zipper bag. How would you like to try to put that in a hoop and hoop it on your regular machine? I don't think so, Tim. So this machine comes with 4 of these lovely little tiny miniature hoops. So there's that set of 4. There's a 4x4, which is, of course, your pocket logo and your important thing that you use all the time for making money. And then there is also an 8x8. So it has a nice variety of hoops and arms that come with it. And of course, it will use additional product that is available aftermarket or from Brother if you'd like to go that path. So let me show you some fun things about this. Let me start by showing you caps, because that's what we're going to do today. So of course I had to start with a cap that I had the word Brother on, and you can see how crisp and clean and beautiful that is. Perfectly lined up. I love this machine now. And this is a snapback. So the snapbacks and the flat frames have become very, very popular with the younger set. And I'm going to just have to tell you the story about this. So my grandson came to visit a few weeks ago. He's 22 now, I think. And he had on a brand new flat brim cap. And so, of course, I couldn't help myself. It had 5 letters on it. So I said, well, so just tell me, how much did that cap cost you? And he said, I paid $52 for it. And after I finished swallowing my tongue and looking at him, I never did tell him that I buy those flat brims and snapbacks from my embroidery supplier for less than $10, way less than $10. So, and I embroider the letters, you know, that's probably 50 cents worth of thread, maybe, I don't know. So I didn't say that, I just let him enjoy his new hat. So just so you know, this one is 2 letters, and I did this one in software because I wanted the outline around it to make it pop. So just another way that you can go with it. Those letters were right out of the machine. And then I wanted to show you this because, oh, who doesn't love their Disney? Now, Disney is available only on the what they call the multi-needle or the free arm machines. Only this machine has the ability to do Disney. You can purchase the Disney designs from 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐿.com, and they are not for sale. You cannot sell a product that you've embroidered. They're for your family use, but boy, oh boy, are they fun when you take your kids somewhere and they're all wearing what looks like a really, really expensive Disney cap. And then here's another one. This one happens to be one of my favorite Mickeys, and you can see how he pops and looks so beautiful on this nice snapback front cap. So now let's move to the machine and get started. So on the machine screen, there we go. On the machine screen, we're just going to take a real quick look here. So there's 405 designs here. There's outlines, there's quilting. Those are way too big for a cap. And these are what they call the big fonts, so the big letters. And I'm going into the big fonts because there's a couple of little hidden gems in here. So this one I just love. It just looks so glorious. And you can't probably see it on your screen. Maybe you can. There's an outline that shows the cap frame because I have the cap driver on the machine. And I can tell that this will easily fit. So that whole entire font will fit. Is that cool? I mean, I find that exciting. And then there's another one, these applique letters. Everybody loves applique letters, and you can do the loose, the untrimmed, you can do all the different styles. Now I'm going to put that up there, and you're going to go, well, Coleen, you're dummy, that doesn't fit. And you're right, it won't. And the machine will tell you that. But if you come down here, you'll see LMS, large, medium, small. So I'm just going to touch that icon till I get to small. And it's not that small, it's still almost 2 inches tall. But it's a beautiful, beautiful applique letter. And of course, I have the entire font here, so I have lots to work with. So aren't those fun? And they're just right on the machine. You see a lot of these machines out and about because they are more portable than some of our other free arm machines. So let's get started with hooping a cap. So I'm going to put my stylus up, and I'm going to come over here to the side so that you can see the cap. And I'm doing 2 caps. So the first one is what we call the flat brim cap hoop, and it's new, and I'm going to just pull this apart so that you can see it from the start, because usually what I find when I'm out and about is that people are just confident they could never do a cap. And then when I show them, they're equally confident that yes, they could do a cap and they could do them in their sleep. So here's my cap. And I'm going to just give it a kind of a little squeeze. This is hard for me to get in front of the camera because the camera's backward from me. So I'm going to give it a little squeeze. And girls, you're all going to know this because this is kind of like a little, let me see if I can get it to where it's, there we go. This is kind of like a little headband with teeth. So the teeth have a little marking on the top to show you where the center is. And I'm just literally going to slide the headband right over. put it on your head. And then you're going to slide the little teeth right in there to the sides. My husband's in here helping me, and he's pointing down, which means I've got it up too high and you can't see it. And so now I have it ready. Now these are the little glides. So I'm going to come right over here, and I'm just going to slide these right into the receptacle on the side of the machine. And I'm going to lock it so it'll stay in position. And then I just push down with both hands. You can push on either side, both sides, or however you want to do it. For me, I tend to just push right from the center top. And then I'll put one are included, and you'll notice that they're bent. So you want the bent part outside. And there's one for keep the cap out of the way. I've cap to misbehave, but brother likes to be really cautious. Now I'm going to take this off, and the way that you do it is you're going to put your thumbs on the silver tab and your fingers where my fingers are right now on the plastic clip, and you just pull back gently and it'll pop right there. Now we're going to walk over to the machine, and at the machine, this is not going to work real well, so don't try that. So you're you're going to rotate it, come in, back. And then you're just going to take those same silver tabs that you used to pull it off, and you're going to push it back on, and you will hear it snap. This is harder to do on camera than it is in real life. Let me tell you that. So let's get this guy on here. There we go. And you heard that. It was a good, firm, hard clonk. So we know that it is in place. So I am going to choose one of my Disney designs that I purchased from Embroidery. And you have ways to get it into your machine. You could bring it in from your USB. You could bring it in from your software if you have the PE. And then here we have it right in our machine memory. And of course, you know I put mine in machine memory so I could grab it quickly. Now, the very most fun thing about this is that you are not required to think. The machine is going to think. You're probably already ahead of me, and you're going, well, that's in that design. But I'm not going to worry about that, because right here I'm going to set this to sign, and it gives me the dimensions. It allows me, I'm not going to size it because I don't know that you can size Disney, but you can rotate it. You can change the colors. You can flip it. Don't flip the Disney ones, because then the logo would stitch backwards and you'd feel silly about that. But when we touch the word embroidery, the machine said, oh, goodness, she's going to embroider now. I really do need to take care of that and flip it upside down for her so she won't forget. So it did that. And then on my last screen, I still have the ability to rotate to turn it into a single color design if I want to. This would baste it if you needed to baste it. I don't. And this one would color sort. So let's say I was doing 3 of the same flower. This would sort and stitch all the pinks, and then all the yellows, and then all the greens. So just a little bit more efficient for threading. This does have an automatic needle threader, and it does cut its own jump stitches. And those are things that we all love about it. And then it has a secret that most of the other machines, or some of the other machines in this category, don't have, and that is bobbin wind. It can wind and bobbin at the same time that you're sewing. So we are ready to go with this now, and all I have to do is touch lock and go, and it's going to go. And I'm going to go ahead and let it start. Let's see where we are for time, because I know you want. And I was going to take a minute that, because I have a whole hat driver set to show you. So I know you're going to want to see that. So what do you think, Jane? Okay, she's not with us right this second, so I'm going to put my clip back, and I'm going to go ahead and start with
Coleen, I am here. I'm here. Oh, the control room was holding me back from getting into you.
Oh, I wonder, because you're usually just right there ready. And I'm
right here ready. I'm watching you go. So
you're having a hot chocolate.
No, yeah, I wish I was over there. No, I'm here. I'm fully engaged in what you're doing here with the Persona PRS 100, and I love it. And you gave us 2 options, and you cut out a little bit. your audio guy is slacking there. So you said I can either do this or I can do the hat clip. Do you want to just continue on with the demo?
Well, actually, I have 2 different hat hoops to show you. So so the hat clip you just put on like a headband. Yeah. All the girls know how to do that. Guys, you know, it's a hat band. It's no different than a ski band. You just pop it into place. I can do that again if you want, or you said I broke up, so.
But no, just on the part where you said, or I can. Let's do the or I can. This is what I'm ready to see.
Oh, okay. So the or I can is the second hat hoop. We actually have another whole set.
Let's see it. And then we'll come back with questions.
All right. So the second set, and this is pretty exciting because this way I can show you the whole thing. So this comes in pieces. So you get all the pieces. So let me hold them up here. This piece is called the framing gauge. And you know why you get this? It mounts on the stand of your machine stand. And have you ever tried to hoop a hat when it was flat on the table? Well, it doesn't work very well because it's round. So this guy holds the frame steady. That's all it does. It just stands in one place and holds it steady for you. Now, part number 2, this is the working guy. This guy is the business end. This is what moves the cap. So I'm going to turn it around so you're looking at the front side of it. Hard to do when I have my hands full here, but there you go. And this actually just goes on the machine. You can see where the square is, where my finger is. The free arm goes right through that, so you just can't do it wrong. And then there are 4 screws to hold on to the drive arm. And this is the drive arm so that it can rotate and move as needed. So that's part number 2. Now, part number 3 is really, really critical. Part number 3 is how you hoop your hat. And one of the things that I hear at shows, because I do a lot of shows, and I hear from people, well, I have the hat driver, but I've never used it because I don't know how. Or I hear, I just think it just scares me. Well, now you know the 3 pieces. It's not scary at all. And I'm going to show you how to hoop this. Normally, this would all be on the machine stand, and it would just be a snap to use. But I want to show you how easy it is if you didn't have that hooked up like I don't today because I have my other one hooked up. So I'm just going to take my cap, easy peasy. I'm going to hold my frame. Let's see if I can get this. Oh, there. See, there's two lines to it. See the 2 lines? I'm going to take my cap and I'm just going to slide it right through those 2 lines. This is so easy, it'll scare you. You're going to line up the point here with the center point on the cap. So there's a center point here and a center point on the cap. That way the machine is doing all the aligning for you. You're not having to think about it. Don't you love that? And then you just simply press this into the teeth into the edge of the cap, just like normal. And you hook it over a little clip and clip it into place and done. That's it. So it's easy peasy. And I know that some people have this and just haven't tried it. And once they try it, they love it because it's so simple. The secret is to put the hat brim between the 2 metal bars. And then it's going to work every time. You want the teeth of the brim, the teeth of the metal to go right into the seam line of the brim. And then you're perfect and on spot. So, and then it's going to be the same thing. This does have a clip. So if you want to clip that clip down into place so that the brim doesn't get out and try to get caught somehow. And then it does the same thing. You're just going to come in at 90 degrees, rotate up, and press it into place, and off you go. So either frame is very workable. Some people find the new flat frame a little simpler. I don't know why, because I think they're both simple. The flat frame was designed, the flat brim cap frame was designed to hold these longer, stiffer frames without, just easier to get them into the hoop. But this one works equally beautiful. They just both do a beautiful job. About the same stitching field on both. Again, you can do pretty much anything you want to do. You can add multiples to a design. You can have a name. You can have a flower. You can have all sorts of things. I tended to kind of go with some simple ones to show you so that would be clear what we were doing. But gosh, there's just a million things you can do with this. Let's see. Are there questions I need to answer about the machine? I kind of went through that quickly. So it does come with the 2 arms, one for the big hoop and the 4x4, which are just crucial for living, and then the little arm for the 4 little hoops that you get with it. And that all comes with it, which is really nice. You get a toolkit. You get pretty much everything you need to know and go with. I will say this, because some people don't know this. You know, you have a great dealer if you buy from this dealer, but not all dealers are close enough to help you with questions. So on screen, this has a help menu, and I'm going to switch to that on screen so that you can see it real quickly. Just take a quick glance at it. So I'm going to touch the home key just so everything's out of the way here. And right up here under the question mark.
Let's zoom in on that, guys. Colleen, they have me on the screen too, but I want everyone to see this real big.
Let's see if he can zoom up the question mark.
I want it to be a single shot on this screen so everybody can see it. There you go.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah. And is that close enough?
That's wonderful. You're doing great. Yeah. So it's
Okay.
all on the big screen. So continue. I love this.
All right. So what you're going to do is you're just going to touch the question mark right here. And then you get help. So it says, well, what are you having trouble with? The parts, troubleshooting, basic operation. Well, I want some basic operation help here today. So if you come through, there's pictures of what you need to know. And so let's just say I wanted to know about the cap. Well, as it turns out, there's 3 different things about the cap. So this one is going to show you how to put that hat driver on, the one that we talked about, how it just goes on so simply. This one is how to get the cap in. This one is how to get it onto the frame, the cap onto the cap frame. And it's right here. It's written for you. Now it's only in 11 languages. So you're going to have to just settle on one of those. I love it when you can hear me and laugh back with me, but it is in multiple languages and it is easy to read and see. And the pictures are wonderful. Even if you couldn't read the words, I think the pictures are so graphic that they really take you through it and make it pretty clear and pretty easy to see what it is you need to do. So what do you think about that? Is that awesome?
You know, Colleen, I'm laughing. They didn't have my audio on, but yes, I was laughing along with you. Everybody else was as well. You make it look so easy. And what I love that you've showed us is that there are descriptions and education and instructions right there on the machine.
Well, Jane, it is that easy. It is really, really easy. And sometimes some of our customers don't sew during normal waking hours. And so they might have a question at 2 in the morning. And although you guys are awesome, I just am not sure someone will answer the phone and answer a question at 2 in the morning. So this guy, he's there at 2 in the morning.
He's there for you always. So I do have a couple of questions, and I find this really interesting. So from Jessica, what stabilizers do you recommend when stitching on cotton to prevent puckering? Because sometimes the designs are dense. Okay,
I typically will use a tearaway. And if it's really, it depends on the type of cap. And let me do this politically correctly. The more economical caps, some of them are they're a lot more challenging to sew on. So on those, if I know I'm doing those, I may double dip. I may put a heavy tearaway on the inside or even a lightweight cutaway. And then on top, I will use a water soluble or a water tearaway or, just an invisible tearaway. Because some of those, like I said, those more economical caps can really be a challenge. I prefer to spend $1 extra on the cap and not be challenged.
Yeah, I love that. And then another question here, and everyone's saying, it'll be me up at 2 a.m. Thank you for those extra instructions in 11 languages. Thank you very much. But the Persona PRS-100 is a single needle embroidery machine. And I think, Colleen, you've just shown us the amazing capabilities that it has. We do have another question, and I find this interesting from Michelle, because this is where I live. She never done hats and caps before, and she's fearful of messing up my machine. Your show, and I get it, that was in quotes because it's like you're not going to mess it up. You're like, but what if? So there's really the ease of use is right there for everybody, and that's what you're showing us. That don't be fearful. What would you say to us that are like a little bit timid?
Okay, I understand that. Usually the timidness is over not wanting to waste a cap, but realistically speaking, in all honesty, if something happens, just turn the machine off. take the hat hoop off, turn it back on again, and it will have reset, recalibrated, redone everything it needed to do. It's pretty user-friendly. Remember, it was meant for you to be able to take it home and use it and have that free arm capability. So I've never actually heard of anyone hurting one. Now I say that and lightning's going to strike me dead, but I've never, ever, and I've only been doing this for about, 18 years, heard of anybody hurting one.
And I mean, it's a fair question. I mean,
Sure it is.
Think the same way. So another one, this is a great question. Linda wants to know, how much does the machine weigh?
You know, that's a trick question, and I should have looked it up, but it is less than either of the other multi-needles, and it's pretty easily picked up and taken places. It actually does have handholds on it, so it's easy to pick up and carry. And since you see this out and about all the time, you see them in kiosks and places like that, I'm pretty confident it's pretty easy to handle.
And that's wonderful. And plus, you've got your crew there, your husband, he can pick it up for you.
Right.
Well, cool.
He's not, do you hear the rattling? Because he's nodding his head yes.
Oh yeah, see, there you go. He's like, yeah, that's my job. Obviously, yeah. He's helping you here in the studio. I would like to get to pricing so everybody can see how amazing this is, and I want to bring that up and let everybody know how they can order. Of course, we've got the Hoop Fest SMP virtual specials here. This is a brother persona PRS 100. You guys, this is a call-in special. So we can't talk about it right here. We want you to call in, find out what that great special is with the Persona PRS 100. It's 800-401-8151. So call in right now. They're standing by. They want to hear from you, and they want to tell you what this amazing special is. Of course, from your friends at Brother, you know it's going to be great. So it's the PRS 100. Now, Linda, there you are. Are there, what is your favorite thing about this machine? I'm calling Linda over here. Coleen, I'm sorry. I was reading Linda's note, talking to you. Coleen, what is your favorite thing about the machine?
The ability to do the small things, and first of all, its price point is so attractive. In order to have that free arm, because that free arm is absolutely the key to the world. Many of us have machines that we love, but the free arm is worth its weight in solid gold. So my favorite thing to do, I make a lot of little bags or buy a lot of little bags as gifts and give them as gifts. And people think you'd think it was $1 million when I give them a little zipper bag with their name on it. And we're not going to even confess to how long that took me to do. It's like the one I held up. I bought those on sale. They're wonderful bags, but I found them on sale and I'm still using them as gifts. So plus it just as a bonus, it has the quilt designs and it has a million other designs that are on it that are fun to work with, and all the alphabet fonts. I'm not sure I went through all the alphabet fonts, did I? Because there's a lot of them. I showed you the bigger ones that you can use. There's so much. It's like getting the key to the candy store when you get this, because now you have a free arm and you can do pant legs, where before, if you did a pant leg, you had to rip them apart, or sleeves or things like that. When I was doing all my brother's sleeves, monogramming them, the cuffs, you want to do that on a flatbed?
No,
I don't think so.
No. So this is why I love this, because I find it so many times when I want to do this one thing, a cuff or a sleeve or a shoulder, and I can't, or even like a smaller shirt, this allows you to be able to do that and get in there and get the work done. I mean, it is a fantastic machine, right. Coleen. I mean, and of course, it's from Brother, so we know that it is fantastic. Somebody's asking here, let me look. Amelia wants to know what kind of thread you're using. Are you using 12-weight thread on the machine?
I am not, but there's no problem with doing that. You certainly can do that. So it's not a big deal. It has fully adjustable tension, so that's not something to worry about. I typically use standard weight embroidery thread I use Brother thread because, of course, I think it's great. But I know there are other brands out there, and all the ones I've tried have worked perfectly. The only time I've had a problem was if it was a bad spool. And sometimes you'll run into a bad spool of thread, particularly in black and the darker colors, because those are over dyed so many times it weakens the thread itself. And then if it's one that's been sitting in the sun or sitting on your desk for 5 years because you bought it at a super sale, and what you don't know is they had it in stock for 5 years before you bought it on the super sale, you may find that those are a little weaker.
Colleen, thank you for answering. That was my question, because I thought it was just me, or I just bought a lemon and I had this one spool of red thread that I don't really even know whose brand it is, but I keep putting it on different machines. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? But thank you for letting me know that I'm not doing anything wrong.
It's not, especially Jane, if you're doing it on multiple machines and you're having a problem, it is not you, girl.
So that thread goes into the garbage, and we say, moving on. Let's recap what we've got here, Colleen, because I could listen to you all day long. Talk to me about this machine. I'm telling you, I'm a huge fan of having all the right tools for the job. And this one is a great add to your sewing room. Yes, you've got your sewing machine, and yes, you've got your flatbread embroidery machine. But this one, look at how special this one is. It's that free arm. You can do hats. There's so many things that you can do. It is a singular sensation, as they're calling it. It's the Brother Persona PRS 100. Now, there is a special, but we can't talk about it here. You need to call in and find out what that special exactly is. And you can call in. They're waiting for you right now. The call center is there. It is 800-401-8151. What a great machine. Colleen, I love having you on the show, and it's great to see you. I think we might have lost Colleen. Okay.
This is fun.
Yeah. Any last words of wisdom, Colleen?
Yes, get one. Get one and play with one. I bought my first one and I had no idea how much I needed it until I bought it. And then it was like, I can do look at all these things I could do that I couldn't do, or I had to spend all this time on before. And now, no, the machine does it. Do you know you can do shoes? I just wanted to throw that out there because that's kind of fun too.
That's so trendy. To do
baby shoes.
Canvas shoes. You know the white shoe trend? You could put a little bit of a little something on those shoes.
Oh yeah.
Now you got me going, Colleen. I love this idea of adding this to the sewing room, and I love the idea that you said you have these bags and you quickly you have them and you quickly embroider something. You're out the door with the gift. I always say, if you're bringing a gift, bring a little bit of handmade, because it's handmade makes you happy. And we have the ability to do this. The other thing I love is if you are wanting to start your own side hustle, what a great machine this would be to kickstart that side hustle.
This is a perfect machine for that, because the side hustle is definitely huge in the world right now. There's a million people doing it. And my husband is busily scouring my room right now because I have 10 million bags where I've purchased a tote bag and I've there's a pocket on it and I've monogrammed the pocket, and then that's a wonderful gift to give. And I don't have any of them in the room right this minute. So it's like, you don't have any in here? And it was like, no, I purged the room, but I've got a million of them, in other places. But there's just so much. I just did one of the little bath scrubbies for a friend's new baby grandson, and you'd have thought I gave him $1 million gift. And it wasn't quite that much, but
and then the other side of that too is when you have a machine like the Persona PRS 100, and you're able to do more, and you're able to crank things out, and you're able to do it with ease, and you give this away, then you have a sense of satisfaction that you did it yourself, because you know that person loved your handmade gift, and you're like, I did that. So I love the idea that creativity can explode.
The other side of that is my husband asked me a few years ago about a gift for somebody's wedding party. And I said, actually what happened is the father of the bride said, you're being invited to the wedding because my daughter wants the same thing her older sister got for a wedding gift. And my husband came home. He was a little concerned because we don't ever buy gifts, ever. Weddings, graduation, it doesn't matter. I make them. I do towels. I do all kinds of things because it's so easy with this. And so he came home and he was a little concerned. And I said, don't worry. I know what I did for the big sister. And
we'll do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll do it again. Colleen, thank you so much for all of your insight and expertise. Love seeing you today. And everybody go out and get your persona PRS100. Again, it is a Hoop Fest virtual special. You got to call in to find out what it is, but you're going to just call it super easy. 800-401-8151. Representatives are standing by. I need to go order my machine right now, and I'm going to bring Blaine back so we can move on. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. Hey, I got to tell everybody too, the regular price on this is $49.99. And if they call in, we're going to give a really special deal today because of Hoop Fest. And we also have 60-month 0% interest financing. And Jane, you know, these personas have been really hard to get. We have some in stock right now. So if they want one of these, they better give us a call today because they go really fast.
Exactly. They're flying off the shelves, especially after Coleen's telling us how great and showing us how to work them.
I'm telling you what, and we're going to have, you know, Cindy Hogan going to be highlighting the PRS 100 again later in the week and going to show you some really cool special things you can do with it with split design. So we're looking forward to that.
Blaine, you're just great because you bring all these things and you're showing us what to do. And this is what makes me want to go call right now.
Well, you know, give me your credit card. Just text it to me and we'll get you fixed up.
You bet. Go buy yourself a pair of shoes too. And maybe I'll embroider on them as well.
All right. Well, hey, Jane, our next guest, I've got to tell everybody about our next guest. Hey, we have got Brent Taylor from Durkee Frames here, Durkee Hoops. And I got to tell you a little bit about Brent. You know, Brent in 2009, him and his wife, Suzanne, purchased Durkee Hoops through a business broker, 4 patents and several additions to the. They have transformed Durkee into one of the most trusted manufacturers of embroidery hoops. And simply stated, their goal is to be innovators in embroidery technology by designing products that make the embroidery process easier and more fun. So, got to tell you a little bit about what happened. I called Brent up and I said, "Hey, Brent, I've got Hoop Fest going to start." I said, I told him all about Hoop Fest, what I had envisioned and what I wanted to do. Brent said, "I'm in." I said, "Okay, but hold on. Before you say you're in, there's a catch." He goes, "Okay, what's the catch?" I said, "I've got to have something exclusive for Sewing Machines Plus customers that we can only get during Hoop Fest, and it's got to blow their socks off." And so, you know, Brent said, "Oh, man, come on now." And I said, "Come on, you got to have something that we can do better than anything that's ever been done." And I said, "Because this will make it special." So I got to show you what Brent came up with. Brent came up with this package, and I just want y'all to look at this. This is the ultimate Easy Frame bundle. It's the largest package of Easy Frames Durkee has ever offered until today. It's the master set of Easy Frames. This package includes the blue adapter arm, 12 Easy Frames that have an MSRP of $618.75, a minimum advertised price of $529. In other words, $529 is the lowest price any dealer can advertise this set of Easy Frames for including. Now, just for us in this event, Brent has created what he's calling the ultimate set of Easy Frames. This set includes the blue adapter arm that fits your machine arms, holds the Easy Frames, plus all 17 sizes of the Easy Frames. And today, you can get it on Hoop Fest. He's going to release this next Monday to all his dealers across the nation. The MSRP is going to be $1,029. The minimum advertised price is going to be $795. So think about that, guys. The minimum advertised anybody can sell it for is $795. That's including us. But right now, during Hoop Fest, we're the only place you can get this special. You're going to get this ultimate 17-piece Easy Frames from us. And I'm telling you, for a price of $595 delivered. Guys, that is an insane price. So I'm so happy to welcome to the show Brent Taylor from Durkee Hoops.
Hey, Blaine, how are you?
I am awesome, dude, and I'm so happy right now about this exclusive package we have, and I want you to tell everybody about these Easy Frames. And then we've also got a little surprise that we're going to talk about today too, aren't we?
Yes, we certainly do, for sure. So I got to tell you, Blaine, I finally got my arm out of the cast, and the doctor tells me I will be okay over a period of time because you twisted my arm so hard on this deal. Before my other dealer friends get mad at me, I want to explain something very clearly here, because what you said is exactly correct. This product, this package of ultimate frames, all 17 frames plus the blue adapter arm, will not be released to all of the other dealers until next week. And yes, the minimum advertised price will be $7.95, which is absolutely 100% legitimate and a great value at $7.95. In order to do what we're doing today through Saturday for Hoop Fest and for you and for Sewing Machines Plus, I went to our vendors and I twisted their arms. I said, look, I've never asked you for anything. This is a special event, it's a special company, and it's a special friend. And he has asked me, and I'm asking you, and I'm twisting your arm, and here we go. They said, okay, 1 week only through Saturday. So even our vendors are kicking in to make this possible. You know, a lot of people say, great deal, wonderful deal, best ever. Folks, this is as legit as it gets. This is absolutely legit. Next week, this package will be $795, minimum advertised price. But this week, for Hoop Fest only, and you can only get it at this price through Sewing Machine Plus. And the reason we're doing the $5.95 is because we have not released it to the dealers yet. We have not put in place the minimum advertised price. That won't happen until Monday. So all of this, Blaine, just to let you know how special this is. There it is, my friend. There it is.
Well, Brent, I am super, super excited about this package, and I know this is going to fly off the shelves, and we're super pumped. But before we get too much into that, we've got to talk about this brand new product. It's the world premiere that you have that I think it's a game changer. I'm telling you, I absolutely love this product. And do you want to go ahead and show the video of this thing, or do you want to talk about it first?
Let me talk about it just a little bit before we show the video, if that's okay.
All right.
Just for people to know, if it's a curiosity to anyone, from the time we develop a new product or we bring a new product to market, the time frame from inception of the idea to getting a drawing, to getting prototypes, to getting it tested, and then getting it to market, that window is typically 120 days, roughly 3 or 4 months. This one product that you're about to see, as Blaine knows, we have been working on this product for over a year. It is by far, as an assembly process is concerned, it's by far the most complicated product that we've ever put together. But we felt there was a tremendous need for the product in the marketplace. A similar type product has been available in the commercial world for quite some time. But to bring it to the home market, to bring it to the people that have got the Persona PRS 100 or Alliance, or to bring it to the people that have a brother or baby lock 6 or 10 needle machine, to be able to do that, it was a challenge. But that challenge has been met. It's been thoroughly tested, and we're just excited as we could possibly be to bring it to you. And with that said, Blaine, why don't we go to the video and let Cindy Hogan show everybody what it is.
Hi, I'm Cindy Hogan, and today I'm really excited to share with you a new frame from Durkee Hoops, the quilt/border frames. These frames are available for both the brother and the baby lock tubular arm embroidery machines. Shall we go take a closer look at the frames?
The Durkee quilt/border frames are available in 4 different sizes. The first of these is the 8x8. The 8x8 is available for both the brother and the baby lock multi-needle machines, as well as the Brother Persona and the Baby Lock Alliance. The 8x8 comes with 4 clips, all of which are the same size. The next size frame is the 8x12 inch frame. The 8x12 inch frame comes with 4 short clips and 2 long clips. It is important to note that the short clips go on the long rails and the long clips go on the short rails. This frame will fit on both a 6 and a 10 needle machine. The next frame size is an 8x14 inch frame. It is available for the 10 needle machines. This frame comes with 4 long clips and 2 short clips. The 2 short clips go along the long rail with 2 long clips. The remaining long clips go on the short rails. The last frame size is the 14x14 inch frame. This is a rotatable hoop and is available for the 10 needle embroidery machines. With this frame, you stitch out half of the embroidery design, rotate the frame, and then stitch out the other half. This frame comes with 4 short clips and 4 long clips. You place a short clip and a long clip on each of the rails of the frame.
So let's begin hooping. Each hoop comes with a clip removal tool. It has a slot on the inside. You simply place it over the lever of the clip, lift, and remove the clip. You can do this with either side of the tool. It works either way. And then remove all 4 clips. Here I have a quilt sandwich, and I'm going to hoop that. If you have your markings on your fabric, there are centering notches on each side of the hoop, and you can align those with the fabric. I don't have any markings on this one, so I'm just going to check and make sure we're approximately where I want to be. Take the clip, press your hand on one end, place it over the rail, press on the other end with the heel of your hand, and you're in. That one clip is done. Rotate the hoop, kind of smooth it out with your fingers. This time on this side, I want you to press with your fingers to kind of make sure that the fabric touches the base of the hoop. Take your clip, press it down with the heel of your hand, press on the opposite end, and it's hooped there. Rotate the hoop. If your hands aren't strong, you can use a soft mallet and gently tap one of the ends into place. I'm going to press with my heel on one side and then gently tap on the other to get the bracket in place. I prefer using the heels of my hands, but you'll do whatever works best for you. Once again, on this last side, I want to make sure that my fabric is touching the base. Press down and press down. The fabric is hooped and ready to go. The quilt/border hoops are also nice when working with difficult to hoop items such as jackets. This is the 8 by 12 inch frame. It comes with 4 short clips that go on the long rails and 2 long clips which go on the short rails. You use the clip removal tool just as we did with the last hoop and remove all of the clips. Once the clips are removed, I like to put them in order so that I know which ones are shorts and which ones are longs for when I go to getting them ready. Once again, there are centering notches. I have a piece of regular stabilizer underneath here. You can use a tearaway or a cutaway when hooping a jacket. And I'm really not going to worry about centering today, just so that you can see how it hoops. It looks like I'm pretty well in the center here. So I need to place my short clips on the long rails with the heels of my hand. I'll rotate the hoop to the opposite side. Smooth it down. Once again, make that divot with your fingers. And then rock the clip into place. We have 2 sides left. These are our long sides. Take the clip, rock it into position. If you happen to notice some distortion, remove the clip, press down with your fingers. That's what I forgot on that little step. Press with your hand, heels of your hand, and you're ready to go. Let's do the last side. Make that little divot with your fingers. Press with the heels of your hand. There you go. And your jacket is hooped. In the remaining hoops, the projects are hooped in the same manner. If you're at all concerned with the bed of your machine getting scratched, you can take painter's tape, place it 1/4 of an inch over the back of the sides of the hoop, and just kind of rub it down with your fingers. Do that on all 4 sides, and that will ensure that you do not get any damage to your machine. I will say mine has not scratched, but as soon as I say that, yours will. So if you have any concerns at all, this will take care of it. Just about 1/4 of an inch, just so that it doesn't get into your embroidery field. This is what they do in the commercial industry for this style frame. And then turn it over to the front side and press it down onto the fabric. And you're ready to embroider. So let's go embroider something on the embroidery machine with the quilt/border hoop. At the machine, you want to place the spacer that comes with the machine onto the throat of the machine. To do this, simply place this over the throat plate into the notches. This will absorb the space between the hoop and the machine. All of the hoops use the A arm with the exception of the 14 by 14 inch hoop. It uses the B arm for the embroidery machine. You'll notice I have my flatbed table for additional support. I'm going to gently slide this under, clearing the needle bar, inserting it under the brackets, and clicking it till it snaps into place. Once it's snapped into place, ready to set the design up for embroidery. Let's touch and edit, and a final thing that you really want to do is to touch the trial sew button. Whenever using a non-standard embroidery frame, you want to make sure that the design is going to fit within the parameters of the hoop. Touch embroidery. For this frame, I suggest between 500 and 600 stitches per minute as your stitch speed. I'm going with 500 stitches per minute. Now that we're ready with that, let's touch the lock button and get started. We'll rejoin after the embroidery is finished. Once the embroidery has completed, gently remove the hoop from the machine, taking care not to hit your needle bar and to avoid removing the spacer. Your embroidery is now. Let's go remove it from the hoop. Once you have the hoop off the machine, go to your hooping station and remove the clips with the clip removal tool. To use the 14 by 14 inch jumbo frame, you need to put the B arm on the machine. Make sure the spacer that we put in with the other hoop is on the machine as well. And then insert the hoop into the machine. Gently going under, making sure to miss your needle bar. It needs to click into place on both sides, and there shouldn't be any wiggle room. Now let's bring up our embroidery design. I have a design that I've created here for the 14 by 14 inch hoop. We're going to touch it. You'll notice that it breaks it into 2 parts. We want to choose the first part and then touch set. It is always a good idea to do a trial sew. So touch the trial sew to make sure that it stays within the parameters of the hoop. Touch embroidery and select the colors that you would like to use for your design. Once you've selected the colors for your design, make sure that your stitch speed is at 500 to 600 stitches per minute. Press the lock button and begin embroidering. I'll join you again after the first half has been embroidered. Okay, the first half of our design has finished stitching. Now it's time to go on. Let's look at the screen and see what it tells us to do. We're going to touch OK. It's going to tell us to place our snowman positioning marker onto our project to match it here on the screen. So I'm going to do that. My positioning marker is in place. Touch OK. It will scan for the positioning marker. The marker's been recognized. We're going to take the hoop out of the machine gently. Rotate it around. Get your excess fabric out of the way. And then gently place it back into the machine until it snaps into place. Now we're going to touch OK. It will locate our positioning marker. Touch OK, and bring up the second half of the design. Touch Set. Take your positioning marker off of your project. Touch Embroidery, and you're ready to begin your embroidery. Press Lock and go. We'll join it when it's finished. Our design has finished stitching, so let's touch OK. Look at our beautiful embroidery. Now, all you have to do is gently remove it from the machine and then remove the clips from the project, and you're done. As you can see, the Durkee quilt/border frames allow you to embroider on a multitude of difficult to hoop items. Jackets, towels, quilt sandwiches, and more. I think you'll really enjoy these frames.
No sound.
I'm muted. Okay, so I'm here now. I was going to say, Brent, I absolutely love that border frame, and what a great new addition to your lineup. And I've got to tell everybody exactly how they can get this. And there's actually 4 sizes available, and the sizes are an 8x8, they're a 8x12, 8x14, and a 14x14. And these are going to fit the 6 and 10 needle brother and baby lock machines. However, you do have an 8x8 that's going to fit the brother Persona and the baby lock Alliance. So these things are going to start at $199, and then the prices go all the way up to $325, depending on which size you get. I think that 14x14 is $325. That six needle and 10 needle. But Brent, these things, that I think this is a game changer, and this is going to be awesome. And Cindy did a great job of demonstrating that.
Yes, she certainly did, Blaine. We're, as you well know, we're very excited about it. You saw some of the early prototypes, so you know what we've been through. But this is a product that we just feel like is really needed in the industry. You know, I was watching your program earlier, and when you were with my good friend 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐞, he was at the very end, he was talking about a software program called PhotoStitch. And it tweaked my memory immediately, because Cindy Hogan was sharing with me. She said, Brent, I can't wait to do one of the PhotoStitch projects with this, because you need that tautness. You need something that will consistently hold large projects in place when you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of stitches. Not only is this great for things like PhotoStitch, obviously, but if you do multiple patches or badges, as she showed in the demo, if you're doing a jacket back, and quite obviously, above all, one of the great quilting frames perhaps ever to be made. So we're extremely excited about it. We think the opportunity is just fantastic. And I know you've seen the quilt removal tool. And just so folks can see very quickly, I'm a little up in years, but I still have a little bit of strength. But the binding on this is so tight with these metal clips. I promise you I'm not playing around. Now Blaine won't tell you this, so I'm gonna give up a little bit on Blaine here. Most people watching this program will never know. Blaine was literally an Olympic quality athlete. He would have represented the United States as a pole vaulter in the Summer Olympics many years ago, but unfortunately a car accident stopped that from happening. But Blaine can pull this off with a lot of strength, but most of us can't. But just to show you, and this was one of the things that we had to develop, just to show you how simple this is, watch this. 2 fingers and done. So it's designed to work and work for you. And Blaine, any questions we'll be happy to answer. One I think that's going to come up pretty quickly is what machines are these available for? Right now, strictly the Brother and Baby Lock. The Brother PRS 100 / Baby Lock Alliance, the 8x8 obviously, and then the other sizes for the 6 and 10 needle machines. Now, one other thing, Cindy's coming up, I think you said in another day or two, she's going to be talking about the multi-position hoop that we have, the 8x14 and the 12x14. The 8x14 is for the Persona PRS 100 or Alliance, and that's going to allow you to do what you just saw demonstrated with that 14x14. Same thing if you've got a 6 needle machine, it's going to allow you to do 12x14. So she's going to show you how to do that. So those are just some of the products. And I guess the best way, Blaine, for me to wrap up my segment here is to say, that's what she stitched and that's how we feel. Very, very grateful. Grateful to you, grateful to Sewing Machine Plus, and most importantly, grateful to the thousands and thousands of people around the world that use our products every day. We're super excited. And I don't know after following Jane Klaus how you could be anything but excited. That lady is hopping now, I'm telling you. So thanks for letting us be on with
Well, hey, Brent, you're exactly right. Jane gets everybody excited, and I think she's got me so much more excited since she joined the show today. And I was pretty pumped up this morning. Kyle's like, man, did you drink some coffee or something? And I said, no, I don't drink coffee, but I'm just excited about Hoop Fest. But hey, this product, Brent, is so awesome because you know what people don't realize? You just can't hoop a quilt. But now you can with these clamps, and as strong as they are, you're right. I had a little trouble getting these things off by hand. That tool makes it extremely easy. Anybody can do it. But again, guys, I got to remind everybody how you can get this. This thing is brand new. This is a world exclusive. You can't get it anywhere else right now but us today. Hey, it's starting at $199. That is for that 8x8 size. That'll fit the Alliance. It'll fit the Persona. Then we have an 8x8 that'll fit the 6x10, 6 and 10 needle. It's $199 as also. We have an 8x12 it's $225. We have an 8x14. It's $265, and we have that big one 14x14. That's $325. And guys, you can call right now and order these 1-800-401-8151, or you can just go on the website and check them out. And Brent, before you go, I got to tell everybody about this negotiation of this 17-piece easy frame set. This is for your 6 and 10 needle. And I'm telling you, this thing is awesome that you put together for us. It is $595. This is not going to be released until next Monday to all the other dealers in the nation. So for a week, the only place you're going to get it is right here for this price. If they wait till Monday of next week, it's going to be, they're going to pay $795 for it. So you $200 savings, you get it right here this week, exclusive for Sewing Machines Plus. And Brent, we want to thank you so much for working with us and so much for being part of Hoop Fest. It has been awesome. And we'll see Brent again on Thursday. He'll be back here, and he's going to be again on Saturday, and we'll talk all about these hoops again. So, Jane, I know that you've got to be jumping out of your seat right now after seeing Brent and all those awesome packages.
What? Don't dare me to get excited about some things. Come on, Blaine. I
love it.
That.
I love it.
Are you kidding me?
So, hey, I should have had some pom-poms as pumped up as I was about Brent coming on the show and showing all those great new products.
It's so fun. I mean, the whole week we just need pom-poms, right? Because it's all so exciting, Blaine.
I know. Well, hey, guess what? Guess what's exciting now? We have Joanne Banko coming up.
Education.
Oh, my gosh. And this is one of our educational parts of the show. We're going to just educate you on some things. And she's going to talk about perfect placement. And so I know that I want you to tell everybody a little bit about Joanne's background, and then y'all share all her education with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, it's time to get schooled. And she is a graduate of the Progressive Fashion School, formerly located in Cleveland, Ohio. Joanne Banko is an author, a freelance sewing educator, and a self-proclaimed sewing cheerleader. Aren't we all? Wait, I need my brother blue pom-poms because Joanne is also a brother ambassador and she contributes to their blog, Stitching Social. She loves to design projects to help sewing and embroidery enthusiasts bring it to the next level and make the most of their machines. And there literally is no one better to get schooled by than Joanne Banko. Please welcome lovely Joanne. Hi, Joanne. Oh. You know what? I can't hear Joanne. Can you guys? Let's see. Fellows, I'm wondering, is she on mute on your side or is she on mute on my side?
My side. Sorry.
There we go.
Woo!
Okay, Joanne.
What I was telling you is that I wanted to be a real cheerleader, and I would have worn my cheerleader outfit if I knew, but I couldn't do the splits, so that knocked me out of the sports cheerleader, so I became a sewing cheerleader instead.
I love that. You know, when I saw that you say you're a self-proclaimed sewing cheerleader, I mean, that is right up my alley. I am such a cheerleader and fan of getting people inspired to sew. Yep. And you know that from our work at Brother Together. That's right. You know, you're like off the charts experience and you're educating, and I'm the one that's like, just try it for like 30 minutes, buy a machine, sew for an hour. I promise you're going to love it. And so, and I love the idea of getting people excited and cheerleading for the sport of sewing, if you will.
Absolutely. It is life-changing for sure. It is life-changing. I've seen it many, many times, and it's a skill that, you know, you just grow with, and it keeps your mind sharp too.
And for me, you know, and we know this from a health perspective, it lowers your stress. Absolutely. It helps you with your mental wellness and lowers anxiety. We can all use that these days too. And of course, it gives you that sense of satisfaction that you made it yourself. So Joanne, when we talk about embroidery and design, a lot of times it comes down to the perfect placement. Yes. So today you've got all of the information on how we can do just that.
Yep. I want to share with you some of my tips and tricks, some of my ideas, and I hope to inspire you. I want to give you some clues to, first of all, what I call pretty placement. Second, what I call planning your placement. And then third is precisely placing. So precise placement. So let me get started by showing you a few samples, because you know, when we're going to take the time to do embroidery and we see a gorgeous design, we need to think a little bit about where to put it. And so many of us start out embroidering with kind of what I call the plop and drop method, where we just kind of wing it with the hoop, and, you know, we don't really think about the scale of the design and how it matches the garment. We're maybe more concerned with matching thread colors and things like that. So I want to give you a little bit of pretty placement tips to start with. So let's see, I've got a whole bunch of garments here. So let me grab this t-shirt first and give me a holler if it's, for some reason you can't see it, but I think you could see it pretty good there. So in this particular case, what I have done is I've chosen to do a left shoulder area and then a high hip area. And I'm telling you, if you're going to do t-shirts, you know, it's perfectly fine to do a center neckline design. Certainly when we get into, you know, logos and things like that, we might work over here on the left. But when you're doing it for something that's maybe a little bit more dressy, or, you know, something that you want to create a little bit more of a special look, then I'd like you to consider doing dual embroidery, first of all. And here what I did is I just took a simple motif from built into one of my machines, and then I repeated it a second time in the high hip area. So when we think about this, is generally this is a very flattering area, and so is this on just about any frame, just about any figure. And you're going to hear me talk a little bit more about placing your embroidery close to your face, but here that's exactly what you're doing. And you know, it's funny, I did this placement on multiple t-shirts, and more than any other shirt that I ever wore, if I wore an embroidered shirt that had a, center chest embroidery design, people might kind of notice it when they're talking, but as far as compliments, I always get compliments when I use this particular layout. So consider that. And I'm going to show you just another sample. Here again, I use the same idea here with, high shoulder and high hip area or low hip hem area. It can go a little lower. Your own taste and your own desires and go with that. But here you see for placement and positioning, I not only, chose an area that's attractive, but I also used a taller design. So, when we think about placement, think of placing those taller designs in areas where you want to elongate the figure. So it's going to be a slimming effect for sure. And then, like I said, neckline. You can never go wrong with a neckline design. That always, brings attention to your face. That's what we're looking at when we're having a conversation with somebody. And having that either a sprinkle of embroidery or a big splash of embroidery, either way, it's going to be a no-fail. Always looks good. Great, great, great positioning. So for pretty placement, consider that neckline. Now, what are we going to do if we have a neckline that's a little bit unusual? Here I've got an unusual neckline. So this is a wrap dress, and it's one of those things that looks completely different when it's on the body. So I thought about this when I planned the placement for this. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but when I planned the placement for this, I thought, I don't really know where those motifs are going to land until I make the garment and put it on. So another idea, obviously I'm showing you some garments made from scratch. Some of them are ready-mades as well. But in this particular case, I was going to sew the garment. So, a lot of times when I'm sewing the garment, I have the opportunity to really plan for that pretty placement because I can lay it all out on the pattern and see what it's going to look like, in certain areas. But for this, I couldn't really tell until the dress was completed and put on. So what did I do? Oh my, we're always faced with those decisions in embroidery where we've got to come up with some type of a solution. So what I did in this case is I simply embroidered those motifs onto the exact same fabric and then literally positioned them and auditioned them on myself once I had the dress all completed. So what I did is just basically created appliques. And then I laid them on the dress and I used a very close matching thread and a very narrow zigzag, and I had perfect, perfect, perfect results. So another idea here is when you're planning your placement for pretty placement, consider yokes. I love embroidering on yokes. Now this particular pattern is for my Western loving friends. You can see it's a Western style shirt. It's got a Western style yoke on the back as well. But in this particular case, what I did is I literally created a chunk of fabric, and I've got my chunk here. I'll show you my chunk after it was cut. So I stabilize it. I cut an oversized piece. And then when I'm done, I simply lay that pattern on and cut it out. So I've got excess. You're basically creating your own fabric when you do it that way. But again, back to the yoke idea. Yokes are a great place to add embroidery. So what if you have a pattern, almost any pattern can be changed into a yoke. In fact, I've been known to take ready-mades and simply sew trim, a horizontal trim on the front and on the back and create a faux yoke because it's just an ideal place for your embroidery to shine. And here's another example of yokes. So perfect place for embroidery. And don't forget, people see you coming as well as going. So my idea for planning and for pretty placement is also to consider adding some embroidery to the back. Of course, cuff areas, belts, those are always naturally perfect places to put your embroidery. Okay, so let's take a look at one more here. And now we're actually getting into planned placement. So I got a big long dress, so it's kind of hard for me to show you because it's a maxi. So I'll just lift it up here. And you'll see a little bit more when I talk about how I did this, but I wanted to create a hemline design. So I needed to have these designs link perfectly. I'm going to be showing you how to do that. Same thing with this wrap garment. Okay, we've got to have those designs perfectly linked. And I will tell you, I did this without any toots and whistles on the machine, without any special effects. We love our machines that have cameras and projectors and all those things, but I wanted to show you some basic techniques today so that no matter what machine you have, you can get started right away with pretty placement, planning your placement, and perfect placement. So in this case, I simply used a measuring tool to make sure that all of my motifs lined up. Easy peasy. Okay, so I'm going to just tilt my camera down. So give me a second here to move it into place and show you some things down here on my table. All right, so when we're doing that type of placement where we want to plan it out, I wanted to plan this particular hem area for this dress so that I could have a continuous embroidery all across the strip. Now, sometimes you're going to want to use a little bit of math, which is like not my favorite thing in sewing. But if you've got a design that is going to fit, measurement-wise on the area that you're going to put it on, sometimes you're going to have to tweak it a little bit. So what I like to do is measure the actual area, measure my design, and then do a simple division so that I can see how many motifs am I likely to get in there. If I need to, I can simply add a little bit of space. Maybe if I add a 1/2 inch where each motif is, then I'll get perfect alignment. Sometimes I will actually change my pattern even and make it a little bit larger or a little bit smaller to accommodate that. So when I'm going to do an area like this, I'm going to start out with a long center line that's going to be even with my straight edge. So I'm going to chalk this one in for you today, but I'm going to show you some alternative methods that you can use too. And I'm kind of winging it here that design was centered. So I think I probably pretty much found that center. Now, I could print templates for this, and I'm going to talk more about templates in just a couple minutes, but templates are your best friend when it comes to embroidery. I realize though that again, I want to appeal to everybody here today. If you're a beginner embroidery, I want you to be able to go sit down at your machine and be able to precisely place something. So when we've got designs that we can bring into the computer or that come from the computer, and if we've got software, we've got the ability to print templates. And again, I'll show you that in a minute. But what if you haven't? What if you haven't purchased software yet? Well, every design has a center point and every design has a specific measurement, although sometimes it can be tricky to find the exact halfway mark. I like to work in millimeters when I'm trying to find the halfway mark. And I've got a sheet here that I just did a simple internet search and I found printable graph paper all done in metrics. So it makes it very easy for me to take the measurement of my design, in this case, this particular scrolling motif, and I can very simply find by counting those grids on that paper. And again, this is something anybody can do. And I have just made myself a template. So very, very, very easy. Now, if I've got software again, I could print the actual printed template so I can see what the design looks like. But what's important for planning your placement and then precisely placing is the true center point. So that's just simply the halfway mark for the length of the design and the halfway mark for the with the design. So now I'm able to line that up, and maybe I want those to touch. If I want those to touch, fine. But if I don't, then I simply, maybe I want them an inch apart. Then I simply follow that center line, and I go an inch from where the tip of that previous embroidery was. And now I mark my horizontal lines. Just like that. And I'll chuck that in so that you can see that a little bit better. I like to use just traditional quilting rulers because those just work really, really, really well for doing this. Okay. And then now I'm able to take that, and I can take my grid that comes with my hoop. And trust me, these are not designed to be Frisbees. These are designed to be used. I place that in the top frame. I slide my bottom frame under. And by the way, my fabric is already pre-stabilized. And very often when I'm doing this, I will cut oversized fabric so that I know that I've got enough margin to fit in my hoop. Now, one thing that I have on here that I neglected to mention, so let me bring it back. If you notice, I have an arrow marked on here. And that's because the design, every design, again, has a top and it has a bottom. So I want to make sure if I want these all going in one direction, that I've got an arrow marked on my template. And when I go to sew that, embroider that on my machine, I'm going to make absolute sure that the top of the design is facing up. So now it's a simple matter of matching the grids on my hoop with the essentially grid line that I drew on the fabric. Now, plop and drop embroidery or almost embroidery, or doesn't really matter if it's perfect embroidery, you could certainly do this just by using the hash marks that are on your hoops. Pretty much all the hoops are the same that way. But I guarantee you, if yours came with a grid, that grid is a little bit off from where those hash marks are. And the true center is, I'm going to put my hand underneath there, is right where that hole is. And so if I go ahead and I make sure my hoop is loose enough, I can get that in. Of course, doing it on camera is always a little tricky, and I could have allowed myself a little more fabric, but I think you'll forgive me for that. And this is another area where you get better as time goes along. So let me give you a little tip on hooping. I like to hoop my fabric, and I got to turn this just a little bit towards me. I like to hoop it like I'm putting on shoes. And when I put shoes on, in order to maintain the structure of the shoe, I put my toe in first. So I'm putting the toe of the embroidery hoop in first, and then press down on the heel. I find that makes it easier. It's easier on your hands, and it's just easier to get that aligned. All right, so there we go. I'm not going to try to be too perfect today, so we save time, but like I said, I would have needed just a little bit more fabric on that outer edge. But you can see that is now perfectly centered in that grid. Make sure your grid's not upside down as well. And when I take this over the machine, my needle, I'm going to use a pin, just an example, but when I take this to the machine and pull up the design, my needle should pierce right into that hole. Now, all of our machines have the ability to use what we call jog keys, where you can move that so that your hoop is actually moving on the machine a little bit up, a little bit down, a little bit right, a little bit left. But having that needle pinpointed right there is going to tell me if I've got that exactly marked where it needs to be. And if not, then I simply adjust it. So I guarantee you do it this way, that next motif is going to be match the first one exactly, and that's exactly how I did the link on that wrap. So very, very simple to do. Well, now what do we do if we have a garment where it is difficult to hoop? Okay, well, a lot of us are familiar with using some type of sticky surface. I'm using a wash away sticky here. There's also tear away stickies. And in this case, I'm going to actually take a template. I've got a little jean shirt here. Of course, my template went flying when I picked something else up. Where did you go? Where did you go? Okay, we'll wing it with this. If I have a template here that's gonna tell me I've marked basically the center of my yoke, that's great. I can see it on the top. If this was a printed template, I'd be able to see it on the top, but I can't see it on the back side. So in that case, you're going to actually want to mark your center mark where you want that design to fall on the wrong side of your fabric. So I've marked that on the wrong side. Now, how in the world do I get that lined up in the hoop? Well, if you notice, I am using a gridded mat. This is actually a silicone mat from my friends at Dime. And now what I can do is I can take that area that I've marked and I can simply line it up with the horizontal and the vertical mark right on that grid, stick it down, unfold it, smooth that out, and that is going to be perfectly matched. Go ahead and draw this on the right side that you can see it. That would be perfectly matched to the drawing that I have or the markings that I have on the underside. Okay, so that makes it really easy. So let's talk about using templates. Let's say I wanted to do something fancy and I wanted to, do a layout. I've got a template here where I've got 2 pieces. Get those lined up there. And I could create a very pretty yoke effect. So ideally here again, we've got a template showing us that center mark for the lengthwise and the crosswise. But what I've also done in this case is I've trimmed, because I was able to make a printed template all the way around so that I could get a better idea of realistically what this is going to look like. Another way to use this is for you to take and put it up on a dress form. So that's another idea for you. That's going to allow you to get a really good auditioning idea of how that's going to work. So what about where to place everything? Well, there are some great templates available where you can actually take a piece and put it on a neckline. I've got a neckline like this. I can line that up with, once I've marked the center, and get a really good idea of where that's going to land according to the shape of my neckline. Now, I'll give you another little tip that I like to do on really big items and really small items. If the fit isn't critical, I'm going to do something that maybe is going to make you like, scream for a minute here. But once I've got my item marked and ready to go, I like to take scissors and slice all the way up into just slightly past that armhole seam. I will usually do that on both sides. That's going to open out that shirt and give me a whole lot easier place to lay it. One more thing you can see that I've done here is I've extended my fusible stabilizer so it goes up into the neckline so that I can make sure that even if I've got to hoop this, maybe I've got to hoop this with that same 5x7 hoop in order to get my design. Maybe my design is going to go this direction and I want that close to the neckline. That's going to give me a way to still have all of my area hooped. You always want to have your hoop filled with fabric or filled with stabilizer if you're using the sticky method. So that's a great way to do it. I've got some guidelines for placement on shirts. You can use a guideline of generally 3 to 5 inches on the yoke area. I'm going to switch my camera back up so you can see me. And 5 to 7 inches down, and then go up an inch or down an inch if you're doing smaller garments. So I hope I've given you some inspiration, some ideas, and some specifics for how you can get that perfect placement on anything you're stitching, whether it is custom made from scratch or on a ready-made. We love to do ready-mades too. Jane, you got any questions? Now I can't hear you.
Sorry, that was me.
That was a fast and furious demo here, right? 20 minutes. When Blaine said 20 minutes, I was like, wow, Blaine knows me and knows me well. I could do this subject for 2 hours without even stopping to breathe.
Well, I mean, you gave us such great tips and tricks. I mean, you've got some show and tell, and then we actually went down to the mat and you were showing us all these techniques. I love the heel toe. I love all of the rulers and the things that you're using, because sometimes we just try to eyeball it. We don't get it right. But I do love that you said, put it on a dress form and you can actually do it there as well. My question for you is the most important thing you want everyone to remember when it comes to perfect placement.
So what is the most important thing?
What do you want everyone to take away from
the most important thing is,
yeah,
great question. The most important thing is to mark your horizontal and your vertical lines perfectly level. Perfectly level. So don't trust your eye. Use something. If I've got a garment like this, for example, I'm going to use that placket, because your eye is immediately going to go to that placket. Even if maybe it's maybe the right and left of the shirt aren't perfect. Don't worry about that. Worry about that, concern yourself with that placket, because that's going to be the area that's going to show. So once I've got a plumb line, so to speak, in one direction, my other direction has to be perfectly square. Use a T-square if it helps you. Use whatever, use whatever you're comfortable with, whatever is in your repertoire. And even when I'm doing templates, I still double check myself with a ruler and use a ruler to make sure that I'm perfectly even. So perfectly level, horizontal, vertical. That way, even if you're off a little bit, you saw me use the grid, and this is my favorite method for doing this, is using these grids. Like I said, they didn't put them in the package for you to use them as Frisbees. But if you look at this, I've got perfect, horizontal, vertical lines. Once I get to the machine, if I'm off, no problem. I could be off. I could be up or down, right or left, and it doesn't matter, because I have those arrow keys built in the machines that literally will just tweak it for me, and I'll have perfect target.
And it tweaks it in any direction, a little bit up, a little bit sideways, a little bit diagonal. That is such a great rule of thumb. Many times I've put something on a shirt or what have you, and it comes out a little bit too low or a little bit sideways. And I thought, oh, it looked right when I put it in the hoop. So Joanne Banko, amazing information. Thank you so much for that education.
It was wonderful to be here. I'm having a blast watching everybody else too. This is great.
Well, you're fantastic. It's always so great to see you, Joanne. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon. Okay, everybody, Joanne Banko, she is just the most amazing. I mean, she's gave that education class on the perfect placement in 20 minutes, and she's right. She could talk to us about it, and we could learn from her for 20 hours. So certainly head over to Joanne's blog to learn more, and we will be seeing more of her, I am sure. But for right now, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break from Hoop Fest, and we're going to let you go grab some water, go use the restroom. But when we come back in 10 minutes, I'll be with Blaine, and we've got some giveaways. So I think you should come back in 10 minutes. Have a good time. We'll see you there.
Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Good Design. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Hi everyone, I have some super exciting news. I'm happy to announce 2 brand new webinars you won't want to miss. First, our new Embroidery Digitizing for Beginners workshop and our new 3D Puffy Foam Embroidery Digitizing webinars. Our new Embroidery Digitizing for Beginners workshop is an experience that incorporates both live and virtual education so that you'll be sure to get the most out of the entire process, seeing and doing at your own pace and your own time. This is the most cost-effective way to give digitizing a try, while receiving a foundation in theory that'll make you a better embroiderer whether you choose to take up digitizing or not. Now, our 3D Puffy Foam Embroidery Digitizing webinar is a lecture demo session that will cover all the bases. From creation to production, I'll share all the recipes I've made for 27 years that will apply to any software brand. I got so good at it that I won my first commercial grand prize for a multi-level 3D foam design back in 1998. He's actually one of the defining reasons I'm an educator in the industry today. So I hope you join us for these upcoming webinars. For more information, just click the link and I hope to see you there.
Hey everybody, we are back from our break and welcome back to Hoop Fest. And we're so glad you're with us today, and I hope you had a little break. But let's bring Jane back on in. And Jane, I hope you got to get up and stretch your legs a little bit and had a little break like we did. And I know that everybody here is kind of, she's getting her afternoon coffee. That could be bad news.
Me up.
Well, hey, I just want to say y'all, too. Hey, David, how's our chat team doing back there? It's chatting. Are y'all guys still surviving?
Just had lunch.
They just had lunch. So we need to keep things rolling so they don't get sleepy.
That's right.
How's Kyle and Andrea doing? Y'all still awake? Why are y'all bundled up over there? They got the AC's vents right above them, so they've been freezing. And then on the other side of the room, we got David, and David's all warm and in the sunshine over there. He's not cold at all. So, Jane, this is what's going on here. So, hey, I'm ready to give some stuff away. How about you?
I am too. It's so bright. You got to wear shades, Blaine. This is going to be so much fun. I love the giveaways.
All right, so let's get right into it. Hey, our first thing we're going to give away is one of our world famous sewing mats. We're going to let you pick from 6 different colors, and we're going to let you pick from 3 different sizes. Just pick the size you want and the colors of the ones you see on the screen there. And David's pulling up a winner right now. David, pull us up a winner.
Congratulations, Diane Weir Lima. Congratulations, Diane. You need to email contests, that's plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And in the body there, say you are a winner on today's show, and you're winning a branded sewing machine mat. That's contests, plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Congratulations, Diane.
And Diane, make sure you put your shipping address where you want it shipped to and tell us what color and size, and we'll get that done to you. So our next prize we're giving away is a swag bag. And these swag bags, hey, Jane, we put these together special just for the show.
Wow.
They have, in the swag bag, it has all 7 of the other colors event bags in it. Plus, it has all kinds of little goodies that you can see right there on the screen. Some thread, a pen holder, notebook, all kinds of little swag stuff, eyeglass cleaner, even some needles. So we got a great little package put together for you. And let's pull a winner up, David.
You're speaking my language when you say needles. The winner is John Seastone. Congratulations, John. You are the winner of the Sewing Machines Plus swag bag. What a great prize. That's awesome. John, all you need to do is send an email to contests, plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. It's right there on the screen. Make sure you tell them you're a winner today, what you won, and include your shipping address.
Perfect. And we're going to give another one of these away. So let's get us another winner, David.
All right, Steve Kaufman, you're the next winner. Congratulations, Steve Kaufman. You just won a Sewing Machines Plus swag bag with all of those goodies inside. Be sure to confirm your swag bag and where to send it. Send an email to contests, that's plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Give us your name, your shipping address, and let us know that you won today. Congrats, Steve.
Awesome. Let's keep this thing going. We're going to give one of those SMP magnetic pen holders. We're going to give one of those away. So let's get us a winner on that.
Fantastic. Steve Kaufman again.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Oh, that was from last time. Sorry. Donna Heeb. I was like, that's Steve. You should play the lottery today. Donna Heeb, you are the winner of the SMP magnetic pin cushion. Donna Heeb or Heb. I'm sorry if I apologize if I said that wrong. Send an email. Let us know that you're a winner to contests, that's plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Let us know your shipping address, what you won. And you want it today, and we'll get that out to you. Congratulations, Donna.
Okay, and our next prize we're giving away is a biggie. It is the Encore 260A sewing machine. This is a machine that's made specifically for Sewing Machines Plus. You see it on the screen right there. This is an awesome sewing machine. We're going to throw in that extension table with it. So, David, give us a winner. This is a $349 value.
Somebody I know right now is very excited, and her name is Christy Gray. Congratulations, Christy. You just won that Encore 260A sewing machine. I know she's jumping up and down right now. Go ahead and send an email to confirm that you are at contests, that's a plural contest, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Let us know your best shipping address and that you are a winner from today. Congratulations, Christy Gray.
Awesome. And our next giveaway is from Anita Gooddesign. It's one of the Anita Gooddesign swag bags. It's got a kit inside. And who is our winner, David?
Kathy Rowland is the winner of the Anita Gooddesign swag bag kit. Go ahead and send an email, Kathy. You got it. Contests, that's plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Be sure to put your shipping address in as well. And the winner, again, Kathy Rowland.
Awesome. And then our next giveaway is from Floriani, and it's the Serger kit. And the winner is...
That's fantastic. Congratulations to Lynn Rodini. Lynn, you are the winner of the Serger kit from Floriani. That's fantastic. Make sure you let us know that you won. Send an email to contests at SewingMachinesPlus.com. That is Lynn Rodini. Let us know your shipping address, and we'll get that right out to you. That's great.
And then our next giveaway is a Hoop Club membership from Embroidery Shop. And our winner is going to be...
Drum roll, please, for Patty Phillips. Congratulations, Patty. You are the winner of a membership to the Hoop Fun Club. Be sure to send an email right now to contests@SewingMachinesPlus.com. Let us know you're the winner. And I don't think do you need a shipping address for that one? No.
You are correct.
Thank
All
you.
right, so our next one is going to be from Embroidery Garden, and it is the layered flower CD set. And who's our winner?
So many giveaways, Blaine. Karen Butler, you're the winner of the Layered Flowered Set CD. Congratulations, Karen. Be sure to send an email to contests@SewingMachinesPlus.com. You see it scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Let us know you're the winner, what you won, and let us know a shipping address as well. Karen Butler is the winner.
And our last giveaway for this time period until the end of the day is from another thing from Embroidery Garden. It's going to be that garden flower USB stick.
Ooh.
And our winner is
Denise Blanton. Congratulations, Denise Blanton. You are the winner of that Embroidery Garden USB stick. That is so exciting. Go ahead and send an email right now to contests@SewingMachinesPlus.com. Let us know your name, where you want that shipped to, and that you're the winner from today. Congratulations, Denise.
all right, Jane. So guess who's coming up next?
I know who's coming up next, and that is Anita Gooddesign.
Yes, and go ahead and introduce our next presenter.
You bet I will, Blaine. This is super exciting. I cannot wait to talk to our next presenter. Kendall Baldwin is an Anita Gooddesign educator. Thank you very much. Like the other Anita Gooddesign educators and representatives, Kendall creates the best there is to experience in embroidery, projects, and quilting in the hoop. And Kendall helped make the Anita Gooddesign one of the most trusted brands in the embroidery and design business. And she really does enjoy helping others find their creativity. I have been looking forward to talking to Kendall since I knew I was talking to Kendall. Please welcome Kendall Baldwin. Hi, Kendall.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm great, but I'm really great because you're here now.
Yes.
And we can hear all about Anita Gooddesign, but really, all the things that you do and how you educate and inspire us to get creative.
Yeah, so I am so excited to be here. This is one of the greatest events virtual I have ever been a part of. This is so neat, and congratulations to all the winners. So many fun prizes. So my name is Kendall. I'm here with Anita Gooddesign. I'm on the customer experience team here. So I know there's many names in the comments I recognize. If you have any questions, you email or call into us, and we help you from technical support to downloading, all sorts of good stuff. And that's what our team does. Hi, everybody. Oh, look at all the comments. This is so great. So I'm also an educator, and I have been to Sewing Machines Plus in Southern California. Absolutely love it. Hi, Blaine. I'm not sure if you can see me or hear me, but it's good to see you. I loved it over there. We had so much fun. So should I just jump right into what I have to share here?
Yeah, Kendall.
Okay, great.
Yeah, absolutely. They put you on the full screen and because I thought you were going to go dive right into it, but super fun that you're here. And I love that you're on the customer experience team and that you interface with everybody. So you know the needs and the wants and the questions that we all have.
Yes.
And you know how to educate us. So I'm going to let you dive right in and tell us all about Anita Gooddesign.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. So, being an educator is wonderful, and I get to travel all over and meet people from all over the country and learn different techniques from one another. I love to share what I know here and what I've learned from Anita Gooddesign, but it's really fun to kind of hear what other people have done and see the creativity. It really inspires others, and that's probably my favorite part of being an educator, is helping inspire people to get their creative juices flowing and create things that they might not have ever thought they could create in the hoop. And that is truly my passion and what makes me love our company so much. So I have the really fun part today, this afternoon, to share with you some sneak peeks of designs that we have coming out over the next couple months. So Lauren was able to share with you about our All Access Club. It is truly one of the best. We come out with projects, embroidery designs, quilting collections every single month. And we put them all into our wonderful all access book that's made of all the tutorials for those great collections. So I know she shared with you some of the designs that came out with June, but if you are just joining in and tuning in to us, I'll share some of my favorites that have come out in June, and then I'll share with you some of the sneak peeks that we have, so you get an inside look of what's coming soon. So absolutely one of my favorite from June is the tropical mirror blocks. So they are multiple blocks and they're mirror image. So if you could see this, I'll hold this up. They're beautiful jungle reflections. So each one, this is one quilt block. So you have one base fabric here and another base fabric here. It uses folded fabric techniques, hidden applique, a lot of fun, vibrant colors. I'll show you the fish here. So it is, you know, you're split down the middle, and each half is digitized a little bit differently. So you have a more sketched version of how it looked like with your embroidery, and then a really pretty finished. So look how gorgeous this is. Now, what I love too about our collections, so let's say, you know, you just love seahorses and you're not really wanting to make a quilt, you could extract just this seahorse and put it on a jean jacket or a towel, and really have a lot of fun with it. Oh, look at the colors. I know it's a little backwards for me, but look at that, the parrot. This is absolutely one of my favorites. And what you also could do is make one quilt block and frame it so you have some artwork to hang in your home. So this came out in June. This is the tropical mirror blocks. Now, being in customer experience, you know, I'm on the computer quite a lot, so I thought this next collection was super fun. It is called our embroidered mouse pads. So they have really fun sayings. So this one's be you, don't be busy, be productive. So it's a neat way to show you, you know, we ran out of things to embroider on from our towels and bags. So get creative. And the last thing here is some mouse pads. So we're like, you know what, let's embroider on them. Love what you do what you love. Doing all the things. We do all the things here. We wear many hats. So this is very fitting for me. But again, like I said, with the other collection, you can take this saying and put it on a bag or, you know, put it on, embroider it on anything that you have around. Getting ready for 4th of July, we have some fun patriotic patches here. And oh, another really fun one is the fruit slices. So we can make a fun pillow, getting ready for the summer, laying by the pool, going to the beach. So these are fun bags, zippered bags, or if you make all of the blocks connected, you have a pillow. So look at how adorable these are. Super fun, fashionable, summer themed. These are fruit slices. And what else do I have here? Some of my favorites. Oh, I have the Savannah Sunset. I have a large quilt here I was able to get. Let me hold so you can see how beautiful this is. So this is inspired by African artwork, beautiful, vibrant, rich colors, African animals, and scenery, greenery. Are you ready for it? How stunning. It's so big, I can't even get in the screen. So it comes lots of different blocks, different animals, absolutely gorgeous, would be a stunning wall hanging. So those are my favorites from June. Now we get to show you the sneak peeks. So some stuff we have coming out in the next couple months. Let's see, so July we have a lot of Christmas designs. That tends to be a really big Christmas, getting ready for Christmas in July. So let me show you a few that we have. We actually have a large release coming out in July, and it is called Hodgepodge Christmas. So in this collection, you can make quilts, there are ornaments, and there are some freestanding fabric Christmas trees that are really neat. So here I have the quilt, and there's lots of different blocks, and you can make it in so many different combinations. Isn't that pretty? I absolutely love, I love Christmas, but you have fun stitching here, crazy stitches, lots of folded fabric. So there's 30 different mergeable designs, so you can really create a very unique type of quilt. There's also freestanding ornaments, and these are really fun, fabric Christmas trees. So we show you how to put all of these together in our tutorials. So this is one, it's kind of sewn together and it's on this little wooden stand. We added some LED lights so it can light up. This would look so great on a mantle or your table, dining room table decor. Look at how gorgeous, they're so much fun. You know, who would have thought you could make a Christmas tree in your hoop? Got some fun ornaments here. So there's so many different things, so over 30 different designs, 30 different ornaments, and then your Christmas trees. I'm gonna do these for sure. And you know what, you don't have to make them Christmas. You could make them really fun. And my grandmother actually, she has a Barbie doll tree that she keeps around her house all year long, and she just adds fun Barbie doll ornaments to it. So, you know, you could do one for Valentine's Day, who knows, get fun, creative with it. So this is all part of the Hodgepodge Christmas collection. What else do we have here? Oh, if you're a pet lover like I am, this is the Blackwork Pets. So really pretty, we did it all in black. You've got some plants and your fun animals here. Really pretty bean stitches. Do I have another one? I think there's a set of 10. They'd be pretty on a dish towel or framed too. Growing up in Florida, and I know you're there in Southern California, we've got some vintage coral. So you got your pretty dark stitching here and your vibrant color for your sea creature. Got your whale here. So there's no applique in these. These are all just really pretty embroidery. The really pretty realistic sketch stitching. What else I have here? Oh, everyone's been really excited about learning how to do fringe. So we have a collection coming out called Loop Fringe. So how that works here, you have your embroidery, and there are 2 satin stitches, and we show you how it's specially digitized. You just kind of loop out and have that fray. Can you see that okay? It just gives it a really fun dimensional look, some flair. So here's a apron that we did. How gorgeous. So our instructions go very in detail on how to create these. Really, really beautiful. Okay, Christmas cards. How about making some Christmas cards instead of having to go and buy them? We've got a whole set of fun Christmas cards. You can write, put anything, any warm wishes. There's a set of different designs. We use a base fabric to kind of keep your card all together. Oh, okay. I'm really excited about this one. When I saw the sneak peek, I was like, oh my gosh, I need to be friends with these things. They are Christmas gnomes. Are they not the cutest things? Oh my gosh, I can't stand it. This one's doing a split with his ice skates. So fun Christmas gnomes with fun applique, whimsical trees. Absolutely gorgeous. I can't wait to make these. I'm going to make a sweater, put them on. These are my Christmas gnome friends. I love them. What do you guys think? Does anyone love them as much as I'm obsessed? They're just so cute. Along with the Christmas spirit, we have some fun Christmas words. So these we did, this one says deck the halls. So you can use different color threads here, or you can stick to all one color. This says joy. So there's many different sayings with these, and I think it would be really cool to maybe do a variegated thread. Love these. If anyone has any questions, feel free to type in the comments too. These are coming soon. What else here do I have to show you? Oh, we've got some fun little applique minis. If you're in All Access, you're going to be getting these, or if you are not, you can go back and watch the video of Lauren. She explains all of the different options, from the digital option to the full 12 months, and you get the printed physical book. I actually have a July issue here, just came in, hot off the press, but you get everything that we come out with every month. So if you're interested, you can go to our website, or you can sign up with Sewing Machines Plus. You get mention the Hoop Fest, and you get an additional gift card, $50 gift card. Next, we have some bunnies. If you are familiar with Anita Gooddesign, one of our most popular child quilts is the Animal Adventure. And so we've been coming out with these bonus animals to go along with that, or you can do them all on your own by themselves. So we've got some cute bunnies. There's a whole set. So you have some backgrounds. You can have them as isolated designs. There's one here. Oh, sorry, let me scooch and grab it and I'll show. Okay, so here. So you can mix and match these with the other Animal Adventure collection. Oh, look, I found a couple more gnomes. Oh, I can't stand it. They're just so cute. They're in love. We have some wonderful artists. So our art team creates all of these by hand, and then they go over to our digitizers. So it's really, really cool to see the talent of them. Okay, what else do I have here? I think that is all of my sneak peeks. Yeah, so how, any questions? Does anyone want to
Mind blown. That's so cute. Each gnome is cuter than the next gnome. I do have some questions for you.
Yes.
Let's see. Is this only available through All Access? I think you did answer that, but maybe just recap that again.
Of course. So yeah, all of our collections are released individually, but for sure the best bang for your buck is to be a part of the All Access. You get a huge discount, and it is like Christmas in the mail every month. When you get your book, you can really flip through it. We give you inspiration, tips and tricks. So this book is made up of all of the tutorials for every collection that came out. So you can see all the different collections that came out in July. Rather than just buying one large release for, I think this one's going to be $99, I'm pretty sure, you can get everything in here, and it's about 80% discount. So it's really, really great. So yes, you can purchase things individually, but the best bang for your buck is for sure the All Access Club when you can get everything. But if you wanted to wait, these things will be spread out over a couple months. So I think
so I'm here. So I'm like getting in close so I can see that book. I just got to get my hands on it. Pamela wants to know, can we see or get stuff from older issues?
Yes. Yeah. So everything is on our website that you can go and view. There is a coupon code that you can use to get a discount, HoopFest21, and that will get you 50% off until the end of the month, till June 30th at 11:59 Eastern time. We're on the east side, all the way on the other side of the country. But you can use the code HoopFest2021 to get 50% off and view things if you're interested in things that have come out in the past. So things that were released in All Access are on the website. We also have an All Access release list in our customer center, and that will show you all of the names of the collections and when they came out. So if you're missing something, you can look there too.
That's fantastic. And then somebody wanted to know, did the gift cards expire? Carolyn?
No, that's a really great question. So with our All Access Club, there's the $1,400 option, and that gets you a $1,400 gift card. Before you ever get your first issue, we are going to give you a $1,400 gift card. And that gift card never, ever expires. What's really cool about it too, Jane, is you can use that $1,400 gift card with the HoopFest 2021 coupon code.
Oh.
So you can really get 50% off and pay with your gift card.
Now you're
a good deal.
Now you're talking secrets right in there. I love that. And then another question, and I love this because I'm in the email list and I get all your emails and I go to the website and I watch the videos. But are there videos to watch on the website for these projects?
Yes. So a couple things on that. I'm really glad you brought that up too, because I almost forgot. So if you go to our website, AnitaGoodDesign.com, we have a customer center. And there's a lot of really good educational resources that are there for you. We have video tutorials. They can be 1 minute to 5 minute, really educational videos on a variety of different topics. And then we also have PDF tutorials that have some additional education. Like if you're needing to know what type of stabilizer to use for what type of project, or how much fabric you're going to need, how many blocks are you going to do, all of that really great information is in our PDF tutorials. Now, also what we're doing with the July issue, brand new, we've made an interactive PDF of this book. So if you're an all access member, whether you do all digital or you go with the physical book, we will put the PDF into your account on our website, and it's interactive, which means that we are able to incorporate videos into the book. So, and that's not something that you can do with the physical book. So having it as an interactive digital version, when there is a special project or you need tips and tricks, we are going to insert fun videos of additional education to help you. So that is something that we're super, super excited about.
So many questions here. Everybody's super excited. Let me see. Where was my question? Are all these designs available in, the designs available in different hoop sizes?
Yes, yes. So if you, there's all different hoop sizes depending. So the quilts, our quilt blocks can go anywhere from 4x4 or 5x7 all the way up to the largest hoop. It depends on the project, but if you go to look up any of the collections, it will tell you what the actual hoop size is, but many of them come in multiple sizes.
And is the code good on the online classes?
What online classes?
I'm just reading.
Sorry, the online classes.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We can. I want to go over. I have a question for you about.
Okay, sorry.
Do you have an answer?
Well, we do. The Anita's University classes that we have, they're $5 classes that we teach just a couple techniques on Fridays, but the discount does not apply to that. It's just the collections that are on our website.
Perfect. And that coupon's good to the end of the month.
The end of June, yeah.
I'm loving the Christmas inspiration. I love all of them. And this is great because we do Christmas. We start crafting and making in July for Christmas.
You have to have some time. You know, procrastination is not the best with our hobby here.
And our hobby is so fun. Can you tell me this? Are you seeing a certain, is there a trending design that you're seeing for 2021? And I know all of the inspiration you've showed us, they go from pets to floral to Christmas, but is there some, I don't know, is there like a niche that you're hearing more of these days?
That's a really good question. You know, we come out with so many designs every month to try to please everyone from Maine to Oregon, in between, worldwide. So we come out with such a variety that everyone loves all of them. Or, you know, a couple might be extremely popular, but this year we have come out with so many good collections that I can't even think of an absolute favorite other than mine, which is probably the gnomes. But yeah, I can't say that there's an absolute favorite. It's going to be preference, but there's just so many good ones, especially this year. It's like every single month there's more and more.
So do we have a full screen, guys, that's showing us our breakout of pricing today? Okay, well, we'll find that out. But I do have a question. People are loving the fringe, and we're getting questions like,
Oh,
do you
yeah,
have a special machine for the fringe? Is there a class for the fringe? And here we're reading, though, no, the fringe, you can do it. It doesn't require a special machine, and it's like magic.
Yes. So actually on our Facebook page, we did do a quick Wednesday video on doing fringe. So look how pretty. So there is a quick class. If you go to our Facebook page, if you go to our website, AnitaGoodDesign.com, at the very bottom, it'll have a Facebook icon, and you can click that and it'll bring you right to our page. You can go to videos and see all of our past videos with fun classes, and the fringe was one of them. So if they're free to watch. You can go back and watch it if you didn't get a chance to watch it live. I'm trying to look for my notes here.
That's all right. We're showing here on the screen the Anita Good Design All Access Club. The sale here, oh my goodness, $999. What a fantastic deal that is. This is fabulous. You could go to SewingMachinesPlus.com or you could call in 800-401-8151.
Yep, that next option is the digital all access. So this is the lowest all access has ever been for $4.99. So that comes out to be about $43 an issue, when one collection can be $35 all the way up to $250. So it's a huge deal.
Look at that.
Then we have the best bang for the buck, which is that $1,400 option. So you're saving huge. Not only are you getting a year worth of all access, you're getting 12 issues, you're getting the digital book, you're getting a $1,400 gift card, a great way to build your library. You can pick all the different designs. You know, we've been in business for 16 years, so we have hundreds, thousands of designs to choose from.
I mean, those are really great specials. So there's 3 different ones there we're seeing, where there's that monthly that's all year round that you're getting for a great price.
Yes.
Which is I believe it was $1,400.
Yeah.
And you're getting the
$1,400 gift card.
Thank you very much. There it is, the All Access Club monthly design subscription. That is a huge savings. What a great gift to give somebody you know that loves to embroider and quilt and do it all on the hoop. Or of course get it for yourself. But even if it's a group of people that want to get in together and share that, I think that's always a nice way to do it, especially because you're getting a new issue every single month. So let's talk about the other options, and that's the digital membership for $4.99 and then the renewal membership for $9.99. And I love this. Kathy says all access is such a great deal. Just think about the inspiration that you're getting right there with 1 month.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I did want to point out too that we create new designs every month. They are not duplicated. So you will get a year's worth of new designs, whichever option you go to. So if someone is confused by the different options, you will be getting the exact same thing. You're getting the same designs as the other options. It's just a matter of if you want the physical book or if you like having it as a digital download. Now the $9.99 option, that is the same as the $1,400 option, just without a gift card. So you're getting a little bit of a discount to not receive that $1,400 gift card. Or if you pay $400 more, you get a $1,400 gift card.
Kendall, this is all so fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing all of the sneak peeks and all of the inspiration. Everybody needs to go out and join All Access.
Yes. Let us know if you have any questions. You can, if you're interested, you can sign up there with Sewing Machines Plus, or you can send a message over to us at Customer Experience. Our email address is customerexperience@anita-gooddesign.com. So we'll be able to help you answer any questions.
And she is Kendall Baldwin, an educator and customer experience at Anita Good Designs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. This is so much fun.
Absolutely. All right, we'll see you again soon. Okay, that was fantastic. She did a fantastic job. I'm so inspired to start creating, especially for Christmas. I love those gnomes and those Christmas trees, Blaine.
Hey, that was a great job, Kendall. And great job, Jane. And guess what, Jane? We've got another great presenter coming up right now.
Awesome.
And it's
Let's
my
hear it.
good friend out of the state of Texas, Deborah Jones, is going to be coming up. And Deborah is going to talk about patches and made with a very unique product that they have at Dime. And hey, Deborah is a second generation embroiderer who learns much about embroidery from her father. He was a Western tailor. He made, did things embroidery for rodeo stars and country music stars. And, Deborah is kind of known in the industry as the embroidery expert. She came from the commercial side of things and then got into the retail and consumer stuff. And I have done a lot of events with Deborah. I think we met back in 2006. So Deborah, welcome to Hoop Fest Day 2.
Hi, Blaine. Whoops, I better turn the sound.
I have a little bit of echo. So can we hear it now?
Oh, now I can't hear you. Hang on.
Hey, there you are.
This is fun. Okay, so can you hear me?
I've got you loud and clear now.
Okay, I can hear you too, so we're good to go.
We are. How have you been?
Oh, I've just been great. I've been having so much fun. Of course, it's been a little wet here, and you kind of escaped that since you moved away from the swampland over here. But congratulations on this great event. It's just going wonderfully. I'm enjoying watching.
Well, thank you. And hey, I was telling somebody the other day the story that, back in 2006, you came and I put on a big Janome event back in Baton Rouge, and you came and was one of the headliners there, and we met, and we've been doing things together ever since.
That's true. And, each one has been bigger and better. I'll never forget the time that we turned on those 50 10 needle machines there in one of your events, and not knowing really if the power would sustain it. But it did, and everybody completed their project. So those hands-on events sure are fun. And I guess, one day we'll get back to those events, but for now, sure is great to see you right here.
Well, that's the way we feel. We think that, the virtual events are awesome and they're here to stay, but, we're anxious to get back doing the hands-on events. And, I was telling the other day, somebody had sent me an email and they were thanking me for, back when we did our Quilt Fest, that they had always dreamed of going to a quilt festival and never been able to go because they were physically unable to go. And she was like, hey, so happy, that you did this, and I was able to watch this and see all this talent, because I wouldn't get to, if y'all didn't put it on. So I was really happy to, hear that. And that kind of motivated me to say, we're going to keep doing these virtual events, and, we're going to have the best of both. We're going to have some live events and we're going to have virtual events. So.
Well, that's a very good plan, I think, because I certainly don't want to ever stop being able to watch from my home, and also get out and see some of my great industry friends like yourself. And it's really going to be fun when we start having those events again to make patches in class, because this is something that has suddenly become a reality, to be able to do professional quality patches on any embroidery machine and have not only the quality but the clean finish on the edges of those patches, and be able to apply them to anything. So it's really, to me, a very exciting time. Blaine, I used to work, I grew up in this industry, and I used to work for a uniform company where, gosh, all I did was make patches all day long. And so they weren't nearly as fun as some of the patches that we're going to be able to look at here today. And, but I can tell you, because I have been involved in making professional quality patches for many years. In fact, my first company was McClure's Monogram and Emblem Company. So I knew, or I learned very early, how to make high quality patches, and I still love doing it today. In fact, I'm wearing this diva patch, which I'm far from a diva, but I thought it would be kind of fun to show you that I put this diva patch on this shirt temporarily. I just took
I
some.
love it, Deborah. I love the patch.
I took some double-faced tape, Blaine, and I just stuck it on this shirt. So, you know, patches, that's one of the great things about them. They can be temporary. They can be permanent. They can be anything you want them to be. And I just can't wait to be able to share some of the cool patches I'm going to make with my grandson, you know, because I can make things and just stick them in an envelope and send them right out to California, and it's a fun way to have a neat exchange with him. He loves Army stuff and you know, superhero things, so I'll be able to have a lot of fun with that. So anyway, I made myself a diva patch, and I've made all kinds of fun patches. You know, in fact, I'm just going to show you.
Hey, Deborah.
Yeah.
I can already see it now. You know how Angela Wolf has her wolf pack?
Yes.
And different things? I already see it now. A patch, Deborah's Divas.
Oh my gosh.
I think we need to do it. I think we need to do it.
And you know, back in the days, I used to do a project called Thread Divas, you know, so that any way you want to look. But you know, this is a patch I might like to send to my grandson, Blaine. This
that's awesome.
Really cool use two colors of the twill. Of course, a younger kid might love this dinosaur patch. You know, I love my collies, okay? And here coming up this next weekend, we've got Father's Day. So why not make a patch for Dad? You know, you could even annualize it. I realized later I could have put a 21 in these ribbons here, and that would be a really cool. Next year, make one with 22 and keep it going. Here's a cool little fun patch for kids. And you know what, Blaine? This patch that I'm showing you here and the next few, I just hooped the twill and cut it out with scissors. And so anybody without any special equipment can do it. I did that with this one, and I'm going to show you in a PowerPoint in a few minutes how to do that. But all of these patches, is this a cool one or what?
Oh, that's real cool.
So, you know, there's so many patches that and ideas, they just keep coming. You know, once you start making patches, you never want to quit. It's just addictive, really. It's kind of like people get into different types of embroidery passions, but patches is a easy one because, you know, you don't have that pressure, Blaine, of, you know, getting something hooped or how you can get the placement right. There is no way to mess up doing these patches. They're so much fun. So, you know, Blaine, I have another computer here, and I'm going to share my screen, and you just let me know when you see it there. Okay, we're good, right? Okay, so I'm going to go through a few steps here and show you how we make patches. So you can see I've been busy in my studio making patches, and I really am enjoying it. So the first thing you might want to know is, why would we want to make patches? Well, because patches are cool and they're really in. You can attach embroidery to hard to hoop or impossible to hoop items using patches. You know, think about luggage, think about horse pads, saddle pads, those kind of things. You can make really cool patches, and they make really fun gifts. And like I mentioned a moment ago, you can just stick them in an envelope and mail them off. So the way we're doing this is with poly patch twill. And poly patch twill is a very special material. It is 100% polyester twill backed with a stabilizer. It's going to give you the professional results you want because it doesn't wrinkle and it doesn't separate. You know, sometimes we go down to the fabric store and we buy some twill, if you can find some, and we try to adhere it to a fusible stabilizer to get a patch material, but that's really not going to last like this professional material does. And people who make thousands of patches use this very same material. So this is what you want, and it's now available for us in a really cool product line I'm going to show you now. The sheets are 9 inches by 24 inches, sorry, by 2 feet long. And there's 3 different sets. Here's what they consist of. You've got your uniform colors. That gives you 8 sheets of each of one is a different color, and the first set is uniform colors. Now, before you dismiss this one as being boring, it's not boring. In this set, you get black and white, which are pretty important. You know, I used that in my Zap patch, and you know, I made my dog patch with that tan, and you know, of course, I made this with the white, so the uniform color, and I made this fun was up patch with the black. So it's an important set, just like the other 2 I'm going to show you. The other 2 we have here are athletic colors. Those are beautiful. That's got your royal blue, purple, gold, scarlet red, really beautiful, Columbia blue, one of my favorites. So beautiful set in your athletic shades. And poly patch comes in brights, and the brights are really just so yummy. I'll have to hold them up in the camera before we leave because they are really, really beautiful. And you know, they come in a roll, and so you're going to have a very compact way to store your poly patch. You don't have to have a lot of room to do patches, and you're going to be able to use every last inch of that twill material, and I'm going to show you how. So here's how you can use it any way you want. You can make patches at a moment's notice, because whether you pre-cut or cut out along that stitching line, you can get it done lickety-split, and you can make patches from the designs you already own. That's what I did. And there's really no wrong way. And the best part is there's really no way you can mess it up, because it's just fabric, and it's sturdy fabric at that. So here's the first method I want to show you. The first method is hoop it and stitch it, just like it sounds. Just hoop that piece of twill and stitch it right up. And you can put multiple patches, of course, in the same hooping. And even if you need to, turn them different directions to fit the most onto that material. But you can still use the excess that's left over. I'll show you more about that in a few minutes. Then, if you use method 1, you just cut it out right along the stitching line, close to that border. Of course, takes a little bit of discipline or practice to get it right next to that stitching line. But as you can see, it comes out just beautiful. You can do it, and it looks very, very nice. Okay, I like that patch, and I have no problem with this method at all. Now, the second method is the pre-cut shape. And this is what I really do most of the time, because it's based on using the placement line like you have in an applique. And you're going to stitch directly on your twill to get that placement line, or just trace using a pattern. And that's what I'm showing you here. Now, you can also cut on your cutter, which, wow, that's what I've been doing. And that's why I've been having such a blast. You may not have a cutter, and that's okay. You don't need to. You can cut it. You can do pre-cuts without a cutter. But if you've got a cutter, poly patch twill cuts great on your cutter. You're going to be so impressed. It cut perfectly for me the first time. Now, I set my blade on my cutter at a 10 to cut this, and it did not cut my mat. So yes, you're going to experiment and test and see how you want to set your cutter. But I love cutting on the electronic cutter. But after we've cut, here's how you proceed. You're going to hoop a piece of heavy water soluble. Make sure it's the heavyweight, not the kind you use for topping, but the kind that's a heavy film. Some people use it to make lace. So you're going to hoop that and stitch your placement line right on that water soluble. And then you're going to spray the back of your pre-cut patch with temporary spray adhesive and line that patch up with the placement line that you just stitched on that heavy duty water soluble. Then you're going to apply your tack down stitch, and that's a zigzag stitch that's just going to hold that patch onto the water soluble while you complete your design. And look at that. That is so cool. That is a finished patch that a kid would love. And it's just a regular satin border. You know, you can probably get border designs or just create some yourself, however you want to do it. But it's a really basic type of design. And then here's the magic. You just pop that patch right off of that heavy duty water soluble, and your patch is done. And look at this. That patch has a clean finished border. So cool. So in a minute, I'm going to show you how to make that an iron-on patch. But right now, we're going to talk about how you can get these products. So, Blaine, if you want to join me here on screen, we can talk about how you buy it. I believe that because we have such special pricing on these products, people call in to order. Is that right, Blaine?
That is correct, Deborah. It is such a good price. We can't even advertise it, and because we break some, manufacturer's rules. So this is a call-in special. And again, we have great pricing on this. So give us a call, and you can call us at 800-401-8151. And we have our sales agents are standing by. If you happen to can't get through, because I talked to Nick, our sales manager, just a minute ago. He said the phones have been ringing off the hook today. They've been extremely busy in the call center. So he said if you can't get through, Kyle is putting up some Google Sheets links in the chat. So just hit that link and it'll take you to the Google Sheets. You can put your name, contact information, and what you're calling about, and they'll give you a call back.
Oh, great. Well, that sounds easy. And, personally, Blaine, even at regular price, this material is a bargain. I think if it were me, I would get all three, because there's not a color in there that's not just yummy. In fact, I said that I would show you here I have my athletic colors. Look how rich that royal blue is. And oh my goodness, that red, the orange, they're just crazy gorgeous. The Kelly green. So these are really beautiful colors. And, I want to go back to the PowerPoint and show you a couple more things before we have to leave you, because there's some other great products that go into making this patch making, this finished patch. So if Blaine, you'll put the PowerPoint back up, we can get back to that, and I'll show a couple of more steps to making the patches. So we just finished making that Dino patch when we last left this PowerPoint. So now what I'd like you to do, if you're wanting to make this a iron-on patch, which a lot of times we do because we're trying to attach it to something we can't really sew on easily. So pull that water soluble off the back. It's really easy. It tears easily. And get that back of the patch fairly clean. You don't have to get every single bit off, but get most of it off. And then you're going to take a piece of what we call patch attach and put that on the back of your patch. Cut a piece big enough to cover the back, iron it on. I use my little craft iron, as you can see. That's plenty to get this applied. And then we're going to let it cool completely. Don't get in a rush about this step, because I know I'm always wanting to yank it right off, but it's best to let it completely cool, because when you do, what you can do is pull that patch attach cleanly away from the edges of your patch. And that's really the fun way to do it, because it's very stress-free. It just peels right off, and you end up with just a little glob of film that is a heat fusible. So you can fuse that onto clothing, onto any textile that you want. So it's really a fun way to do. Now, here is another way to do. Reed Wilcoxon, who's another friend of Blaine's, gave me this tip. If you're really daring, you can use your electronic cutter to cut your patch attach on your cutter. Now, I did this and I was fairly successful. I cut about 2 out of 3 successfully, but I learned I need to use a little tape to make that method work. But it's kind of cool because then you have the exact shape of your patch. So that was fun. Now, you might be wondering, how do you get all of these things? Well, you need the patch maker kit. So the poly patch and the patch maker kit, when you call in, really is the best way to buy, because that gives you your heavy duty water soluble and your patch attach in one package. So if you get your poly patch twill, get the patch maker kit to go with it, and you'll have everything I've shown you up to this point, and that's going to let you be your most successful. Then you can, of course, this is what I was telling you, the water soluble heavy duty can be bought separately as well, and so can the patch attach. So get them either separately or in the bundle. Now, here is a way that you can know to choose designs for making patches. Any applique design will make a great patch. So the way that they work is you have a placement line, then your tack down stitch, and that's followed up by your full coverage satin stitch. And that gives you a nice quality finished patch that you can pop out of that water soluble. So that's really the ultimate way to make the patch. But don't forget, you can just cut close to the stitching as well. So, you can make patches from big applique alphabets, and that's great for big letters. Like I said, if you're trying to do a horse blanket or something really big that's too big to embroider or that would take too long, quickly make a bunch of letters out of poly patch twill. Also, any design with a satin border. That sugar skull, that puppy dog, and the whale are just regular embroidery designs that have an open area and a satin border. Just cut along that satin border. Very easy. And if you have software, another way to make patches is to add your own border. So in this example, I just brought in a design, my dinosaur design, and I just used one of my drawing tools in my software and drew a basic patch shape around it and converted it to a applique. There you go. That's easy peasy. So you see how quickly that was done. Then you've got a patch design. So easy. And even cooler, the last way that I want to show you is to make a custom border. Now this is really fun. That's how I made the Diva patch I'm wearing. So I brought the design in, and then I chose to create an outline instead of drawing one. And I'm going to create the outline and convert that to applique. And so these are tools that a good embroidery software may have in it. Whatever you use, check out your tools, and chances are you can create some fantastic patch designs. Okay, Blaine, so I think we're ready to talk about some of the ways that people can get these products and put them to use in their own studio. And I can come up with so many ideas for patches I would like to make and that I would actually wear and use and give.
Well, you know, Deborah, I've always thought of you as the stabilizer guru, and I think everybody has. You know, you're known for stabilizer, but now you're the patch guru.
Well, I'll accept that because patches are one of my very favorite things to make. And boy, I'll tell you, this studio right now looks like a patch factory, Blaine, because I have been making patches and having such fun with this new poly patch twill, which is a game changer for anybody who ever wanted to make a high quality patch.
Well, you know, I know that a lot of people, you know, that have got into the patch making and they just absolutely love it. And, you know, I know a lady that was actually back in Baton Rouge started making them for the Louisiana State Troopers. And she was making special patches for them, just happened to, you know, get into it. And, but this is a game changer, like you said, on this new product. And I'm excited that we have this. And again, I got to remind everybody how you can get this. This is on our website right now. Hey, but it's a call-in special only. If you want to get that special price, give us a call at 800-401-8151 and place your order with them. It's the poly patch twill is what you're looking for, and that's going to turn that patch into a artwork and make it look very professional. So, Deborah, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. And I know that you're going to be back later in the week, and you're actually going to be teaching one of our educational classes, and you're going to be teaching about stabilizer.
That's right, Blaine, and I look forward to seeing you and your followers again then. So thanks for having me.
Oh, anytime, Deborah. Great job. And as usual, Deborah is such a professional and so much knowledge. And you know, she was in the industrial world for a long time and brought all that knowledge over to the consumer side of things and is just continuing to do things and set the bar. And we're super excited to have her part of Hoop Fest. So guys, hey, we're going to talk about embroidery machines again. Are y'all ready for another presentation on multi-needle? Well, hey, this morning you got to see 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬. He's the CEO of Stitch It International, and he's our distributor for this SWF 12 needle machine. And we are their #1 dealer in the world right now. And I'm telling you, these things have been flying off the shelves, and we have such a good price. I want to go ahead and talk about the price. Actually, and his little brother, Garrett, is going to be coming back, and Garrett's going to talk to us today about that machine again. And I know Kyle this morning, I mean, he just blew me away with all the things he talked about with this machine. But guys, we have an unbelievable price on this thing. So not only are you getting the machine, you're getting a hat driver, you're getting the stand, you're getting 2 hat hoops, you're getting 10 hoops. You're getting 5 sets of 2 hoop, or two hoops of 5 sets. So how's it go, Kyle? Yeah, 5 sets of 2 hoops. It's kind of hard to remember. But anyway, what you're getting is 5 hoops, and you're getting 2 of each. So that's the best way to remember it. And so that way, what that does is while you're actually sewing on one, doing your embroidery, you can be hooping something else up, even the hat. So you're getting the cap driver, the stand, the machine, and you're getting all those hoops, and you're getting it for $1,000 off right now. It's $89.99. It's normally $99.99. And hey, give us a call right now. We have 60-month 0% interest financing available for you, and they're standing by right now. The phones have been extremely busy, so I know if you can't get through, Kyle is putting up a Google Sheets link in the chat, so you can just hit that link. It'll take you to the Google Sheets. You put your name, your contact information, and what machine you're interested in, and that's going to lock you in for that special pricing, even if it's next week. We're going to honor, if you're on that Google Sheet, we're going to honor the pricing till Friday of next week. You'll still be get any of the show discounts as long as you're on that sheet. And so anyway, hey, let's bring Garrett to the show. And hey, Garrett, how are you today?
Hey, Blaine, doing pretty well. Yeah, I seen you mentioned Kyle's presentation there, his demo. I actually watched that. He did very well, even though he's he's been out of the machine running and stuff for a while. He still nailed it on the head.
Oh, he did. He brought a lot of information, and I know you're in this every day. You're working with these machines. You do tons of videos, and one of the things I think people got excited about, this morning with Kyle was, he was talking all about the capabilities of that machine that it does, starting with that LCD screen you're seeing.
Yeah, that is the case. I know we go over it and over it. That's what we tell every customer that ever buys one. And every customer that does see these firsthand, they are very user-friendly. I think we sometimes over-preach it, but at the same time, you don't want a machine that is hard to understand or hard to learn. So with our machine, I mean, that's what we really nail on the head there. If you look at it, it might be a little bit hard to see on that screen. I know we were working on the camera quality, but it's just 4 easy steps to run the machine. Sometimes people are a little bit intimidated whenever they first see one, just because there is so much to look at on a machine. But the cool thing is, like I said, there's 4 key steps to running one of our machines. Basically, bring your design in, load your colors, select your orientation, whether you're going on a hat or a t-shirt. You select the size of hoop at the same time, and then from there, you're good to run it. So if it does look confusing or does look a little bit daunting to you, it's actually not that bad. If you get those 4 key steps, you can run your machine. Most of our customers are running their machine on the first day they get it because they're really excited. They get it set up pretty quick because it is very easy assembly out of the box with the tutorial videos and everything. It just makes it real simple to dive right in, learn those 4 steps. And there is still more to learn with embroidery, but that will come at a later time. As you continue to run the machine, you start picking up on those tips and tricks. There's a lot of people on YouTube and stuff that will show you different things to do to speed up your process. And we do have a couple of key functions too that help you speed the process up. One of the main ones is we've really improved, and these machines come from an industrial background. So we've really improved with, on the smaller machines, they still have all the same technology and software for the fast color changes and the automatic thread cuts. So that really cuts down on your cleanup time whenever it comes to the designs that you do run with the auto thread cut function. Essentially, you load your colors, put it all into the panel, hit start. A lot of people will walk away. Most of our customers, they sit there and watch it because they're just really cool to watch. But you walk away, come back, it's auto thread cutted. So your whole design is done, whether it's 1 color or 5 colors, whatever you had. The only time it would stop is this machine does have the auto thread detection. So if you do have a thread break during your design, that machine will stop and basically, since that thread break, it's going to back up 5 stitches for you. That way there's no gap in the place where it did break. All you would do is rethread the needle and then hit the start button, and then it would continue on from there. So like I said, they've put a lot of good features in this machine, even though it is one of our smaller machines, or smallest machine that we do carry. You can rest assured that all the same technology that goes into the industrial machines goes into this machine as well, even though it is in a smaller package. And even just to prove it even further, I could take this same control panel and all the same softwares. I could mount it on a 12-head machine, program it for a 12-head, and it's going to run that big industrial machine. So you can rest assured that the parts are quality parts, and they are built in the same factory as well. The other cool feature on our machine that makes everything so fast, I know you guys sell it as optional. I think your sale, what you mentioned there, your sale this for Hoop Fest is the quick change and the stand included. I'm sorry if I'm wrong on that, but I think that's what you mentioned there. That's one of the things that makes it so quick is whenever you start running caps, you have that changeover from your hoop, which we have on the machine here now, to your cap systems where you can start running those caps for a customer. And really, with a standard machine, what you're going to do is, let's say we're done with this one, go ahead and pull this hoop off. Let's say this is a completed design. You got to think of storefronts and stuff like that. If you're sitting there and you have a customer that had their shirt, they want it to be done, but then you have another customer walk in that wants a hat or something. With your standard machine, you're going to have to unbolt these tubular arms or your hoop arms that hold on all of your hoops. You're going to have to unbolt those, keep up with those screws until the next time you use that, and then also bolt your cap system back on there. In some cases, other machines do have cap hoops, but then you have to flatten the bill out and use an unstructured hat only. So you saw me take the hoop off, I'll lead right into the cap system. So I don't know how well you can see it on the video there, but this has the same brackets as the hoops. So all we're going to do, this will move around a little bit on you. All we're going to do is line it up directly over the needle. Just slide it on there. And it's as simple as just pushing it on, and it's going to click right in on both sides. So from there, we would be ready to run hats. So whether you're running one hat or you're running 20 hats, keep that on there until you're done. Same thing if it's, we really preach that with the storefronts and everything. It's so versatile because in most shops with your standard cap driver, depending on the orders that walk through the day or walk through the door that day, you're going to sit there and you're going to run all of your shirt orders first, and then you're going to change over to your cap system and run all your cap orders, just because the switch over time is 5 to 10 minutes. With our system there, you can tell it's about 20 seconds. So it makes that very versatile to change back and forth if you do need to intertwine the cap running with the hoops as well. So same thing, we'll do this in reverse. It comes right back off. No tools, no bolts or assembly required. And then we'll go right back to the other hoops. So we'll go to actually the sizings of hoops that you get. So you can look here, this is the hoop that we had on the machine. This is just a 24 by 24 centimeter hoop. And then you actually do get one larger. And this is really, with a small machine, has a really large sewing field. It's going to be 14 by 9 inches, which is actually very close to some of our bigger industrial single heads that we do carry. So even though the machine is smaller, they did pack it with a big sewing field. So our customers do use these hoops a lot for your big jacket backs, your full fronts, stuff like that. And then we'll walk straight into the left chest hoops. And you can use these for a lot of different things. We call them left chest hoops, just because primarily the smaller hoops are used for your smaller designs. But like I said, you can use these still if you're doing like a baby onesie or something. It doesn't have to be a left chest on a shirt. But you get the 18 centimeter, and this is going to be, sit that one down. This would be the 15 centimeter, and then the 12 centimeter. So you get a broad array of hoops. And I know you mentioned it there at the beginning. You do get, so just to clarify, it's 2 hoops per set. So you get five sets. And what that means is 10 hoops. So then if we have, let's say, a baby onesie running in a 12 centimeter hoop, your machine is going to come standard with the 5 sets, and that's 2 hoops per set. So if I had one baby onesie running on here and I had more than one to run, I'm going to grab my secondary 12 centimeter hoop. That's the same that's already on the machine. I'm going to have it pre-hooped. My design's already done, already loaded in. So whenever I run that on the machine and it's completed, instead of having to pull that hoop off, unhoop that onesie, and then rehoop the other one and put it back on, which should be about a 5-minute process. With a secondary hoop, you can, while you start your first one, you can pre-hoop your second. So that's another way to really speed up the productivity, really with no matter what you're running, whether that, like I said, a baby onesie, a large t-shirt order, a hat, every set of hoops that you get with the machine comes in sets of 2. That way you can have that one pre-hooped. The other really cool feature, I know Kyle mentioned it and it was a big hit. These panels now are Wi-Fi. So what that means is most of these machines, or almost every machine on the market now, is USB, is how you carry the design to the machine. This one does have the USB function, so I can take this USB stick and put the design, very easy. But we've found a way to simplify that even more. This panel will hook directly to your Wi-Fi network in your house, in your company, or in your business. Simply by finding that router, you connect it, and then the computer you're using will connect to the machine to where you can seamlessly send designs to the machine without even walking to it. The really cool thing with that software is it's more than just a software to send designs. We can also use it to preload the colors. So if you know what color cones you have on your machine, if you know where white and black, blue, red, if you know where those cones are sitting on your machine, You can actually, before you send the design to the machine, you can preload it and basically tell it to run white first, black second, red third, whatever color scheme your design is. You can preload that on your big computer screen or on your desktop, and then save it in the software. And then whenever you send it to the machine, it's already preloaded with colors. So the 4 steps that I was talking about earlier, you're actually cutting out one of those steps. So then if you learn the software on the computer, which is very simple, it takes it down to 3 steps then, because you're not even loading the colors on the machine. The cool thing with using the software like that is that design will never change unless you physically change it. So every time you go to pull that design out of your memory from then on, those colors are preloaded. So that's a really cool feature. It's where you're not having to keep all these files with what different colors go where. The panel remembers all of that for you. The other thing pertaining to the memory is going to be the 490 million stitch count capacity. We told them we wanted a bigger memory for our machines, and they way overdid it, which is good for our customers because you never really have to worry about deleting designs or having insufficient memory space or anything. So with this, how that comes out, I mean, most of your designs can be anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 stitches. The other thing that it does have is 400 design slots. So with that being said, you're going to hit that 400 design slots well before you hit the 490 million stitch count capacity, unless you are doing a lot of big designs, and that's very possible. So just rest assured, if you are running big jacket backs and stuff, it's gonna hold all those. You don't have to worry about having to delete the designs out to bring more in. And then I already mentioned the thread detection. The other thing I was going to walk into. We're still talking kind of about ease of use there and how simple everything is. The threading with these machines, whenever you pull it out of the crate, they already come pre-threaded. The only thing we have to do, or the customer has to do whenever they get the machine, is tie their thread on. And you would have everything already mounted here. It comes in the box. Tie your thread on the back with any simple knot, as long as it'll hold as you're coming through the machine. If you can tie your shoes, you can tie a thread together. So basically tie it together, pull it through the front, and what that does is that replaces that color without you manually having to thread it. And even if you do, like, let's say you tie a knot that does not come all the way through, or you do end up having to manually rethread it by, if you forgot to check your spool and it does run out, still very simple. It's about 6 different steps going around the wheel and stuff, but we do have very in-depth tutorial videos that breaks into all that. So if you ever have any issues, or let's say your machine does come unthreaded, you can rest assured that you can pull up that video, watch it, and it's going to show you step by step how many wraps are on each knob, where it goes from there, whether it's left or right. It's going to break everything down, and that's just for the threading. Each particular part of the machine, whether it's the control panel, the threading, the cap system, going further into the control panel, selecting your hoops, like those 4 key steps I was talking about. We have the dedicated videos for each part of that machine, to where if you guys ever get stuck or have an issue learning that, you can rewatch that video at any time, and that's accessible to our customers. Blaine, are there any questions over there? I know I mentioned a lot in a quick time there, but I was going to see if there's any questions that you had come through on your side before I continue.
Hey, Garrett, great presentation. And yeah, we do have a couple questions. Are there thread guides on that when you're trying to pull that thread through? Is there like a thread guide? Yeah, for sure. And I know I already apologized for it once, but our video camera, we're definitely have to get a better one. But yes, there are guides. Each wheel has a specific guide in it. And it's, like I said, it might be hard to see, but there's little clips. You have your tubes, which connect the thread rack down to the head. That keeps your threads from tangling. No matter how many times I wrap this around, it won't tangle on me. Same thing here. Like I said, each wheel has its own specific guide, to where really you would have to try very hard to thread it wrong, because everything is spelt out right here on this plastic guard and in the video. So if you did it wrong, it was probably because you were trying to. But yeah, so everything has its own slots and very simple, straight down. The other cool thing, which my eyesight's still good, but Kyle mentioned in the other video that his eyesight's not as good.
This light does come in very handy for anybody that's going to thread the needle. You can lift it up out of your way while you're threading the upper portion of the head. Once you get down to the needles, sometimes, even me with good eyesight, sometimes it might be a little bit hard to physically see that needle if you don't have good lighting. So really cool. Once you're done threading the upper portion of the head, we're just going to drop this down. Gives you the light right on the needles to where it really makes those needle holes look very large, not hard to see. The threadability is very easy on that as well.
So, hey, Garrett, I know that, we have a question up there right now. I think it's Kimberly's asking, is this a entry-level machine? And, what I would tell her, yes, because the price on this thing is so great and it's so user-friendly. I mean, if you've been doing any kind of sewing, you're going to be able to pick this up, especially if you've used any kind of computer sewing machine. You're going to be able to pick this up extremely easy, because I think, Garrett, could you go over like the 4 basic things? If they can learn how to do those 4 basic things in the interface, they could learn how to do this really quick.
Yeah, for sure. The biggest thing, and kind of to go on the first part of the question about, is this a good entry-level machine? Anybody I ever talk to, really, it depends on what you're wanting to do with the machine, not really where you're at the specific time. A lot of our customers will buy a machine that specifically fits them right then, and not kind of looking into the future what they're wanting to do. So that's where it's very key with the cap system. Even if you're not going to use it right then, anybody that's ever doing embroidery, if you offer shirts to customers, your customers wear hats too, so they're going to eventually come back to you for hats. So to answer your question, yes, it is an entry-level machine for anybody really, because it does come from the industrial background. To where as you're starting, it's going to be a great, easy machine to learn, but it's going to grow with you and be able to expand to where, sorry, I'm not going away from your question. I will come back to it. But with the expanding, if you ever needed a secondary machine, that same Wi-Fi system that we have, you can seamlessly link 2 machines together. So on that same software, you can run up to 200 machines at the same time. So whether it's a startup machine or you get really big time and you're completing a bunch of big orders, you can link up to 200 of these machines together. To walk into the second part of your question there about going through those easy steps, I will do that on the control panel. I hope you guys can see that. So first step would be just grabbing our design in the design folder. And then from there, you see everything that's there accessible. There's 2 different design slots. So I'll select this design, hit load, go back. It's right there on our screen. Go into, so the next step, I'm going to actually skip on this one because we would be running it on a shirt. But if we were running it for a hat, I'll go in here, select it, and then select angle, type in 180. That's going to flip our design for the orientation correctly for a hat. The cool thing, I wouldn't exactly have to do that either, because as you learn the machine a little better, you will find that it has a cap setting. So if you are setting up to run specifically caps for that day or for an extended period of time, you can actually put the machine in cap mode, to where then every design that you select automatically rotates to the correct orientation for you. That way you're kind of you're taking one more step out of there. Like I said, I wouldn't use that step unless you're physically going to be running 10, 20 hats, and it's going to be logical for you there. But then once you select your orientation, you're good to go. We'll load our colors. In this design here, we've already got our colors preloaded. But if you didn't have it loaded, all you do is look back on here and you know where you have your different colors. So whether it's blue, black, red, white, you're gonna have a digitized sheet where you're gonna know the different steps of your design. And what you're gonna do is go through and say if you want white, then you're gonna find white on the back of your control panel, and you're gonna hit that number that coincides with that color on your thread wrap. So very easy. These color slots here on the control panel might be a little bit hard to see for you guys, but each number that's represented, so it's 1 through 12, since it's a 12 color machine, each number has a color block behind it. So once you get your machine settled in and you are going to get it completely set up and everything, once you get it fully threaded, we can customize each color block behind each number. So instead of you having to look back here and wonder where white is or where black is, you can look directly on the screen, and that exactly, if you're looking for black and it's on one, you'll see that black color swatch right behind one. So from there, we got our colors loaded, and then we would do a trace. So that is the other function that really cuts down on the time, as well as we have a fast trace for our machine. Probably can't see it from there, but we do have a laser down here, and that laser pointer is going to point the light exactly where the machine is going to run the design. So you don't have to put your fingers down here, hold the needle down, or guess where the machine is going to run. That laser pointer is going to hit exactly where that design is supposed to run. So from there, you do your trace, and then you would hit start. So it maybe seemed like a long 4 steps just because I did break it down there, Blaine, but I can go back through it real quick and I'll show you real time basically how long that would take. So again, grab our design, go in here, so select that one. Go ahead and copy it, go back out, choose our colors, and I can just select a random color sequence here. We'll close it, go in, and this would be to select our trace function to know exactly where the machine's going to run. So I'd hit trace there, it's going to do the trace, which we don't have a hoop on there, so we can't do it at the moment. But I would hit trace, it's going to move around, hit close. And then from there, I'd hit start. So it's really as simple as that. Once you learn those features, that is how you would run this machine: is load your color, bring your design in, check your orientation, load your colors, and then trace. Aside from that, you will pick up some more options and more features from there as you run your machine.
Hey, Garrett, great information. And so I want to remind everybody at home, hey, this is exactly how you can purchase this machine. And again, Garrett was talking about all the things that come with this machine. Hey guys, this is a 12 needle embroidery machine, and the price we have on this, it's $1,000 savings today. It's normally $99.99, but we're selling it for $89.99. And I'm going to tell you what it all comes with. You're going to get that cap driver. You're getting the stand, the sit-it-on. Then it comes with basically 10 hoops. It's going to come with two hoops of each size. Plus, you're going to get 2 cap frames to go on that driver. So what that does is, while you're embroidering one thing, you can be hooping another, and that saves tons of time. This thing, it has a 7-year warranty on it. Can't stress the warranty on this, the best in the industry. And also, this thing will actually digitize in the machine. So, hey, if you wanted to get, it has a function that you can actually draw on the LCD screen, digitize that and sew it out. You can also, if you wanted to trace somebody's hand, you could trace their hand on the screen, a child's hand, and it actually digitizes it in the machine and stitch it out right then and there. It is pretty awesome. And then it has a photo stitch feature. So you can import photos in, it'll digitize those and actually embroidery those out. So what a great machine this is. Guys, we are super excited about this. We think this is one of the top embroidery machines on the market. And they have an industrial background on this. And the great thing too about this, hey, the price is unbelievable. At $89.99, you're getting all those things with it. And we have 60-month 0% interest financing from Synchrony that we're able to offer. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or just visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in that search bar, just type in SWF and it'll take you right to the product page where you can place your order right there. If you're online, you need some help, we have online sales chat agents that are live chat that can actually help you as well. So a number of ways to order. And hey, Garrett, great job today, and thanks for being on our show. And we will actually see you again later on in the week, and we'll be talking all about this 12 needle embroidery machine.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Blaine. Thank you for the time there, and excited to answer any more questions and look forward to what the week holds.
All right, buddy. Well, good job, man. All right, y'all heard it right there, that SWF 12 needle, and man, what a great machine that is. And hey guys, quantities are limited on that. We have been selling this thing so fast. We got a container in on Wednesday of last week, and we walked into the show already, I think was 17 left yesterday. We started the show. I think we got down to 12 yesterday, and I don't know what the numbers are right now, but it's gotten low. So make sure, if you're actually wanting one of these, get your name on the list right now. Get on that Google Sheets, or give us a call and place the order right now, because we want to ensure you get one of these. But this is a great machine. And I think, actually Amber Bingham is going to be on our show as a presenter later on in the week, talking about how to start a business. And she actually has one of these machines. We'll even get her to talk a little bit about her experience with it and see what she thinks. So Guys, are we ready to roll and keep moving? I'm super pumped about who's coming up next. Guess who it is? It's Kim Christopherson from Kimberbell. Kim, are you ready for day 2 of Hoop Fest?
You better believe it. Yes, it's going to be a fun day for sure.
Oh, I know. I
Hello,
knew you'd be fired up and ready.
Yes, it's going to be a fun time in this next 30 minutes.
Hey, and you know what? They don't need to miss one presentation you give this week, because every single day you're talking about something different and new.
Something different. Yep. We got to keep it, fun and lively, right? So every single day there's something new that we're focusing on, all things Kimberbell. So
well, what are we going to talk about?
Us or been around
what are we going
forever.
to talk about today? I'm excited to see it.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, we are talking about the brand new quilt that can be done in a sewing version or a machine embroidery version. Of course, this is something that, since we're talking Hoop Fest, then I'm going to talk about the machine embroidery version of this quilt. And it is called the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. So as the name implies, it is a Halloween quilt. And some of you may be sitting there going, I'm not so sure about that. I don't love Halloween. There's 2 camps. People either love it or hate it. But hopefully today I can get you to see how much fun it can be, especially when you spin it, give it a little spin with a quilt shop theme, a sewing theme. So this is a brand new line that I designed for Maywood Studio, and it's a brand new fabric line. But then with each fabric line that I do, I actually create what I would call a featured quilt. And so this quilt, I'm going to show you some pictures here in just a minute, but it's a 40 by 40 size. Again, it can all be done on the embroidery machine. You're going to have so much fun with this. And you're going to learn new techniques with your embroidery machine. And I should also mention that every one of these blocks can be done with a 5x7 hoop. So if you're someone who's like, oh, if only I could do it with a larger hoop, well, you can. You can even with a 5x7 hoop. So without further ado, are you ready to see the quilt? Did I give you enough of a teaser there? Chat, I'd love to see your comments. Oh yeah, Julie's saying, I'm so excited to see. And Barbara's saying she's so excited. Debbie says she can't wait to see it. Thank you. Well, this, like I said, is brand new. It's so new that it's not even available in stores yet. It won't be coming out until I think it's end of July, but Sewing Machines Plus is going to be doing pre-orders on that. So they'll be doing pre-orders on the fabrics, the embellishment kit, which you're definitely going to want, and the design files themselves, whether it's sewing or machine embroidery. Okay, so let's go ahead. I think I've got my video working today. If you were here with me yesterday, you know that darn video wasn't working, but let's try it out today and see if we have any better luck. I'm going to share my screen here. And oh, I think we're having better luck. Let's check it out here. All right. Do you see my PowerPoint presentation? Do you see the PowerPoint presentation there, Blaine? Hopefully. All right.
Yes, Kim, we got it. We can see
You
it.
do? Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Okay, so this is the Candy Corn Quilt Shop from Kimberbell. And like I said, if you love machine embroidery and want to try something fresh and fun and new and just get giddy with every single block that you're going to make, you're going to want to check this out. So let's go ahead and take a look. I'm setting the stage here for you with our most recent photo shoot of the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. There you see the three little witches outside of a quilt shop that has now turned into the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. And if you look very carefully at each of those objects in the scene, well, those are items that are actually found on the quilt itself. So that gives you a little sneak peek into what that is, including that black cat that you're seeing and the three witches. Now, if you look over to the left-hand side, there you're going to see the quilt. So there they are going into the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. They've got their bolts of Kimberbell fabric, and they are ready to make this quilt. Cackling a little bit maybe there in the shop. And even outside the shop. So again, take a look at each of those blocks. I cannot wait to show you the more up close images. Like I mentioned, this is from a brand new line from Kimberbell, and this is one of those main prints, those bolts of fabric there that she's holding. And I want to show you a little sneak peek of a video. Now, let me back up just a moment here when I tell you about a little bit that goes into designing fabric. So, you know, we plan these fabric lines and projects over a year in advance. And so, you know, all of it has to be done in digital form before it can be printed on the fabric. And so we wanted to be able to share what this quilt and all the other projects that go with it was all about. But before we could do that, of course, it's done digitally. So while we're waiting for the fabric, while we were waiting, our awesome marketing team at Kimberbell took the digital design of the quilt and they animated it. Yes, they animated it. And I cannot wait to show you just a little sneak peek of that animation. The entire thing will be available to watch next week, or maybe even later this week. I'll have to check on that, but it's not yet. So I thought, well, why not give SMP viewers a little sneak peek into about 25 seconds of that animation? And I'll just tell you right now, strap on your seatbelts. You think you're going to be on a ride at Disneyland. How's that for a teaser? So let's take a look at about 25 seconds. You're only going to see a very small portion of this quilt here at the Candy Corn Quilt Shop, all animated. Oh my goodness, I'm so mean, aren't I? I'm only giving you a sneak peek, but there you go. Each one of those blocks has come to life in that video. Again, we'll show it in its entirety probably in about a week. But here's a look at the actual quilt itself. We have gotten it done at this point, and there you can see a lot of those blocks that you just saw on the animated portion of the video. Let's see here. We've got it, you know, set up in the quilt shop, just like it could look even in your sewing room or in your home. And as you can see down there by the featherweight machine, we've got some bonus projects as well, which I'll show you a better image of here in just a moment. But every single block you make, I have a feeling it's just going to make you squeal in delight. You're just going to be having so much fun making this project. So here is one of the blocks that I absolutely love. It says sit and stitch a spell. And if you could feel that couch through the screen, you would see that that is a plush velveteen that we used on it, and we put our Kimberbell Flexi foam behind it so that it looks like a tufted couch. And then you'll also notice there's a little black cat button there, and even a button that says, "Welcome, my pretties." Now, if you have been a Kimberbell fan for a long time, you know that that button is actually a little mini replica of a Bench Buddy pillow that also says, "Welcome, my pretties." All right. Okay, so let's look at the quilt shop itself. I absolutely adore this quilt block because it's what started the whole quilt. So this is the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. On leather, on white leather, we put a banner across the shop that says "Fabric Bolts and Back Quarter Sale." Here at Kimberbell, we have a lot of puns, so watch out as I share a lot more through this quilt. Now, you'll also notice in that second picture, there's little mini bolts of fabric. These are dimensional bolts of fabric. So in the embellishment kit that you can also get from SMP, there will be these little plastic discs that are to make it look like the inner bolt, you know, the cardboard bolt, and then you actually wrap actual Kimberbell fabric around it so that dimensionally it looks like that shop is having a sidewalk sale, should we say? So that's a fun element. You're also going to notice, like in the little candy corn flowers, there's things like dimensional or mylar to give it just a sparkle and shine. You've got vinyl windows to again give you the look of windows. So there's a lot of extra little this and that's, I like to call them, to make this quilt really special. Now outside of that shop, we've got pots of flowers. Well, if you look even more carefully, they're not quite pots, they're thimbles. So of course, because it goes with the theme, there's thimbles with flowers growing out of them there. And we've got a candy corn button flower growing out the top of that. Again, all of the buttons that I'm going to be talking about in this quilt and all the extra embellishments are included in the embellishment kit. Now take a look over here. We've got a fabric shelf of, again, bolts of fabric. Those are dimensionally wrapped onto those plastic discs and placed on the shelf along with some fat quarters and the jelly roll that you see right there. All right, so in the quilt, there are several blocks that actually just make you smile. And so these are life-size replicas of those blocks. And as I mentioned earlier, we're all about the puns here at Kimberbell. So how many of you can relate to these? How about this one? Here lies all my scraps. All my scraps, right? Or how about this one? Here lies an unfinished quilt. May it rest in pieces. Boom, 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 right? And then finally, here lies empty bobbins. Empty bobbins. We thought that was a fun spin on Halloween. All right, so there you can see the actual blocks in the quilt. There lies empty bobbins and all my scraps. How many of you can relate to that? Right? All right, in 3 different blocks on this quilt is a dimensional pin cushion. Well, I shouldn't say dimensional, it just has a little more extra oomph to it. It has our flexi foam behind each of those pumpkin blocks so that it truly looks like a stuffed pin cushion, but it's appliqued, as you can see there, onto the block. And then again in that embellishment kit, you're going to have those little candy corn button flowers that stay atop of each of those pins that you see there. There's a couple more pin cushion blocks too that have different buttons. This one has the little bats at the top, and this one has the little ghosts at the top. Fun stuff, right? All right, so of course you're thinking sewing, quilt shop, you know, just DIY, you gotta have the dress forms. And so we've got 2 different blocks of dress forms on the quilt, and as you can see, they've got the organza ruffled little skirt along it. Again, comes in the embellishment kit, so you don't have to buy anything extra. And then you also have a special ribbon that we actually had specially made for this quilt to make it look like a tape measure was wrapped around each of those waists. All right, I showed this a little bit earlier, but here's another closer look at Sit and Stitch a Spell. If you love, whether you love machine embroidery or you like to relax with a little bit of hand embroidery in the evenings, I think you would love this block that really pays tribute to those of us who also like to hand embroider, or sit and stitch a spell, as it says, right? There's the little black cat button sitting on that tufted couch, and there's the little mini button that is the exact replica of one of our little bench buddy pillows called Welcome My Pretties. All right, I have to say, this probably is my very favorite row, and for a few different reasons. As you can see, it says show and share if you dare. Think about the last time you went, you finished a quilt and you wanted to show it off, right? You wanted to show your friends. You wanted to go to the quilt shop or the quilt guild and show it off. Well, they are doing that in this row, but look really carefully. Oh, do you see what happened there? That is the exact same quilt row, now done in life, real life, right? So we took our 3 witches, and in real life, they're holding those same exact quilts that's in the row that I just showed. And let's take a closer look at each of those. So this is, these are actual mini replicas that have been printed onto fabric so that you can have them, again, dimensionally held by each of those witches. And they are exact replicas of Kimberbell projects from the past. This one in particular is a paper piecing project that we did with pumpkins and witch hats. Then that is the actual quilt in life size. The next one I absolutely love. I have to tell you, this is the quilt, literally the quilt that started it all for Kimberbell. Back in 2011, I created a mystery quilt, and this is what it was called. It was called Home is Where the Haunt Is. Maybe some of you did that quilt. So it's really fun for me to see this in a very little mini replica version now that the little witch is holding. Home is where the haunt is. And if we have time today, I'll show you the actual quilt itself as well. And there it is in a photo. That is the actual quilt. Again, back from 2011. So this particular witch holding this quilt is maybe a little more special to me than the rest. And then the last witch here is holding up. Do you know what that is? Some of you may have done it this past year. It was Twilight Boulevard. Remember the bench pillow that had all the different shops in it, including the Candy Corn Quilt Shop, and it lighted up. So we put little fairy lights in the trees and in each of the blocks there. You'll see it. Here we go. Here's the actual one. Many of you did it. It was probably by far one of our most best-selling products we've ever done was Twilight Boulevard as a bench pillow. Our bench pillows, just as a little side note, are a 16 by 38 inch size. A lot of people, will use them as the bench pillows as intended, but, they look great as table runners or wall hangings as well. So if you haven't taken a look at Twilight Boulevard, it is not too late. That is still available out there. And my guess is that SMP sells that as well. All right, so if you're looking at that quilt and thinking, oh my goodness, that looks like so much work, I want you to change your mindset a little bit and say, oh my goodness, that looks like so much fun. Because if you will just take it block by block, you will realize this goes together in no time and you're having fun with your embroidery machine. So I wanted to show you a few more pictures of things that actually came from the quilt itself, because I want you to look at the quilt as something that absolutely would be a blast to do, but maybe you don't have the wall space for a quilt and you're thinking, I like that, but I would like to start on a smaller scale. Well, why not take one of the rows from the quilt and actually put it into a smaller project? So in this example that you see here, we've taken the little show and share if you dare row of witches, and we put it onto a lumbar sized pillow. Now, just a little side note on that, that pillow that you see there in that picture, again, it's not available yet through quilt shops, but it soon will be. And that is one of our brand new blanks they come pre-quilted, and they already have the side seams opened up, and they have an invisible zipper in them. So all you have to do is just lay that, float it on the top of your hoop on your machine, stitch up your design, and then sew up the sides, and you are done. So watch for that. That will be coming soon to SMP. All right, here's another area of the quilt that I just absolutely love, makes you smile, because it has the look of handwork, it has a look of cross stitch, but of course, we're machine embroiderers, right? So we can get that done lickety split by using our embroidery machine to do it, and there is a row of those. Now, one of my other favorite blocks is this sewing machine. We've got this featherweight done in black leather. But what I'm especially excited to tell you about is that I want you to think about this. We wanted you to be able to label your featherweight machine with the name, the actual, well, I shouldn't say actual, and you'll see why here in a minute. We wanted you to label your machine with the brand of a machine that you sew on, that you embroider on. But we did something a little different. We took all the major brands of machines and we Halloweenified them, okay? So you'll get all the files for all the different brands of machines so that you can choose the one that you want to stitch out. So if you're quick here, you're going to realize that Screamer is actually the new name for Singer. Okay, again, we Halloweenified these names. So Singer is Screamer. I'll show you a few more examples here. Did you guess? Bernina. If you sew on a Bernina, you may want to stitch out Boo Nina on there. Now, again, this is a quilt block that's actually in the quilt itself, but we turned them into a whole bunch of mug rugs so that we could show you how cute they would be as mug rugs and with your brand of machine on there as well. So if you're a Bernina sewer user, yours is going to say Boo Nina. If you sew on Elna, it's going to say Eekna. If you sew on Janome, it's going to say Janome Eek. I'm trying to think off the top of my head all of them, but here's another one. If you sew on a brother, it's going to say Brew There. Brew There. Isn't that just a fun little touch to a quilt like that? So enjoy that process. Now, with each of the Kimberbell quilts that exist out there, all of our featured quilts, we actually like to put together some bonus projects with it. So you may have remembered, of course, that, you saw a couple of the blocks that had appliqued pumpkin pin cushions on them. Well, we actually made those pin cushions in real life in 3D here. That is all done on the embroidery machine. Can you believe it? So, so cool. They come in 3 different sizes and I just think are darling. So for me, I am a collector of pin cushions. So I am definitely making a set for my sewing room. But then I look at this again and I think, you know what? That would be so cute just as a home decor item too. So I could see myself making a whole bunch of these in all kinds of fabrics, especially to be able to decorate my home all autumn long, all fall long, and maybe use some darker, richer tones of oranges and rusts and browns and creams, and then putting those into a basket. I think that would be really, really cute. So think pincushion or a home decor item. That is all in the same book, Okay, we also have a couple of stitchery designs. Again, you could, if you are someone who just sews, and that's awesome. Of course, you'll do this by hand. But if you are a machine embroiderer, which I guess you are, I'm guessing you are because you're on Hoop Fest, you'll actually be able to do those two designs on your embroidery machine. Okay, and then finally, as I was trying to think of something that would correlate with a sewing room, well, I couldn't help but come up with two different types of door hangers that work for that. This one says, enter at your own risk. This sewing room is scary. Can any of you relate to that? And then the second one, which is my favorite, is please do not disturb. Just had an out of bobbin experience. Yep, out of bobbin experience. There you go. So you get the designs for that, the two different ones, and they come in two different sizes as well. All right, so this is what the boxed kit will look like from SMP. This is the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. It's the fabric kit. It will include everything that you're seeing there on the front of that box. It's in this darling collector's box. Of course, if you have your own fabrics, you certainly could use those. But what I will say is that you will want to, if you want everything, all the fabrics that you just saw in that quilt, and make it really simple for you, check out the Candy Corn Quilt Shop fabric kit at SMP. But you're also going to want to take a look at, and that's the end of my presentation. There we go. You're also going to want to check out the optional embellishment kit too, because the embellishment kit has all the stuff, all the things that make it over the top. Just super cute. In fact, oh my gosh, one thing I forgot to point out, and maybe you saw this, was that the witches, they are actually holding those quilts up. Again, they're dimensional quilts, and those quilt panels will come in your embellishment kit. But they're holding them up, but you probably noticed they've got green hand buttons. So the hands wrap around the quilt, and that's what they're holding them with. So anyway, that's a fun little thing too. Paula says, you sold me on it. Oh, I'm so glad. Hey, Paula, you are just going to have a blast. Whether you make the whole quilt, or if you just make the bonus projects, or if you take some of the blocks from the quilt itself and make all kinds of other things, you're going to have a blast. It's going to be a lot of fun. Miss Scraps, you asked, how big is the quilt? It is a 40 by 40 size. So, it doesn't take up too much space on your wall, but what ends up happening is you're going to find that perfect spot on your wall, right? And you think, okay, that's where I want my quilt. And then Halloween's going to be over, and now you're going to want another 40 by 40 quilt and another, right? Well, Kimberbell has them for all kinds of seasons and reasons, I like to say. So check out all of those for sure. All right. Anne says, can you put two together to make it bigger? Absolutely. We're going to be talking about the Kimberbell Orange Pop Rulers. I think it's tomorrow. I could be wrong. I have to look at the schedule. But one of the things that makes it really easy with Orange Pop Rulers is that I could make that bigger so easily by adding in extra quilt blocks, whether I, stitch more, or maybe I have a really fun fabric I want to use, and the math that we use in this quilt and how it compares to the Orange Pop Rulers to do it, it's synchronized. They work so well together. So Anne, absolutely, you could easily make that quilt bigger just by adding in some more blocks, and you can easily do that, especially with the Orange Pop Rulers. So we'll be talking about that either tomorrow or a little bit later this week. I can't remember. All right. Carolyn, she says, I don't think I have the ability to do this, but love it. Oh, Carolyn, can I give you all the confidence in the world, sending it your way, that you absolutely can do this? I know it looks a little intimidating, but at Kimberbell, it is so important for us to walk you through every single step of the way. So everything is, I mean, step by step by step. If any of you have done Kimberbell projects before, maybe you can chime in and give Carolyn, you know, your approval on Kimberbell instructions, that we will not lead you astray. We really walk you through every single step. We want you to feel successful at any Kimberbell project, whether you're a brand newbie to machine embroidery or if you've been doing this for years. Okay. All right, and it looks like Sewing Machines Plus also has some special event pricing on this and everything that comes with it, so be sure to check that out. All right, Blaine.
Hey, Kim, the great job and great products. That was so much fun. I loved all the names that you had, and that was very creative. But hey, I got to tell everybody right now, if you're interested in the Kimberbell products, go to our website. In the search bar up there, type in Kimberbell. You can go and look at all the products that she was showing tonight or today, and you have to call in. This is a very special pricing that we have, but you have to call in to get the special price. We can't advertise it, but give us a call. We have great discounts on some stuff, and you got the Hoop Fest pricing on it. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. And Kim, I've got to tell everybody too about what you and I are going to be doing July 30th and 31st.
Yep, next month.
All right, next month, everybody. Hey, we have got a special event that we're going to be doing. Kim is going to be involved in it. We got Candace Trevino. She's going to be teaching some Kimberbell classes for us. It's all going to be streamed live to you. And guess what? You can sign up anywhere in the nation. We are going to ship your kit to you. You're going to get an SMP swag bag full of goodies. And the price is only $99 to sign up for 2 days. And it's going to include a trunk show by yours truly, Kim Christopherson from Kimberbell. And hey, we're super excited to partner up on this event, aren't we?
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. I hope I meet so many new people in that event, but also see a whole lot of, longtime Kimberbell fans too. It'd be a lot of fun to be with you those 2 days.
Oh, it's going to be fun. So Kim's going to be involved in both days, and then the day 2, she's going to do that trunk show, and we're going to have a Q&A session. So if you want to ask questions to Kim, you'll be able to do that and have one-on-one because we're going to do it through Zoom. And so you'll be able to come up on the screen and actually ask your question yourself. So it's going to be really cool how we're going to do this. So y'all don't want to miss this. It's going to be a one-of-a-kind event, isn't it, Kim?
Yes, it is. And I hope that through that event, through this quilt today and the themes I'm sharing this week, that you will see embroidery is so much fun. And there's so many things we can do with it beyond what we may have initially thought was possible with an embroidery machine. So I want you to have just the most amazing experience. We'll make sure that happens for you.
That's awesome. Well, hey, Kim, you're going to be here again tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
Same place, same time.
A great night, and thank you for coming on today.
You're welcome. Goodbye, everyone. Have a nice evening.
See you tomorrow. All right, so Kimberbell in the house today with Kim Christopherson. She's the CEO and founder of Kimberbell, and we are so happy that she was involved in our Hoop Fest. And Kimberbell is one of our sponsors of it too, so we were so happy to have them on board. And so, guys, up next, we're going to continue right on along. And I told you, I made a little announcement yesterday, kind of what happened. Alba Fekete, she's a Janome national educator. She was scheduled to be live on the show with us. She had emergency surgery she had to go into, so she's kind of down for the count right now. I am trying to get a status update on her to see how she's doing, but she couldn't be on the show. So what we did is Janome has some videos that she had done on the products we're talking about. So we're just going to play the video. We did the MB7 yesterday. Today we're going to do that Janome 14,000. And I'm telling y'all, watch this. Alba is fantastic. So we're going to do Alba's video, and then right after the video, we're going to come right back and have a bunch of giveaways to end the day on. So let's play that video, David.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Janome Sewing Studio. Today I'm to you about the Memory Craft 14,000. This is a truly amazing machine. This is a sewing machine, an embroidery machine. It quilts, it does home deck, it could handle heavy fabrics and even the most delicate of fabrics. I will be going over with you what is included with the machine and giving you a brief overview of the screen and just navigating through the machine. Now let's get started with what's included in the machine. So I'm going to have you look at all of the feet that are included with this machine. And there are some that I'm going to be pointing out specifically, like these two right here. These are AccuFeed feet. And AccuFeed is Janome's built-in walking foot. And you not only get one AccuFeed foot, but you get two. So there is the standard dual width and then the single width or narrower foot. And these also come with interchangeable plates. So on the wider of the two, you get an open toe and a standard version. And on the narrow, you get a standard and a zipper foot. Imagine being able to put in all those zippers with that additional benefit of a built-in walking foot and having the feed dogs on top and on the bottom. I'm going to be showing you the built-in walking foot as it's on the machine. But I did want to take a little bit of time and go over some of the other items that are included. Now, if you're a quilter, this is for you. You not only get a standard darning foot or free motion foot, you also get 3 free motion feet that are snap-on free motion feet. And what I love about those is there's absolutely no move and no hopping. So it makes doing those intricate designs really easy. And no matter what type of sewist you are, you're bound to have that right foot that you need. Look at that variety. I love that Janome really gives you a great package with your machine. So you can start just about any project with everything that is included with the machine. Now, I said that this was a sewing and embroidery machine, so I want to show you the hoops that are included, and 4 hoops are included with the machine. I have the largest and the smallest on the table, and the 2 in between besides me. So that largest hoop is 9.1 by 11.8 inches. That is just the perfect size to do a full jacket back. That is 1 embroidery area, so there's no need for splitting designs. Just incredible that you're getting that large of an embroidery area. And just as important as how large can I embroider is how small can I embroider too. And our free arm hoop is this one right over here, and that one is 3.9 by 1.8. That is perfect for embroidering on cuffs and collars and pockets of all sorts. I absolutely love that free arm hoop. And then behind me, hanging on the wall, are the 2 that are in between. The 5.5 by 5.5. This is a really popular common size. And then the 9.1 by 9.1. I love using this on all of my quilt blocks. Just absolutely amazing. And you'll also notice that I have an additional plate on the table. So 2 stitch plates
some technical difficulties with the video, so we're going to try to get that worked out, and I'm sure, you know, she's scheduled to do that later on the week in the video as well, that 14,000. But what I'll do is I'll go ahead and tell you about the specials of the 14,000, and we're so sorry we weren't able to play Alba's video, but that's what happens when you're trying to play video. You know, a lot of times the resolution is so high, sometimes it's hard to, you know, get through the stream. So, but anyway, we've got the 14,000. Hey, we have a great pricing on it, and this is one of the, you know, this is Janome's top of the line combo machine. It's a sewing and embroidery machine. Hey, and this thing is normally $69.99, and right now we have a call-in special. We have a fantastic price. So if you've been in the market for a new Janome, you don't want to miss this price. I'm telling you, this is an incredible price, how much savings you can have by giving us a call. We can't advertise the price because of restrictions. However, this thing, I'm telling you, it's the best price of the year on this machine. Incredible savings. And we have 60-month 0% interest financing to help you pay for that thing and make those monthly payments extremely low. But give us a call right now. It's 800-401-8151. If you can't get through on the phones line, I know they've been busy all day. Hey, Kyle is putting the link to a Google Sheets page in the chat. Just hit that link, go on there, fill out your name, your contact number, and tell them, hey, I'm interested in that Janome 14,000, and they will give you a call. So sorry about that. You know, technical difficulties happen sometimes, and we just have to get through it. And but hopefully we'll get that video worked out. So later on in the week, we play that video, and you'll be able to see it in its entirety. But got some great news. I just got a text from one of the Janome reps, and she told me that Alba is just out of surgery, and everything went great, and she's on the road to recovery. So we're very happy about that. So your thoughts and prayers worked. And so, guys, we're ready for some giveaways. So we're going to jump right ahead and get to the giveaways, and we got some great things that we're going to give away. So everybody, get ready. So y'all ready to give some stuff away, everybody? All right. So our first thing we're going to give away is our world famous sewing mats. We got a sewing mat we're going to give away. Hey, we're going to let you pick the color you want of those 6 colors on the screen. There's 3 sizes, so pick the size you want. It comes in a medium, large, and extra large size. That medium size is for like sergers and overlocks. That extra large is for those larger combo machines with the embroidery unit. It'll fit on that. So it's a great you know, product, and we love our mats. We're going to let you pick your color. That blue is Brother Blue. The gold is Baby Lock Gold. That Bernina matches the Bernina and Janome red. And then we have the pink, light blue, and the purple for you to pick from. So David, pull us up a winner. She's coming to us from YouTube. And it is Renee Cohen. So congratulations, Renee. All right, and I'm going to tell you at the end how you can claim your prizes, okay? So our next winner is going to be one of our SMP swag bags. Hey, and these swag bags are special just for this event. We have 8 different swag bags that you can get from, you know, pick from. That's a $49 value right there. But what we're doing is we're taking a swag bag, putting all 7 other colors inside the one swag bag. And you can see on the screen there all the things that come with it. You're going to get some exquisite thread. You're getting one of our magnetic pen holders. You're getting the little SMP notebook. You're getting the SMP glass cleaner. You're getting the little SMP compact and a little light. You're getting some Smith's needle packs and some other accessory things. So great package for the swag bag. And we're going to give 2 of those away. So our first winner is going to be from Facebook, and it's Florence Akon Morrison. So Florence, congratulations on that. Now our second winner is coming to us from YouTube, and our second winner is Chris Perry. So congratulations, Chris, on that. So our next item that we're giving away is the SMP magnetic pen holder, and our winner is coming to us from Facebook, and it is Michelle Castell. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed it. Hold on. Oh, I missed it. It's Linda Sutherland. Sorry about that. Linda Sutherland from Facebook. So congratulations, Linda. All right. So, Michelle's getting something special. Oh my gosh, she would have really been upset with me if I'd gave her the wrong item. So Michelle, guess what you just won? Michelle Castile from Facebook. You just won the Brother LB5000 S or M sewing machine or embroidery machine. So this is a 4x4 hoop, and we're going to let you have your choice of the Star Wars version or the Marvel version. And if you don't like either one, a Star Wars or Marvel, you don't have to put the overlay on the the picture like you see there. You don't have to use those overlays, but we're going to let you have your choice. And so congratulations, Michelle, on that great 4x4 embroidery machine. Our next gift we're giving away is a $200 Durkee gift certificate. And our winner is coming to us from YouTube. And our winner is Cindy West. So I know that name, Cindy West. I think she may be from, either Carly Bell's page, one of her group, or Amber Bingham's group. I think I've seen her on one of those pages before. So congratulations, Cindy, on the winning that $200 gift certificate. Our next next gift we're giving away is from John Deere, and it's that gold membership. And you don't want to miss this. This is a great membership that you're getting, and you get some of those instructions from him. And our winner is Debbie Takashima. That's a pretty good one right there, Takashima. You're testing me today. Debbie Takashima. So congratulations, Debbie, on that John Deere membership. And then our next item up that we're giving away is from Embroidery Garden. And Ringwell Coxon threw these in for us. And so it's Not Your Granny's Fanny Pack CD. And our winner's coming to us from YouTube, and it's Susan Alvaretto. So congratulations, Susan. And our last item we're giving away today is from the Embroidery Shop, and it's the Surge Fun Club, and it is from Facebook. Our winner is Christy Self Lindhausen. So congratulations, Christy, on that. So guys, how you claim your prizes is we want you to email us to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the header, in the title, put I won. Down in that body, put your name, your shipping address, where you want it shipped to, and just tell us what you won. Just make it a little easier on us. And it'll be great. And if you won the sewing mats, make sure you put what color you want and what size. And guys, hey, this is the end of day 2. And so what a great day, great presenters all day. We hope that y'all stuck around all day and got to see this. And again, if you're just tuning in and you think, well, I didn't get to see the live show, and I didn't get to do the live chat, don't worry. Down under on YouTube, down under the video, you can go down and make comments on there after the show closes. If you're on Facebook, you can do the same thing after the live chat closes. You can go down and make comments in there. That just helps your chances to win. So, you're going to get a chance to win that $26,000 Embroidery Dream Studio that we're giving away on Saturday. So all those things will help you win. So even if you're watching live right now and you want to wait till the stream ends, you can go make comments there. It's going to help you out. So the more comments you make, the better your chances. So guys, thank y'all for tuning in today for day 2. We're going to be right back here again in the morning at 10 a.m. Central Time when it starts. And we'll start the stream, and then everything will get kicked off. We've got a great lineup of people again, and we got a lot of great presenters, a lot of education. So we hope you'll come and join us for a whole day of great activity. Y'all have a great night. We'll see y'all in the morning.